Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. My goodness. Oh my. So, long story short, as I hold on, let me make sure I very quickly do the roll call here. Let's see, Twitch's side of things, we have... Hold on, I can't read. Hold on, holding. There we are. Welcome in the stream, chapel. Welcome in. Hello to you as well, Check. As well as you, Nima, and to you as well, Dimitri. Welcome in. Okay, long story short, and you as well, Eska. Welcome in, all of you. Thank you all for your patience. Long story short, I have built a barricade around the bird's cage, like the floor, like it's a cardboard barricade. And somehow, somewhere, when I was getting food or something of the sort for him, he decided to take the tape and tear away the cardboard, and then I came back and he was playing with the tape. So then I go to get the tape, and then he runs out the door. He runs out the door into the hallway, back, forth, and then he decides to go to a different room. And then in the different room, he finds like a string to play with. So then he starts playing with the string. It was a whole thing, but he's fed. He has been seated, so we're all good now. Again, thank you all for your patience. Oh my, okay. Great, messages now. Let's see. Tame the beast. Vicious hunter. Indeed. And time for mutiny. Oh, hail our new streamer, the Bush Kid. You know, a few weeks ago he couldn't walk straight. Now he's running. Oh my, let's see here. Scroll this down. And knife-wielding alien. I have wielded no knife. I do need evidence of such a case, but it's not true. And I am on an 85 stream watch streak. The lurk is consistent. Thank you for your consistency, yes, guys. Yeah, the thing is, like, I see the messages from time to time, but to see the actual thing, I do appreciate your participation as well as your, what's the word? It's a word for being present. I think it starts with an A. Attendance, yes, attendance. Thank you for your attendance. To you as well, Dimitri. 7 consecutive stream streak. The only greatest thing about this number stream streak is that I parked with number 7s in previous Bang Dream event where I helped the tiers with. Well then, 7 seems to be your lucky number. How lovely. And also he just wanted to play persistence or persistence. Hold on, check. What does that mean? Oh my, let me scroll down here, and congratulations on your 80 stream streak as well. I was about to say check. 80 stream streak as well, chat. Well, thank you for your attendance as well. Let me go ahead and get that water redeem out of the way here. And hi, Noi. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And attend up the verses. Okay, water has been consumed. Let's go ahead, as that siren tune is over there. Let me click on this guy here. Let's go ahead to the planning side of things, shall we? And well, it's more of a Russian, it's more of a Russian meme, the number 7, more of a casino kind of thing, if that makes sense. Lucky number 7 in terms of casino? I can see it, yeah. I think, at least, is it Japanese or Chinese? Where number 4 is super duper unlucky, for example. And, hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, have you considered I said? Hi, Cats on Keyboard. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope, outside of the arson attempts, you're doing well, and that you realize that arson is not the answer to everything. Today, we'll be continuing where we left off the week before last week, since last week was canceled. However, I like to say, progress has been made. We have sprites to work with. We'll be working on the dialogue system. Once the dialogue system is complete, then we will continue working on the tutorial. But the hope is that in the tutorial, we want characters to talk back and forth to explain things. So the hope is that dialogue system is just a side quest to the tutorial. I'm hoping today we'll be able to finish the side quest. Yeah, those are words of correcting. And the cat considered arson. No, he considered mutiny. Very different. He considered property damage, and it roughly translates to a Xeno 3 axis. That's what we typically associate 3 numbers 7s with. I have heard of 777 before, and ours is definitely the answer to the question is why is everything on fire? Oh my. With that said, why don't you go ahead and get all nice and comfy. I'll be right back. Surely in the time between now and in the future, no arson will be committed. Nuh-uh. Well, what do we have here? A law-abiding citizens, I assume as much. You seem to be in an amazing place, business building. You've already gone ahead and pressed the elevator buttons, and all you really have to do now is just wait for the elevator to arrive. And unfortunately for you, this is a magical business building. You're not sure how you got here. There's no door to enter. There's really no door to leave. There's also no stairs, no windows, no tools for you to use. You can't really break anything here. Anytime you take damage, you're healed infinitely. So really, it's kind of a safe and enjoyable purgatory until the elevator arrives. And I just thought like that, we're kidnapped again. You're not kidnapped. You're doing just fine. He wanted to play, or he was to play with us. That's the thing, check. I play with him 30 minutes before stream, 30 minutes after stream, 30 minutes. I play with him like 2 hours every day. But he decided freedom was allowed, which is freedom's allowed and everything, but I'm not helping my case. But you know what can help my case? Promotion! And I feel trapped in a strange place! So do I. And hi Liz! Welcome to the stream, welcome in, and welcome. I read Rhythm Game in the title and came here to check out what have I gotten myself into. A beautiful thing! And somehow this is my favorite bit. Here's the suit! Welcome to the elevator. And hi, Sicko! Welcome to the stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well, but welcome to the stream. Yes, indeed! Welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of the stream where I attempt to pitch my game to you in 45 seconds. The idea is that if you haven't been here before, it gives you a chance to get up to date on what my game is about. It also means that if you haven't been here in a second or two, it gets you up to date, and it gives me a better chance of explaining my game in a concise and short amount of time. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, Manila, Eris, what's the game you're making? Well, for almost 2 years, coming next month, well, not coming next month, but starting next month, 2 years, I've been working on BAM! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. And the idea here is, if I click on that guy here, 45 seconds. When that is there, I attempt to pitch the game. I'll see how well I do. And hi, the old Eris, and run. It's late. Oh boy. All right, are you ready? I got this, Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. Nah, she wants to become a baker, a chef. So she decides to open up a hidden cafe in the part of school where she serves her fellow wizard customer students. Not only is it a cafe sim, but it's also a rhythm typing game. This comes from the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to summon food, in order to do all that thing, you have to spell cast in easy type to the beat. You have to summon food, serve customers, and as you go along, different moods, different rhythms, different beats, different poems, different types of spells will be unlocked so that at the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can follow your dreams. You can follow your heart. It will include fast songs, slow songs, easy songs, hard songs, bitter songs, sweet songs, salty songs, and pirates! Not my worst. Not my best. But I don't think, it's a solid, like, at least 7. I give it a 7. So maybe 7.5 if I'm being generous here. Clearly now you're solid, right? I can't forget the pirates. Pirates are I like how the notification shows in the center. Thank you for the follow list. Thank you. Hold on here. Let me go ahead and see if I can just move that guy up to like here, I think. And alright, you got my attention. Perfect. Let me go ahead and click on this thing here. And if I click on this thing here now, if for whatever reason you're not convinced, which you know what, I understand, it's alright. Some people need to see tangible things before they decide to invest in stocks. what I can do is show you the current prototype that's up on itch at the moment. There's a few bugs here and there. It's not the completed game. However, the prototype exists for the MVP, which is the minimum viable product. And that's the idea of we need a cafe, we need a rhythm game, and we need a typing game. Once those guys are completed, then we can kind of add game juice and jazz and things of that nature. So what I can do is get off my business suit here. Let me go ahead and grab, oh, which one's Bobby? Bobby, we'll be right back after this commercial break. Oh, the commercial break is, hold on, where'd it go? Hold on, there we are. Let me go ahead and do let's see here. Exclamation, NECROTYPE. There we go. And let me enable this so you can hear the music. You should be good to go. Bobby is gone. Oh no! Bobby will appear in about, I'd say, a second or two, right about now. There he is. Okay. Now we're all equipped. Music should be heard, so we should be A-okay and good to go. And yay, ads over! One ad into another. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Then I should be able to click on this guy here. The game should open up in a small form, which is good to go. Lovely, lovely. And hide this guy here. And a shameless promotion. Over! Indeed. As I said, the elevator room is not a terrible place. It's just a place. And Eris, is there a reason your children keep escaping, Granny? No. They are free to come and go as they please, but you see what happens with freedom. To begin, let's go ahead and start off with the calibration. When the skull enters in the white circle, we press space. So let's see how well we do, shall we? Oh, my hit. Oh, wait. Hit. 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 Okay, we have 16 milliseconds, I think that would translate to, or 0.16. That sounds about right. Let's go back to main menu here. Let's go into levels, and let's go into the tutorial. What you can see before you now is Gabby. And actually, let me up the music and audio just a little bit to make things not as super duper quiet. Now that we're here in the cafe though, if we go ahead and use the arrow keys to move around, oh, hold on. If we go ahead and move the arrow keys to move around, you'll see a customer has spawned. What we can go ahead and do is sit the customer down. The customer will then find a spot in the cafe to read their book, think about their options, their choices, their decisions in life. And they're allowed to have opinions. And wait, should we mix this and make it into a song? Combined with the suggestions that I should try rapping out. That does not surprise me, Eska. And calibrated by 1 frame of the equivalent of 60 hertz. That does sound somewhat accurate, yes. If we grab the customer and we click on E, the customer's order will be taken. And as I said before, the idea is that you're combining different flavors, different ideas. And the hope is that what you can see here is that Gabriella is a necromancer. So her color is purple and the flavor is bitter. Each wizard house has a different color and flavor associated with it. And these attributes allow different things to happen during spellcasting. For example, any song that has the flavor bitter in it will be fancy. Any song that has the flavor sweet in it will be super duper easy, as they are our Medimancers, our healer wizards. So something that's sweet and bitter is going to be fancy and easy. However, when we start adding pyromancers into the game, anytime you have the flavor of spicy, which is the color of orange or yellow, I have not decided yet, but anytime it has spicy in it, it goes super duper fast. So you can imagine spicy sweet, super duper fast, super duper easy. However, spicy bitter, super duper fast, super duper fancy. That's the hope behind combining all of them, and we'll have a total of 10. So if I go over here, the skull will tell us to go to the back, and we'll have to combine 2 flavors and a product. So let's go ahead, grab a product off of here, grab a flavor product, yep, that's good, and then product, there we go. And if we hold down Q, we'll be introduced to the tutorial. The thing we have been working on, trying to update for the past, I think, 3 months now, which is, we're making progress, certainly. The hope is that today we're working on a dialogue system which should help make the tutorial understandable and not as a screen, which you can see here. Very easy though, hopefully. The idea is that once the words reach the white circle, you press them. When this guy fills up, you did good. The spell has been completed. If this guy fills up, you did bad. That's the tongue-tie meter. That's when you fail and miss things. So keep this guy down, wait for this guy to fill up, hit the buttons when they reach the circle. That's it in a nutshell. There's a lot of other things, but the hope is that when we get through the tutorial, it'll make a lot more sense. But for today, right here, right now, all that's important is we spellcast. So let's see. B-E-W-A-R-E, okay, space, same like rusty. T, okay, slower. H, E space, space, you know what? hold on. Oh no! Hold on. Restart. I think the calibration is off. B-E-W-A-R-E space. Never mind, it was just me. T, and then H, E space, M, Y space, S-O, N, okay, and then space, T-H-E space, J-A-W-S space, T-H-A, T space B, I-T-E, comma space T, H-E space, C-L-A-W. A little bit too early on those. And then we have S. There we are. 63%. Good enough. And the calibration is the issue. I don't know why. I haven't seen 16 before. Usually it's like 20 or something. The good news is that in the update, we'll be able to modify the calibration. So if you know what calibration works best for you, you can just set it automatically, which will be great. If we click on finalize here, we have the dish. So if we go ahead and pick the dish up, we can serve the customer and go ahead, eat it. Think it's delicious. It's nice and tasty. Once they finish eating, they'll leave their tip, and then they'll walk on their merry way. There's other things that will be in the game. As I said before, there's going to be more flavors, more wizards, more different types. There's also going to be ghosts, which you can see they're ghosts served. And ghosts will act as your antagonists, so to speak. They're not mean ghosts. They're just ghosts that the main character's afraid of and why she doesn't want to become a necromancer. If I click on you here, you'll serve ghosts like you serve customers. And if you don't happen to serve ghosts in the time that it takes you to, that doesn't make sense. If you don't happen to serve ghosts in a good amount of time, they start haunting the cafe, which disturbs the customers. So you want to serve ghosts because of their aura. Let me go ahead and click on you here, click on you here. Should be able to hide that guy here. Click on this guy here, click on this guy here, click on this guy here. Set this music to be down here, and we should be good to go. Lovely, lovely. Alrighty then. So, what is important for today is starting off by talking about the goal of the dialogue system. If I bring you into our concepts here, as I get a little bit of what here, and I did read this one, I think. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Did I read that? Did I read that? Did I read that? I don't believe I missed anything. Please do correct me if I'm wrong and if I missed something. Nope. I think we're all good to go. I just read arson. Oh boy. Let me click on this guy. Let me get some water. Tasty, tasty. Alrighty then. So, the goal of the dialogue system, as I have been very recently inspired by Deltarune, is I'm looking for a system like this, where you have the dialogue box, you have the character portrait on the left here, or the right, doesn't really matter. The hope is that it's not behind the box, like you would see something for Fields of Mystria. So the hope is not something visual novel, more so something like this. So we need a box, we need a character portrait, we also need the words that they're saying, and we're going to need the emotions, so whether they're happy, sad, angry, or all of the above. And the hope is that maybe we also need to have the name of the character at the top. That could definitely work. Oh, my throat. Hold on, give me 1 second. That could definitely work. As you can see here, there's a word or there's a name in the box. I can see like having a section for the name at the top. I think that can work out as well. And maybe having like a little E button to press or something that too. Maybe we can combine them. But the hope of what we did last time was we worked on trying to understand and trying to make the portraits. I think we're just about done. What I can do is I can bring you into, hold on here, programming. This one right here. This screen right here, and what you can see hopefully is in our dialogue manager we now have 2 sprites. These are prototypes, these are placeholders, so hopefully they won't be in the full version of the game, but for right now we have 2 actors here. We have Gabby and her familiar. The familiar does not have a name yet, and we've been considering a few options, and where'd Gabby go? Hold on, this is actor sprite Gabby. Yeah, where's Gabby sprite? I want to move the Gabby sprite. There we are. Okay, so these are the sprites that we have to work with, and the hope is that placeholders make it fun to develop and we don't have to worry about too many different things in the sense of looking at boxes and squares. So if I click on you here, you can see that Gabby has a few emotions here. She has happy, she has neutral, she has none. Oh, this here needs to be fixed. You can kind of see that there's a lot of different frames, which isn't good. These guys should not be linked. She has sad, she has side-eye, she has side-eye mad, and she also has silly. And then for the spider here, we have happy, we have neutral, we have sad, we also have here side-eye, we also have here side-eye mad, and also silly. So these are the sprites that we'll be using to work with, and so that we can have something appear on screen while we're working. And what we've also done recently too is we've been working on trying to figure out a way to organize our dialogue structure, and I believe that has been figured out as well. If I go ahead and I bring you into this guy here, cute, thank you. If I bring you back into Obsidian here super duper quickly, hopefully I can show you. We've been working on a new script system, so if I click on this guy here, you can see this is the idea of how the script will be, what's the word I'm looking for? Structured, yes. Each dialogue will have its own file, and we have here, and this is how the game's going to read it. You have the speaker, you have the emotion of the sprite, you have the line of the sprite, and then the signal will be if we need to send a signal or send a pointer, things of that nature with like Godot. So this would be code. So for example here, if the signal's like send text, maybe it sends something else to like the diner and have like a notification speaker, have a sound play. So the signal and argument are for code, and then the line, emotion, and speaker are mainly what we'll be doing, but the good news is that we also have these guys here. If need be, we ever need to send a signal after something happens. So for example, maybe we want the game to prompt an event, or maybe we want a different animation to play. That's what signal and argument are for. What we should hopefully have to deal with today is first figuring out why the animation, the guy, is not working as intended, and then we can see if we can have the speaker and everything else prompt and show up correctly on the screen. So if I go ahead and bring you back into our programming CAD, let's see. To begin, I think we're going to have to delete these animation players and restart anew. So I'm going to go ahead, oh, hold on, before I do that, let me double check here and see. Did I make a backup? I don't know. Let me click on you here. Let me click on you here. Need to go to this guy here. Need to go to you here. Click on you here. Double checking, yes. Version control, super duper important. I try to remember to save it before stream, but sometimes I can't remember, which is okay too. The important part is that it's remembered before mistakes are made. And I'm cute, which thank you, Kevin. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. They were a lot of fun to do. I'm definitely glad we took a little bit of a side quest to do a little doodle here and there. It was a lot of fun. And it seems to be the case. Yeah, I did save a save before the start of stream, so we're all good to go. If I make any mistakes going forward, we do have a backup. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this guy here. So we delete our animation player. And we also delete our animation player for Gabby here. Yep. Then we're going to save it, and then we're going to make new animation players. So I'm going to grab an animation player here. We're going to call it the animation player for the spider. And then I want to make a new animation player here. And I also want to make an animation player for Gabby. So we're going to do AP spider for animation player, and we'll also do AP Gabby. There we are. And we'll go ahead and move you down to here. There you go. Hold on. There we are. Okay. And our Gabby will need to go below the sprite here. And our spider will need to go below the sprite here. And the hope is that while it's going to be a lot of files, I'm hoping that there's not going to be a lot of actors. Right now how we have is that each actor has a sprite, they have a node. There's a lot of things that each actor owns, so it's a lot of resources? I guess maybe that's the best way to describe it. There's a lot going on at the moment, which is unfortunate. However, with the fact being that we are going to have a lot of characters, the hope is that it's small enough that it won't matter in the long run how many we have. If it were the case that the system had to support 50 characters, then I would question a few things. But at most, I think we're going to have 15. So I think we're okay. It will be fine. I'm going to go ahead and grab this guy here, and we're going to make it as I go over here and hold on, click on myself here, as I'm using a plugin called A Sprite Wizard, and from that plugin, I've made my own few things off of it. And this A Sprite Wizard allows me to use A Sprite files and put it into Godot, so it makes things a little bit easier, but also a little bit tricky in the sense of things should be more, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a lot of workarounds I have to do to make up for the fact that I don't have to work in other ways. So I wasn't able to avoid responsibilities as much as I would have hoped. Let me go ahead and click on import here, and we should hopefully only import the spider animations. That's the main thing. We only want the spider animations, not any of Gabby's. And it seems to be the case that we have. Only spider has been imported. From there, we also need to do the same for Gabby. So here we have Gabby. I click on here, Gabby. Let's go ahead then and see about importing for Gabby, specifically Gabby, not the spider. I just want one of them. And if we click on AP Gabby here, we have only Gabby sprites. So we're good to go. All right, I'm making a backup now, just in case. We have imported properly. Let me go ahead and click on you here, and then we'll do import worked. IMPORTAP, import animation player. All right, commit and sync and push, and we should be good. Lovely. Okay, with that said, another thing that we can note is, I believe it should be an output, if I'm not mistaken, you know what? I don't think that's too important. If I click on play here, do we get those red guys, or were those red guys just a thing that happened? I think they're a thing that happened and that they don't matter. They don't. We're good. This thing is to be expected. This makes sense. This is good. That's fine. That can be ignored. This here's what we're looking for. This is the import of, you can see, this would be our, what's it called? Signal here. We have the character, we have the emotion. So this is working. This is the test script, and it is functional. So now we have to link up our portraits to the emotions. You can kind of see it here. Those little guys up the top left, or no, he can't see them. Hold on. Let me see if I can let you see them. If I click on you here, and then I click on you here, there we go. You can kind of see them in the top left. So make them a little bit bigger, and then we'll also need to have some sort of like dialogue box to show up on the screen. And the good news is that we also started a monologue system. So we made that already. So we just have to update the monologue system to work for dialogue. Monologue is one conversation, dialogue's 2 conversations. And QWERTY, that's a lot of red. You can ignore it, at the end. But welcome to the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. I hope you've been well. Alrighty then. So we have our little sprites here. Let me also make sure that these guys here are set to default. So we have neutral, and we also should have neutral on the spider here. So these guys should be set to default. And what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to have a box. Let's not link up the box just yet to the portraits. Let's just start off by having the box say words and dialogue. And hi, welcome in your stream, welcome in, and welcome back. So with that said, what we're going to do is go to our is it called dialogue? I think it's called, yeah, old dialogue. Old dialogue is what we have here. There was an ID, there were lines. We're looking for our old spider. So if I go into here, spider, you can see spider. And in our spider, this was the old system. It was the idea of the characters could have like a little dialogue box appear above their head. But since we want multiple characters to talk back and forth, this kind of dialogue box didn't make sense. So this is why it's the old system. We didn't even finish the system. This was an idea. And the good part about prototypes is that you don't have to go too far into them to understand if they should work or not. So it's a scrapped idea that was only an idea for like, I think 3 days. But the good news is that because it was scrapped, we have all of the resources available to us to use it in other areas. So we have here our old speech bubble, and in our speech bubble here, we had a lot of things. You can see set dialogue script. There was also the event here, and this is what's important. This event counted if you need to go left or right in the communication. And since this is important, we can just kind of yoink this and see about everything else. So what I'm wondering is, can we kind of just sort of maybe go to our dialogue manager, then grab our speech bubble here. So if I just go to our speech bubble here, yep, speech bubble, and if I just drag and drop you here, this is the main important guy. What I'm wondering is, can we make that speech bubble a little bit wider? So possibly what we can do is see about making you We have our margin container, we have our 9-patch rectangle. What I'm looking for is how to make this 9-patch rectangle longer. So we have here our size. I want to double the X, I think, by like 2. So you there. Aha, that works. But you need to be filled in. So possibly we need to go to this guy actually and make our X times 2. So times 2 like that. Ah, there we go. Lovely. Yeah, that works well. What we also need to do is we're going to need to have a place to have the dialogue boxes at. Not yet at the moment, but we're going to need to have an area here for the dialogue to appear. But that's not too needed right now. And thank you. Corpse revived for the fallen. Welcome in the stream. Welcome. Hold on. It disappeared. That's okay. I saw it, and it's not at the corner of the screen yet. So let me go ahead and make that notification go up a little bit more. Thank you for the follow though, and welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And beware the woman who speaks in spiders. Hi, Jaxus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Hi, Eris. How's everything going? Great. Started a little bit late because my kitten decided to start mutiny, but he has been contained now. We're all good to go. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Our speech bubble needs to link up to this text dialogue. So this is test dialogue. Oh boy, test text. Oh my. We need to have this guy link up to this. So right now, I don't think the dialogue box is reading it properly, but that's okay. We have a few things, and it's gonna take a little bit to remember, but it's all good. What I'm wondering is, our dialogue manager here has nothing available to it. Our speech bubble here also has nothing available to it. There's a few things I'd like to do. We have here a talk position. We don't need this anymore because there's no longer a line. We have this guy here, yep. We have you there, so this is our box. This is our index spot for the conversation. We have here a color rectangle for that there too. And pretty mid today. Rain outside, forced to live with a dog in my room, but at least I went to my grandma in taxi despite the short, heavy rain. Ah, well that's nice. I'm glad you're able to look at the bright side of things. Let me click back into speech bubble here. There's a lot of things we don't need. For example, our index we do need. Dialogue script, we don't need this anymore. So if we remove the old dialogue script and replace it with a new dialogue script, what does that do exactly? Let's go here and let's open up our dialogue script. So if we go to dialogue script here, do that guy here, and I were to click on you here, this is our new dialogue script. We have a print, and it prints out everything in the dialogue. So we can see here, prints this out, then prints the message, then prints the separator, and then for verse and verse, interesting. Okay, so what we need here in our dialogue script is to give it or do something of the case. We need a way to have the dialogue script print out the verses and things of that nature, so it shouldn't be too bad. What we're going to do here first is give it a dialogue script. So instead of this old dialogue script, let's go ahead and remove this guy here for now, temporarily. We have our talk position. We don't need a talk position. That's not important anymore. We also have position to vector. That's also not needed anymore. And this talk position was the line that came from the bubble. So it was a thing of if the person was in the center, then the line would appear in the center or left or right. That's not needed anymore since that's the old system. We also have here the position of the rectangle depending on what the position of the bubble was. Don't need that either. We also have here if new index dialog script lines. So this is how we went forward and backwards in our script. And this is how we set the dialog script. And this is how we updated the dialog script. So I think we're good to go. Let's see, index spot label. This is our bubble text label. Yep. Okay, so now that we have deleted our old dialog script, let's go ahead and make our new dialog script. So instead of export at variable dialog script here, we'll just go ahead and set it to be new dialog script, like that guy there. And we'll take whatever dialog script we're given. And what we can see here is dialog script equals, and set dialog script index, and it takes the, so what I'm thinking is we're going to need to have a function for set dialog. And let's start there. Let's just start there. For our dialogue guy here, so if I click back into you here, there's a few things we can see. We can see that it has an array of dialogue verses. And in our verses, that's what the thing, those were the things I was talking about. If I click on you here, you can see we have speaker, line, emotion, pointer, and pointer argument. For now, let's just do line and let's have speaker also done. So we can get the name of the speaker as well as the name of what they're trying to say. And hi, Claude. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. Let's see here. We have next, back, and I'm wondering at least, we have an update, we have unhandled, and we have set dialog script. Yeah, I'm thinking at least we need to tell it what dialog script to set. We don't need the script index, that's not needed. What we need to do is do new script, new script, new script, and this is going to be a new dialog script. And then what we're going to do is do dialog script equals new dialog script, as that's that guy there. So dialog script equals new dialog script. So we'll just do this here, dialog script, new script here, like that. There we are, new script. We set the index to 0 and then we update the text. This is the important part here. If dialog script equals 0, then we say could not do it there, no dialog script. However, if it is the case that we can't have the script, then what we need to do is do dialog script dot lines index. This is not what we need to do, I don't think at least. What we need to see about doing is if I click on this guy here, we can see on this here, we need to access the first verse. And in our first verse, we need to access the dialog verse, which is the line. So it's a few things, we gotta go through a few hoops, but it shouldn't be too bad. What it seems to be the case of is we do dialog script dot, so let's see, dot, and then we take the verses, so verses, we then grab the verse of the index, so our current index here. With that said, I think then what we have to do is do index dot, and then I think it's line. So index dot line here. And not only do I want to do this though, I also want to grab the speaker, which shouldn't be too bad. We'll save this guy here, copy you here, and we'll also do the speaker. So this is going to be the quotes of what the character is going to say, but there's a few other things. I would want to do the character's name itself. So we're actually also going to do dot speaker. So speaker will go here. We'll do speaker as I scroll it a little bit, speaker, and then we'll do dot find key, or no, is it find key? I can't remember. Speaker dot find key. No, it's dot speaker. And then it's going to be, hold on here, we do speaker. We'll actually need to remove this guy here and do dialogue. I think dialogue script, no, actor. I think it's actor dot, and then we do actor dot name dot find key, and this is where we give the name of our actor, which is our speaker here because it's an enum, and we'll do this guy here, and then we'll do these two dots here to say, hey, this is who's talking at the moment. This is the speaker. We'll do that guy there. So we should get the name of the actor followed by their line here. That's all that should happen. And then we grab the string or the index, and we set the index to be not dialog script dot lines dot size. It's actually going to be our dialog script dot verses dot size. So dot verses dot size. And then when we go forward, we're going to do next, and when we go backwards, we go back. And you can see here, hold on, if we go next, there's update text, and back is update text. And what we need to do here is not do dialog script lines here. We also need to set this to verses. So we need to do verses.size here. And I think that fixes everything, possibly, maybe. We'll see. With that said, I save this guy here, we go back to our speech bubble, and if we go back to our dialogue manager, let's see what happens. I'm going to make this guy a bigger scale so that it's easier to see on screen. And I'm hoping. If I click on play here, what we should get immediately is to have Gabby say hello. So let's see if she says hello or if this thing breaks and explodes. Either or, it breaks and it explodes, which is okay. Invalid argument for set dialogue script argument. Oh, yes. I understand, it's okay. This is in our old dialogue manager. Oh, old dialogue manager. We don't need old dialogue manager anymore. We can kind of just kind of remove all of this here. Yeah, you don't really need this guy here. Control K. Yeah, I don't know where you came from, old dialogue manager, but you're old. You're outdated. You're to be included in a make it explode. Oh boy, that would be no good. And it says here, could not update speech bubble, no dialogue script. Okay, that's fine. Oh, did we insert it? I don't think we did. Give me 1 second for my nose here as I grab the mic and click on the button. Well, I hope I'm not too loud. I don't know what button it was before, but I accidentally lowered the entire thing, not the mute button. The mute button's yes, muted was the point A the end. The unfortunate thing was I accidentally lowered the volume, and I'm not sure what volume I was at. I meant to just click the mute button, but we're all good. I had to clear my nose, and now, yeah, I'm sneezing. I'm all good now, though. We're A-okay. I just don't know if the volume I set it to was the earlier volume. So don't tell me if I'm a little bit too loud or too quiet, and I'll up the volume or lower the volume. It says here, though, no script, and that's likely because our speech bubble has not been given a dialogue script. Where are we calling your speech bubble at? Right now, we're not calling it anywhere. So what we're going to do here is do a function, and we're going to do ready, I think it's called, yes, ready. And on our ready function, we're also going to have our speech bubble here, so I can right-click this guy, access this unique name, then we'll drag it holding down Alt here, or Control. We'll drag it using Control here to grab our speech bubble, and then with our speech bubble, we need to grab our dialogue. So the question then becomes, where are we testing our dialogue at? I'm not too sure at the moment. Let's see. In our dialogue guy here, we were just here, dialogue verse. Yep, that's print data. Our dialogue script here. Yep, this is where we're currently testing everything. We can go ahead and, well, where are we calling this print data at? I'm wondering. Our dialogue script, yeah, print data. Oh, you know what? I think it's being called in our dialogue parser. Our dialogue parser is what parses the data for like the JSON files and the CSV. So this guy here, I believe, is where we're calling it at. We have here our initialize, and then we have, yep, dot print data. We don't need this anymore. We can just go ahead and remove this guy here. Save this guy here then, and then on our dialogue manager, now we're going to call it. So what we can first do is upon doing ready, we'll say to this guy here, script parser dot, so let's see, dialogue parser, I think it's called instead, dialogue parser dot script list. So, oh, hold on, dialogue parser dot script list, yep, dot script list. And that should work. So we're going to print out the data, and then what we're going to do is our speech bubble is going to do dot, and then we're going to say it should be what exactly? I'm not too sure. I don't remember. It's going to be set dialogue script. So we do here speech bubble set dialogue script. I kind of like the idea of doing set script and set. That sounds nicer. So let's just very quickly also set that to be dot set script. I like that better. So set script to be here. Set script. Now hold on. There we go. Set script. I like that better. It sounds nicer. However, function doesn't match the parent signature. Parent signature is set script variant void. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Set dialogue script, why doesn't that want to work? We have set dialogue script. Maybe that's why I called it set dialogue script. Maybe set script is its own thing or is already in Godot itself. So we do speech bubble dot set dialogue script, and then we're going to take the dialogue script of dialogue script parser. So we grab this guy here and we set it to be this guy. Actually, we can do as well a var for script, script, and then we can set it to be a dialogue script, and we'll set it equals to be this guy here. That way we don't have to keep doing it everywhere. So we can just set this guy to be script here, and then we can set this guy to be script here, like that. Script dot print data, and then speech bubble set dialogue script. All right, now that it is attached and linked, let's see if this works. We should have Gabby say hello. Does Gabby say hello? Gabby does say hello. Look at that. Okay. And then I can use the arrow keys. I think so. It's either A or D or it's the arrow keys. We can go to, yeah, it's the arrow keys. Okay. We have here, if I click on you there, yep. Do you allow me to go back and forth? You don't? That's okay. How about here? No. Okay. So it is printing, but it isn't getting our input at the moment, which is odd. So let's see, if we go back into here, what is it saying exactly for our speech bubble? We have unhandled input, if event is, so we have UI right and UI left, but for some reason it's not getting it. Hello, hi, check, welcome in, and I'm only somewhat listening. Oh, no worries at all, Alien, no worries at all. Let's see. Why is it the case that it's not getting in our input? I wonder. Oh, let's see, yeah, it is at least unhandled event, yeah, and our event is here. So why isn't it deciding to grab what we have? As I should have an input event key, or we should have the buttons do things, but it's not. So what I'm going to do here at least is, upon our speech bubble, on our unhandled input, I'm going to do here, if player can, hold on, I see. Okay, hold on, where do we use this at? Player can control, yeah, okay. It's set to be full default, yeah, okay, so I'm guessing, hold on, okay, now we click on play, now we click. And there was a bull I think I needed to turn on, as I don't want the player to always be able to control him. So now that this has been enabled, so player can control the speech bubble, we can go forward, hopefully. Yes, look at that. We have I am Spooter. Gabby says hello. And then we have I am Spooter Necrotype Cafe, and I'm we'll have to make that loop, but we'll also need it to be the case that if you go all the way to the left, nothing happens. And if you go all the way to the right, nothing happens either. We don't want it looping all the way around, because right now it's looping. So we need to cap it so that you can't go past 4 and you can't go past 1 here. But the good news is that it's working. We just need the message to kind of do a different thing, but it's working, which is the great point. So we'll go ahead and save this guy here. Let me go ahead and make a version control back up here. So we'll go ahead and click on new here. And we'll say box is working. Box is semi-functional. F-U-N-C-T-I-O-N-A-L. Box is semi-functional. We'll click on commit here. We'll click on sync changes. And then let's see. That's all set and good to go. Now what we need to do are a few things. First things first, we're going to need to have the words of our speech bubble, make it so that it's allowed to wrap around. If I were to go back into this guy here, so back into our bubble label here, and we were to go, we want it to, what's it called, wrap? I think fit content wouldn't work. No, we want it to wrap. Auto wrap word, no. Auto wrap word smart. That seems to have worked. And then we need to have an area for the dialog box to go. So right now at the moment we have a margin container. In our margin container, so this is entirely our margin container, we're going to need to have an H box, I believe, here. So if we go ahead and grab an H box, our horizontal box here, we actually need to go to this guy, and then we need to have in our H box this bit here. And then let's see if I grab our color rectangle here, because you're supposed to be below. Yep. And then in our H box, we need to have a 64 by 64 sprite, I think. Hold on, how big are you guys? I don't know if I can check the sizes, but we'll have this guy here, and then we'll have a sprite. Sprite, S-P-R, I guess you don't even need to have a sprite, you just need to be a control node, possibly here, control node, and we want the control node to be 64 at least wide. So we'll put this in the H box here. We're going to call it the portrait parent, P-O-R-T-R-A-I-T, portrait, P-A-R-E-N-T, portrait parent. And then we're going to make sure that you are custom minimum size of at least 64 by 64, because I believe that's the sizing of everything else. With that said, this black guy needs to fill out entirely, and it's not expand. There we go. That does make sense. However, I don't like how the words are kind of, I guess it won't matter too much. We could always add like a little spacer in between so it doesn't take us much space, or it doesn't go right beside it. And yo, what's up? Been a long time. Hi, Mr. Mashingash. I think Mashingish. The name does sound familiar. Please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well, but welcome to the stream. Welcome back in. The name does indeed ring a bell. What we're going to do is add a little bit of a spacer so that they're not right beside each other. So I'm also going to add another control node here. We're going to call it a spacer. So I can click on you here, put you here. We're going to call it spacer, S-P-A-C-E-R, our spacer. And our spacer is going to take up a little bit of space. It's just going to take up, I think like, probably you're good to do like 5 space there. That way it gets pushed aside. And with that said, our bubble box here also needs to do, let's see, scroll active, scroll following. Yeah, now why aren't the words doing word things now? They're kind of cutting off, which is not good. I would want it to be center, but for some reason the words are kind of, it feels off. So what I'm thinking at least is we'll make the spacer left here, and then we'll make a spacer right, possibly. So spacer left here, we'll do spacer right then. So spacer right here, spacer right, no space, don't need space. And we'll put the spacer right on the other side of the box. So that's not the other side. We need it on the other side of the box, here. Nope, that's not the other side either. We need it to go not in the V box. We need it to go below it. So something here. There we go. No, I don't need you to go in it. I need you to go below it. What if I just put you below it? There we go. Lovely. So now it's in the center. And you still talk fast like you used to be? Well, I'm glad you remember me correctly. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. As long as I'm excited and I'm doing something. And the speed is, what would you say, relative maybe? My speech speed, it depends on my excitement. And since I really do love game development, it's all the way. The only reason why in the beginning of streaming it wasn't very speedy was because I was very nervous and camera shy, but now, I hope you can tell I'm not. Oh my. Let me go go here, let me save this guy. And with our portrait parent, we're going to have, let's see, I wish we could do like expand probably here. Yeah, expand to here. Then we also want these guys to expand, so expand here as well. We also want this guy to expand as well, so expand here. And we want this guy here, our V-Box, to take up a lot of space, as much as we can. So we'll go here, as much space as it can take up, it will take up. So, with all of that said and done, we now have a place to have our portrait parent, and we're just going to need to grab the portrait parent's position. So I'm going to go here, access this unique name, and then we're going to have on here, you there. Let's drag and drop you, so at export var on ready. Actually, you need to probably go up here. So we'll move it up here. There we go. And we need to have the portrait parent, as the hope is that we'll grab the portrait parent's position and then set it to be the position of our speech dialogue text, or dialogue, what's it called? Portrait. We'll have that be the location of the portrait. So what we can do then, or portrait parent, we can also call this as, I think, portrait position. So portrait, P-O-S-I-T-O-N, portrait position. And then we'll set this to be portrait position as well. So portrait position here, and portrait, P-O-S-I-T-I-O-N. So P-O-S-I-T-O-N, portrait position. Is that right? Portrait position dot position? Portrait position dot, I don't like that. Portrait parent dot position. I take it back, we'll do portrait parent. I like that better. Portrait parent dot position, or portrait position dot position. Yeah, I like portrait parent dot position. So we'll do portrait placeholder. How about that? P-L-A-C-E-H-O-L-D-R. Portrait placeholder dot position. I like that a lot better than parent. So we'll do portrait placeholder dot position here, and we'll also do P-L-A-C-E-H-O-L-D-R. Portrait placeholder here. Another thing we then need to do is that if it is the case that our new dialogue script is going to the left, let's see. So next, then we set it to be return, R-E-T-U-R-N. We return it if it's trying to go to the very start, and if it's trying to go to the very end, then we also return. So we don't allow it to go forward, and we also don't allow it to go backwards. So no, we can't allow it to go forward. This will be end of dialogue. So this is fine here to set the index to 0. Because we want it to be, we want the player to be able to go forward. We don't want them to be able to go backwards 100%. So I think back can return. However, if it is the case that it is 0, 0 is fine, as we'll be saying, we'll do index 0. I guess you could say it's completed. We say, hey, it's completed. We're all good to go. And yo, also, how's the game going? What point are you at? Right now, we're working on a dialogue system. Things are going slow, I can say. I can also show you here a little bit of the, hold on here. Speech bubble here, is that it? No, not there. Here we are. Yeah, we're working right now on a dialogue system so that the characters can talk back and forth. As right now, the tutorial needs to be updated before I put the new version of the game up on itch. Since if I just put the version up on itch, because of everything that's changed at the moment, it would not make a lot of sense. I can also, for example, show you a few other things, as I'm very proud of this. Hold on here. Our dialogue, I'm not sure when last you saw the game, but I can show you here as well. We've been working on, if this game doesn't close and crash on me, I click on levels here, I click on this guy here. Few things. Hold on. Let's see. This is going to be debug screen, visibility set to false. There we go. Okay, so here's the new cafe. The cafe has been shrunk, so it's no longer 6 tables. It's also got a few things. You can kind of see that there's a little candle here. There's also some flowers here. This is to show what table is what, so that when a customer comes in, you won't be too confused. As well as that, the biggest change is this, the book. The book has been added. Now, granted, all of these are placeholders, and your pixelator looks so good. Oh, thank you, indeed. Now we have a book here that we'll show you, and you can see all the different colors represent the different flowers, so that's good to go too. So now you'll be able to see an order when a customer comes in. For example, here, hold on. Customer comes in. They'll figure out where they want to go, sit down. Oh, also, I don't know if you noticed, there's a little guy here. I don't know, you can't see it. So you know what? Since you can't see it, let me go ahead and make it the top left. There we are. So we have a way for the player to know what controls they can press. We can also, hold on here, if I click on this guy here, we click on this guy here so that you can hear the game properly. There's also this. Now you take the customer's order, and it lets you know, oh, that's broken. You can avoid that, or you can ignore that. It seems to be the case that why are you broken? This guy should only play once. So is it the case? Hold your horses here, and wow, and thank you, it works yet? I can't remember you working on it. You made a lot of progress, actually. Thank you. It'll be next week, I believe. Hold on, as I'm trying to figure out why this guy is looping. Next month we'll make a total of working 2 years on this game, as I try to figure out why. Yeah, okay, let's see. I am wondering at least, why is it the case that the spider taking notes should not be looped? Is that the issue here? Close the game, start the game up, just double checking here on why that's the case. But the hub is that we're working on the tutorial system right now, but in order to show the player how to play the game, what we've added is, what we're adding is the dialogue system. As now there's a way for the player to know what buttons they can press. You can see that's the E to interact. And the book will also let you know what buttons you can press. But the hub is that at least. Let's see. Let me see if I did fix this. We take the order and we're free. Okay, that fixed that. Let me also make sure I save so that it doesn't break again. And maybe the pen isn't working, so the spider tries to fix it. Can you actually imagine that being like an Easter egg in the game? Oh my. Let me go ahead and save this guy here before I forget. That player loop, player PLAYER, right down loop fix. There we go. Player write down loop fix. Commit and save. But I hope you do enjoy the progress. Yeah, I am so excited to be able to release this version. I had hoped I would be able to release it last month. Then last month finished. Then I thought I would be able to release it at the end of this month. Then this month's almost over. So I'm guessing it'll be next month. Hopefully, if we can get the dialogue manager working, because even once the dialogue manager is complete, that's not even the end of the tutorial. If I go back into, hold on, here, concepts. Once we have the dialogue manager finished, then we have to continue the tutorial. Right now, how the tutorial works is when you spawn the game, you don't spawn in the cafe anymore, you spawn in the kitchen. The spider will then tell you, hey, Gabby, why don't you go ahead and do a warm-up? You do the warm-up, you do the calibration. That shows you how the spellcasting system works and a good idea for it. Then the spider asks you to make it a special dish, or not a special dish, but just a dish before you get started and open up the cafe. So then Gabby will have to grab all of the components, and this is where it's important for the player to understand that you can go up to objects and press buttons. So that's why we had to add the system so that, what's called hint system. Yeah, hint system where you can see things. Oh, I also don't know if you noticed, but when you get in your objects, it also goes like there's like a white outline too. And she thought the tutorial wouldn't take long. But the thing is, we're adding so many slice of life fixes. I didn't think, when I thought to myself, yes, I'm going to make a tutorial. I didn't think to myself, I'm going to need a dialogue system. I'm going to need a way to show what buttons the player can use. I'm going to need a way to show what objects the player can interact with. I didn't think of any of that. Oh my. That said, once the player is able to interact with the object, they'll have to press the buttons and figure out what flavor they want. The player will then be told, actually, if you don't remember what you're supposed to do, as the words will be blotted out, so you won't be able to tell what is what, you'll have to open up the book, and it'll prompt you to open up the book. Space book animation, little sparkle there. Once you open up the book, then you'll see, and you'll be directed to the objects that you'll have to be able to craft and grab. So once you know what you're looking for, you'll have to do a little bit of a system, and we'll have to make a thing that's kind of hints it to, if the player's a little bit confused, they'll hopefully be nudged in the right direction of what they'll have to grab. So then you'll have to place all of the objects down. Once you start placing the objects down, Spider will go, actually, Gabby, I don't think I want cake anymore. Can you give me cookies? So then the spider will have you throw away things so that you'll understand what the trash can is. You'll have to grab the cookie. Once that's done, you'll have to place the object down on this little shelf here, and that'll also show you that you can save foods here, and also put foods away or anything else you want to just throw away. You'll be able to throw away. Once you have completed all of that, that is part 1 of the tutorial done. We haven't even gotten that far with planning because I don't want to plan too far ahead. But this is the cafe portion of the game. We need to teach the player how to do the spell casting and the rhythm typing part. And then once the player has made their first dish, then the customer will come in and the customer will sit down. They'll probably be like one of Gabby's friends and say, oh, I'm so excited. This is your first time opening up the cafe. And Gabby's like, oh, let me go ahead and make you something. And then this will be a test to see if the player understands exactly what they're supposed to do. They'll also be shown the customer order page and how things work there. Then later on in the game, as I'm not going to have this as part of the initial tutorial, but how I was talking before about the ghost. The ghosts, I didn't realize the outbreaks are about to come, but the ghosts are going to be part of a different tutorial at a different time another day. Right now, we're just teaching the player how to spell cast and how to serve customers. Then it's going to go up on itch, and then we'll go back and either revise the tutorial, because the thing is, when I'm playing tutorials, I kind of get bored of tutorials. I like reading, I like learning things, but I want the tutorial not to be too fast, and I also want it to be engaging. So we'll save the ghost for a later tutorial. For right now, ghosts don't appear in the game. Maybe they appear in like level 4 or 3, but for the moment, you just need to know how to make food, summon it, and serve it to customers. That is all. And hi, Coffee. Welcome back. That said, we'll do the ad break, and then when the ad break is back, as you won't miss any programming, we'll just be here seeing if I can chat for another 2 minutes. But once we come back, we'll continue the dialogue system. Thank you all for your patience, though. If I click on this guy here, we're good to go. Let me go ahead and get a little bit of what here. I hope your day's been well so far, Agape. And the game is beautiful, but it's missing polished game feel. Oh yeah, that's the thing. right now, that's not the focus. I do want to make game feel. I want to add special animations and sounds and effects, but that's not now. That's not part of the MVP, the minimum viable product. Right now, we need a functional game that allows us to do spell casting, allows us to do rhythm, allows us to do typing, and allows us to do cafe. Once it's good, and once it feels decent, then we can add more game feel. Yes, that is planned, but at the moment, all of that stuff, all of those extra things have been put on the board of suggestions that I've told myself I'm not allowed to look at. But the idea is that even here you can see Colomancy, Goromancy, the ideas of where, what magic Abby's really creating. And we have here some spider names, and you use a track title, A Bitter Sweetheart. Oh, that's good. That's good, Jack. And imagine if Gabby said something like, "Oh my, you never shut up, insert spider name. Maybe if I give you some food, you'll stop speaking for the rest of the game." Can you imagine? Oh my, it's been 2 years since you started working on this MVP? Yep, 2 years. It's the first game I've ever made in sense of it's the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in 24 hours and was a mini game sort of game, so like a, what is it called? It is, yeah, you know what? Actually, I can just show you since we're on ad break here. If I go back into Obsidian here, the first game I ever made was in 24 hours. It wasn't I made it in a day. It was anytime I worked on the game, I had a timer going. And that's a lot of time for the prototype. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. That's why it's taking so long. First game, if I click on this guy here, you can see it was a game I say simply, but this was the first time I ever worked with Godot. It's the idea of, and there's no save files, there's nothing like that. So this is my first ever big project. The second game, this is the first game. I don't know if you can hear it. Hold on, if I go ahead and mute this guy here, and then I go ahead and enable this guy here, you should be hopefully able to hear the game now, fingers crossed. But this game was hard but simple in the sense of, anytime you see a star appear, you click it, you hit it. That's the game. That's entirely it. So I have made a game, but I haven't made like a big game. So this is the first ever big game. This is the first time I'll ever have to deal with like save files and options. This game doesn't have an options menu. There's nothing to save you from making mistakes. But whenever you see the little dots here, you click them and they expire. That's the game. This is entirely it. So made game, yes, but haven't really made a big game. But this is still a game, so I'm counting it. This would be something you would put in like a game jam. I'm making like a full-on big game, which is what I'm really excited for. So yeah, it took me almost, oh, how do you say words? It's been almost 2 years, but I think it's 2 years worth spent, and I wouldn't trade it as. Another thing I didn't realize, as I die here with a score of 8, another thing I realized is that I chose a very difficult genre to make my game. Rhythm games are like RPGs where you get told, I want to make an RPG or I want to make an MMO, and you get told, don't do that. It's very big. It's very difficult. Don't do it for your first project. I would also categorize rhythm games in that sense because you have to know music. You have to know about latency and audio, and there's a lot of extra things you have to know about that if you're a beginner, I would not recommend at all. So I wanted to dip my toe into making a small game that I could put on Steam, and I kind of went to the deep end, which I'm not complaining about, and which I've come to accept at this point. I mean, I've been for the long run. Oh, ad breaks are up. Oh then, welcome back from the ad breaks. What was I saying? Yes, I've made it for the long run. I do want to see the game to completion, but I know going forward, to study maybe a little bit more on game genres as rhythm, typing, cafe. It took me a while to figure out the cafe. It took me a while to figure out the typing, and the rhythm part I have been on and off fighting with for a very long time now. And I assume I will be for a long time too, as yeah, I had to learn music. I was going to get music, you can see here, music composed by Bert Cole. I had an idea of, oh yes, I'll just commission music, but if you're making a rhythm game, you kind of have to know music as a whole, as you have to know how to do beats and what's it called, BPM and things of that nature. So there's a lot I didn't expect that I needed to learn, but I'm glad I'm learning it. Learning's a lot of fun. Let me go ahead and close on this guy here, and then we'll go ahead and click on let's see. Click on you here to bring you back into programming here. Then let me click on this guy here to bring you into the music so that you can hear it. And just click the stream. Oh, for the game, yeah. welcome in, March. Ray Max. Welcome in the stream, Ray Max. And please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well, as I already butchered it once, Steve. But yeah, rhythm game. It's like the second game made ever. First game I made as like a mini game, but because of the fact that I'm very new to this still, I haven't actually made like a big game. A lot of this is difficult. It's going to take me a long time. And at first I thought it was going to take me 6 months. It'll be almost 2 years next month, but I've enjoyed every second of it. I like Necrotype Cafe, and the hope is that once I can get it to a completed portion, then I can go back in the game and add more. But oh boy, it's been a lot of fun. You're making great progress. Thank you, beats. You dipped your toe and fell in the water. Yeah. that sums it up well, check. Oh my. With that said, let's go back into our dialogue manager. So what we were just working on, small recap is we're working on a little dialogue box here that'll have our character portraits speaking back and forth. We have our character portraits, we have all the data, we just need to parse the data now. That's the important part here. And what I wanted to make sure about was that if we went forward, that the box would move forward, but if we went backwards, the box wouldn't move backwards. So if I go ahead and click on you here, we click on you here, we click on you here, so that you can see the box, lovely, lovely. You can see Gabby says hello. If I go to the left, it will not let me progress to the left anymore. We can go then back, I am Spider, so hello, I am Spooter. We can go forward, we have Meh, and then we have Spooter, I am Spooter, Necrotype Cafe, and I am a familiar of Gabby, Necrotype Cafe. And if I go to the right again, it allows us to go back to hello. So now that we have these guys linking up, next thing we have to do is add the portraits, which should not be too bad. Knock on so much wood, as we already do have the portraits. So we've already linked up the words, now we just need to link up the portraits. Step one is going to be first to move the portraits to the position. We're also going to then have to toggle on and off the portrait, everything else. So that shouldn't be bad as well. I say knock on so much more wood, but we'll see. So first thing first we gotta do is we gotta attach all of the actors to a list. So our actor list here, you can see is actor list here, and we have nothing here. So we need to have an authority of our actor list here, and we need to go through, and this is what I wasn't sure about. We have a new key, new value here. Yeah, actor list. Our actor list here has new value. Oh, I know what this does. Okay, from our actor list here, the idea was that we had it as an enum, possibly new value. Yep, we have actor list here. So new key, yep, let's see. New key, what does this do? Actor list, already of our actor list. What's in our actor list? For our actor list, we have name to actor. Ah, I see. Okay, so in our dialogue manager here, we have actor, or actually in our actor list, we have name. So this would be, if I remove this guy here, we have new key, which is going to be Gabby, and Gabby is going to be linked to our actor of Gabby. So add Gabby's profile. So we have new key, which is going to be our enum, and then the profile, which is going to be actor Gabby. And then we add another one. This is going to be our Spider, and the profile is going to be actor Spider. Here we are. And what we'll do here is we can enable and disable all of our actor lists and our actor profiles. So upon doing function start, we'll go ahead and have function upon doing function underscore ready in our actor list. So let's see. I just want to make sure that we can print our name to actor. Print name to actor. Does this give us an error? Is the order of operation out of whack? And it's going to say error. We have null in our list. I'm hoping for no null. We have, do here? Yeah, no. It says actor 1 Gabby, but it doesn't say we have our Spider, which is a little concerning. Yeah, we have, oh, no, it doesn't say we have the Spider saved. How odd. Okay, well, let's click on Spider here, click on OK here, save it. So now we have Spider and Gabby. We click on play here. Hopefully it now attaches properly and does it. Let's see. We have, actor Gabby. Spider has not been added. Why are you not being added here? We have actor 1 Gabby there. What if we do add key value? Spider has been locked in. Now, possibly we get the Spider added, maybe? Let's see here. We have, fingers crossed, yes, actor Spider, actor Gabby. Lovely. And the idea here is that we need to now move all of our actors to wherever our dialogue box is. So we have our dialogue manager here. And what we need to do is either call upon, well, actually, dialogue manager should be fine. We'll say a function for pass for now, and we'll have a function for move to position. So function, move actors to position. So move actors, ACTR, actors to underscore POSITON, and then we'll get a position to move it to. So let's see, new underscore POSITON, new position, and it's going to be a vector 2, so vector 2, and then we'll have it return a void. So I think this is how you do it. Void here. And then we'll have for actor in actor, name to actor. So name to actor, we're going to go ahead and do here, name to actor, and then here an actor. So actor here, ACTOR. I don't know why that insert was added. So name to actor, and then we're going to do dot position, POSITON, dot position, and we should be able to equal it to, and this should be actually global underscore position. So GLOBAL, global position should equal new position, like that there. I think that'll work, we'll see. And then in our dialogue manager here, what we're going to do is on our actor list, upon doing ready, we're going to set our actor list dot, So actor list dot, and then we need to set it to be set. So what do we call it? We were just there. Actor list dot move actors to position. So actor list dot move actors to position. So move actors to position. What position it's going to be? We're going to do our speech bubble here, and we can take our speech bubble and do speech bubble dot, and then we can say what are you calling it? I believe it was our parent. No. It wasn't our parent. Placeholder. Yes, our portrait placeholder dot global position. It's global position here. So to help us out, we move all of these actor sprites to the position of this guy here. And what we'll also do is we will make this guy lower the scale. This is tricky. I guess it won't matter at the moment because this is what we're... Oh, you know, actually, I got a better idea. We'll reset the position to be here, and then we'll go ahead and make a camera and grab a camera. So camera here. Camera, and the camera should allow us to see everything a little bit more in detail. So this camera will be our main camera. We'll zoom in by 100% so that when the game loads up, we have this guy in the center of the screen, even if it's not scaled all the way. And the help is that all of the actors will be moved as soon as we click on play. So if we click on play, all of the actors should go to the box. Do they go to the box? Survey says no, they do not. And why is that the case? We have global position. Hold on, I know why. Actor profile dot sprite. Actor profile dot sprite. So we actually need to do actor global position. So we need to do actor position actor sprite dot global position. There we go. Okay, try again. Click on play now. Let's see. We get we have error. No. Oh, how lovely. Okay, so it seems to be the case that the position of the sprite is not correct. We want it to move to the center. And I'm guessing it's moving it depending on the node, which is the case of if we're here and our sprite, it's the center of the sprite. But if we go to this guy here, it's in the corner. So is there a way we can get the container sizing? Yeah. Or is there a way we can move the box to be, or move the diamond to be in the center? Hold on here. I think it's called the pivot point, if I'm not mistaken. Godot for pivot point. Move pivot to center. Godot for move pivot to center. There we go. Move pivot to center. Is there a way to do that? Let's see. The method depends on whether your node is a UI element or not. If it's a control node, look at the inspector, do pivot offset size divided by 2. So pivot offset, let's see transform here. We can't do pivot offset divided by 2, which is unfortunate. Can we add and then possibly a control node here and do this guy here and set you to be a center node? So center here, center, like this. Oh no, hold on, not that. I want you to be a center node. So change type, change type. Set you to be a center node, does that work? No, that doesn't change you to be the center. Okay, that's fine. How can we do that? How can we set it to be the center of this guy here? That's what I'm wondering. We have custom maximum, we have container sizing here, we have transform, but we can't set the pivot offset, which is super duper odd. Can we move this guy here? We can't change it by their parent, which is also no bueno. So let's see here. If we make our control node guy go to the child of this bit here, can we then make you the center? So if I set you to be the center, that's not the center. How odd, how odd. What if we do lower center? That's still not the center of this guy here. Definitely not the center here. I want you to be the center. Bottom right, we have full rectangle, which sets you to be the full rectangle. Can we then set your pivot offset? We can. I want you to be pivot offset ratio. I think it would be divided by 2, right? So offset size to be 2. So let's see. Go to pivot section and set the offset to size divided by 2. Offset divided by 2. Let's see. So 32, I think. 32 by 32, like that. Aha. Okay. So then this is going to be the portrait placeholder. This is going to be actually the portrait placeholder. So you actually are the portrait placeholder. Access unique name there. And then we undo that access here. Do this access unique name here. And this is going to be not portrait placeholder. This is going to be portrait placeholder parent, P-I-R-E-N-T. And I think now that this guy here is in the center, hopefully, fingers crossed, this will work. If we click on our dialog manager now, click on play. Let's see. We should now get them in the center of the sprite, which is the case to be no. Okay, that's all right. Let's then go here, close this guy here. Let's then go back to our speech bubble. And I'm wondering why that's the case. Our portrait placeholder, safe to be there. Yep. Well, let's just double check here. Our portrait placeholder is going to be this guy here. Yep. Portrait placeholder is that control guy there. So you guys should go to the center, at least I would think so. You put the position in the position there. So we do run current scene. Is it still not the center? That's okay if not, but I'm just wondering. Out of curiosity, no, it's still not the center. How odd. Okay, in that case, maybe, and I'm not sure why, We have our portrait placeholder parent here. We have that there, that there. We have portrait placeholder here. Yeah. Well, then we can see about, and I just want to double check here too. We have portrait placeholder parent. What if we do the portrait? No, that won't work. Okay. I'm wondering at least, do we have to do the pivot offset by divided by 2 there? Maybe, possibly? Like, what if we take the portrait placeholder here, copy you there, and then we set you to be there instead. We delete you since that didn't work, unfortunately. We take this guy then and we set this to be access to unique name, so it's back to being that guy. Go back to our dialog manager here, save this guy, and if we do it that way, maybe, I know it's going to be still at the corner, which is fine, but now I'm thinking at least when we do the position, let's then maybe add it by 2. So what I'm possibly thinking is, if we go for our position, so our dialog manager here, no, not dialog manager, we need to go to our actor list here. Yeah, okay. So new position, and I'm wondering at least if we set the X and Y, so position dot X, so dot X, I think, and then this position dot Y, and if we set it to be the new position, dot X, and then we do plus, and then we set it to be plus whatever the size is. So new position, oof, I don't like that. I don't like that at all, because this is like the half the size, I guess, maybe, possibly. So if we just do a const here, so const sprite, sprite size here, we set it to be an int, and it's equal to, I guess it's going to be a float, technically speaking, and it's going to be sprite size. So we do this would be 32 or 64, and this is 64.0. So then maybe if we do sprite size plus this divided by 2, like that, sprite size. So we take half of the sprite size. Then we do the same here for our dot y, so dot y. And then we do plus here for whatever this is. And I think it might have to be plus and minus, but I don't like this. I don't like this one bit, but we'll see. Now if we click on play here, is it at least going to move? I think we might have to do like minus somewhere else, but it's getting closer, which is interesting. So then it's not the case of doing divided by 2, but just doing something like this. And then we just save this guy here. And now if we do, let's see, new position not declared and scope. Did I miss it? Oh, here we go. Lovely. Okay, so now if we click on play, does this work as intended? Does it go to the center of the box? Fingers crossed it does, and it does not. Ooh, that's tricky. Okay, so I'm wondering then, why is that the case? It's x.y, that dot y. Why is it not giving us the position that we're looking for? I wonder. They are taking in the global position, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, global position. We are dealing with the global position. Maybe it's the case that we have to take the position itself. So if we go back into our actor list here, we have new position.y. These are both global positions. What if we don't make them global positions? What if we do this instead? I'm curious to see. And if we do run current scene now, what do we get? We get, let's see. We get something that looks not like anything. Let's see, dot X, yep, sprite dot X, dot position, hold on. We have to click here, and if I hold down Alt, I can select both of them. So we'll do dot position dot X and Y, save this guy here, close this guy then, and then let's see. We get something that looks a little bit like that. Interesting indeed. So I don't know if the global position matters or not, which is interesting. What if we do not plus or minus? What if we do minus here? What does that do? If we do minus sprite size here, I guess we could take a look at the math. I don't like modifying these guys here. The hope is that it would all clip together, but it does not, which is not good. Yeah, okay. In that case, what I'm thinking is at least go back to what we initially had, the idea of doing the global position, but we just have to change the pivot ratio or something else, something like that. So I'm thinking at least maybe we can set the pivot offset here. So let's remove all of this guy here. Yep, that, there we go, that there. It's going to be global position dot new position. Yes, indeedy. However, what we're going to do as well is we're going to change the pivot offset possibly. So what I'm wondering is if we go back into our dialog manager here, we grab move actors to position here. What if we do actor list dot portrait placeholder, so actor list dot, let's see, actor list dot, oh no, it's going to be our portrait placeholder. So portrait placeholder here, so speech bubble dot portrait placeholder dot pivot offset ratio, and we set it to be equal to, let's see, pivot offset ratio, you are going to be, yeah, same as pivot offset, but expressed as a uniform vector, yeah. And if we set the size divided by 2, I'm wondering if we can maybe set it here. So for example, we can do this guy here, and then do dot size divided by 2. And maybe if we click on play now, what happens? Anything change at all? Maybe not. we get something like, no. Let's see. Dot global position, actor.sprite, sprite dot global position. We made that mistake before. I thought I did. I can take all the responsibility. So now that we have that there, let's see, we get, is that the same thing that we had before? I can't tell. If we go back into our dialogue manager here and undo this guy here, does that at all change it? I don't think so. If we click on play now, or not play, but run this current scene, do we still get it in the upper corner? I think we do. I think we still get it in the upper corner. We need it to go down by half and another, that's tricky. Okay, so if this guy doesn't change it at all, I'm wondering at least, pivot offset ratio. How can we do that? I'm wondering at least, is there a way to set the pivot point to center? How to make a pivot point in Godot? Sprite to the sprite, go to expector and adjust the offset value, half the size of the texture. Yeah, offset ratio. What if we set it to be offset? Offset dot x, is it going to be pivot offset? Pivot offset, yeah, let's see, pivot offset ratio, yeah. Pivot offset, maybe we can do this and do this, so x, and then we have pivot offset dot y. Maybe we can set it here, I don't know. And hi Duckball Dev, welcome in the stream, welcome in. I hope you're doing well enough. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. It's a pretty easy ball, but hopefully I don't mess it up. But welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Let's see that size here. Oh, hold on. If we set the pivot offset to be just this guy here, that would work, I think. Yeah. Okay. So we set this guy to be here. Set this guy to be here. Does that work now? Do we get it in the center like I'm hoping for, fingers crossed? We get, nope, not happening. We need the portrait to go in the center of the box. It's not going in the center of the box, and I'm wondering why. I have a guess at least, oh, you know what? What if we kind of just set the pivot offset ratio of the, I got it. Okay, what we do instead of setting it to be these guys here, as we set the sprite location is in the center. Let's go ahead and set the pivot offset ratio to be corner instead. So what I'm thinking is at least we go here. Where's our pivot offset ratio? P-I-V-O-T. Pivot ratio. We don't have a pivot offset ratio apparently. Yeah, interesting. How odd. I would think we would have something like that. But we only have scale, visibility, texture. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Fine. Okay. I accept nothing. What we're going to do is we're going to go into here. We're actually going to grab a placeholder sprite here. So copy you here, paste you into here. There we go. And then we're going to go and do sprite here, placeholder sprite, placeholder placeholder sprite, placeholder sprite. You're going to then be our backup sprite that I made for situations such as these, as I didn't know if it was going to need it, but I did want to have a backup just in case. We're going to make this placeholder sprite actually our file of our placeholder sprite that I have here. And then we're going to do animation player. We're going to need a animation player here. So animation player here, and we're going to do our placeholder sprite. So AP placeholder AP placeholder. There we go. There we are. Animation player for the placeholder here. And hi V-Rex Grummery. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And hold on here. The name does ring a bell, and you have been here before. Welcome back in. Let's see here. If I go to you then, and we set you to be you, we then want to make sure that you are our animation player for our placeholder sprite here. And how's everyone doing? Hello to you as well, Shadow Fantasy Studio. Welcome back to stream too. I hope you've been wonderful. I'm doing great. It's a little bit tricky at the moment, but things are going. I can say that. We have our placeholder sprite here. Now we access this as your unique name, remove our placeholder parent here, and now we set this to be the child of our placeholder guy here, so something like this here. And if we then change the position, so we reset the offset, I think. Nope. We change the animation. Nope. I want to move your position. Where are you at? Reset our position here. And then if we go ahead and do 32 here, 32 here, like that. But I don't like the way that looks, so we're actually going to modify it a little bit. We're going to make this the center, so we're going to add a center container, I think, then here. So we would take our center container, and we need this guy to go in the center. So I'm wondering at least if we change this type to be a center container, so center container here, like that, and then we make you the child of the center container here, and we remove this guy here. Possibly the placeholder parent can just be a center container, and use top left. No, we don't want to do that. And then if we redo our offset here, not our offset, but our, let's see. Visibility, ordering, no. Offset, nope. How do we reset our position? Transform, this is apparently the position here? Interesting, use top left if we do that guy here. How interesting. We can move this guy around, but I don't want to. I was hoping that the placeholder would go, but it does not, which is okay. In that case, if we set this to be our center guy here, we set this to be the child of the center guy, we reset our position here. Aha! Okay, now can I have some of that energy? You sound like you have a lot of energy. Well, as long as it's a topic I'm really passionate about and really excited about, I can go on and on and on for at least 4 hours. Or maybe at most, I don't know at this point, but no, you can't have it. I need all of it because when stream ends, I'm going to take a long power nap and then I'll have to recharge for next week. So unfortunately, I can't share, but I can at least cheer you on. I can't do that. We have here our placeholder sprite. And we're also going to hide our placeholder sprite. So now, fingers crossed, instead of our portrait placeholder, we have our placeholder sprite. So we hold down Alt and drag and drop you here. We have placeholder sprite. Remove you there. Okay, so we take the position of the placeholder sprite. And let's see, if I go, oh boy, if I go here, and instead of all of this, as I didn't like that googly-guck, if we just take our portrait placeholder sprite, and we set that to be the position, now we click play, does the thing appear in the center? Survey says it does not. Huh? Okay, let's see. Why is that the case? We go back to here, go back to you here. What if we do instead, right? Okay, hold on. We have, this is the position. Yeah, that's the position. Just as a double check here, triple check here. We have our placeholder sprite. We have the dialogue manager here. It's taking the placeholder sprite position. Yes. We click on play here. Are you positive, most certain that we are taking the global position? It is to be the case that we are not. Why are you there? Why do you go there is my question. And you shall
Check 14 just redeemed. Breathe.
I do appreciate it. Breathe. Sure, why not? Let me get some water here. Give me 1 second. All right then, let's go ahead and do some breathing exercises. You're gonna want to start off by doing a breathe in, hold it, then breathe out, then breathe in, hold it, breathe out. One more time, breathe in, and hold it, and then breathe out. There we go. We are naturally now relaxed. And do you need the dialogue manager plugin, or I made it myself? I tried to do the plugins, got a little bit confused when it came to the what's it called? The thing that you have to read. You don't have to read, but the GitHub page where it gives you all of the instructions and the raw files and resources to allow you to understand and remember to hold it in for 10 minutes. Oh boy. So I did try initially to do the plugin. I got confused and lost, so I made my own. And I also was a bit confused with the dialogue plugin. Yeah, I made myself a key. Yeah, that was the thing. If I couldn't figure out the dialogue plugin in the 10 seconds that I looked at it, which, you know, granted, it's not enough time to be fair, but I didn't want to spend the entire stream looking at documents. And the thing is as well that when I read a document and when I'm trying to understand something, I have to take a lot of notes and memorize everything, or take a lot of notes. So the thing is, becomes the case of if I try to use a plugin I don't understand just looking at it at a glance, if it's not easy to understand at a glance, then 2 months down the line, if I run into a crash or an issue, I'm going to be struggling to try to figure things out. So to make sure that even if I do, you know, 2 months ahead not understand anything, at least I can blame myself in full. And too much reading, yeah, I like reading and all, but I gotta enjoy the reading, and I don't enjoy that type of reading. Oh boy, let me click back here. What I'm wondering is, why are we getting the center? It says centered here. Do you not? Oh, hold on. Okay, now you're not centered. And now, if I click on play, hold your horses here. Now, do we get the proper place? What? Spider, it's right there. Just move a little bit. You're halfway there. Now why is it angry? Okay, hold on. This is fine. Everything is okay. Let's go ahead then and set it to now be the case of our speech bubble back to here. We don't have to have the placeholder anymore, I don't believe. So we can go ahead and delete the placeholder sprite. Not needed anymore. Center portrait, also not needed anymore. Portrait placeholder, we can go ahead and change your type to be back again, I think, to control node here. Let's then go ahead and make sure it's our portrait placeholder. I can right click you, access this unique name, hold down Alt as our control. Hold down control as I'm sliding everything else over. Grab our portrait placeholder, and then we can go ahead to our let's see, dialogue manager, back to here all over again. And now if we take our portrait placeholder global position, maybe now it'll work. And whoa, he's halfway there. He's living out of prayer. Whoa, why, I ask you, what's it doing? Why does it think it's a good idea? It's not a good idea. This is a bad idea. Let's go into our speech bubble here, and in our speech bubble we have our patch. Yep. Okay, so who's what, where, how, when? You are here, yeah, and then you're here, and we have our portrait placeholder. Yeah, your position is, at the moment, 0, 0. And then we have our actor list. We have our actor sprite here. Your position is not 0, 0. It's something else. Why is that the case? If we set you to be 0, 0, you do what, where? Yeah. Oh, you know what? No, we did set it to be global position. Yeah, global position would change that. We would have to grab the global position. We do the placeholder here, global position. It shouldn't be 0, 0. So I'm not sure why. We are changing this global position. We're doing the global position here too. So why is it the case? If we set it to be position, for example, then it's going to be 0, 0 because that's not the global position. That's the, what would we, I think it's called the relative position maybe? If I click on play now, for example, we aren't going to get it anywhere because it's off screen. The global position was to account for the fact that it needs to be on the screen itself. So it takes the position of the actual object. So why is it the case that it's off by like a little bit? That's what I'm not too sure about. The good news is that these guys now have a little corner, but what I'm wondering is, as I remove the necromancer sprite, we don't need you. What we're doing and what we're trying to understand is why offset transform, maybe that here. If true, custom minimum size, custom maximum size, visual only, pivot offset ratio, 0, 0 there. Yeah, scale to be 1, and then we go for a dialogue manager here, click on play. Maybe that had something to do with it. Now if we go into this guy here, do we get, no. Okay, that's fine, that's all right. Maybe what we have to do now is we can go back to our speech bubble here, set our pivot offset ratio to divided by 2,
just
like 0.5 I think possibly,
check.
and I can do a posture check, sure thing. Thank you for that redeem, Kevin. Thank you. 0.5, how about that? 0.5 here, and then we do 0.5 here as well. How does that work, huh? You know, what you think of that, Godot? We click on this guy here. Let's see. We get nothing. Absolutely nothing has changed. Our actions not mean anything to you. Let's go then to custom minimum size, transform container offset here. No, we don't need any of that. Yeah, you there. Custom minimum size, custom minimum. And you look so contradictory, but sound funny. I'm a lady of many talents. Oh boy. Let's see here. Pivot ratio, pivot offset ratio. I'm just wondering why? Can you elaborate? You know, I would love to understand you, Godot. We can work together. We don't have to, you know, there's many different ways we can do this. We could do it the easy way, and I would prefer the easy way. There's nearly no other way. Can we barter here? I'm willing to trade a lot of things. Not souls, but something of the case here. I'd like you to work with me here. Let's see. Speech bubble. Oh, wrong guy. We need to open up instead our dialogue manager. Did we at all change the position of you? I hope we don't change. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot his as well. Hold on. We need to do taskbar here, enable you to be there. There we are. My mistake. Let me go ahead and do tilde here and do clear like that. And then we can go ahead and do our task as a make dialogue box. So let me grab this guy here. Let me make sure that you're here. Yep. Add book, implement dialogue, create dialogue data structure, create separate control screen class. Nope. This is going to be a task. It's going to be to make dialogue, D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, dialogue UI. There we go. Task, make dialogue UI. So we'll do here task, and then we'll do here add. And I think that works possibly. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't work on this guy here. What if we do this guy here? Does that work? Does that add it? Yes, it does. Lovely. All right. And she's checking herself with the acting smart by not having time to think about her actions. When you put it that way, check it sounds awful. So it's not that way. Oh boy, I'm wondering why does it decide to not go in the position we need it to? These guys here have their own positions and everything else, and their position is 494. Yeah, and then our guy here, our portrait placeholder's position, is not that 494. Just what I'm wondering about. We have our we have size position here. Yeah, layout mode, container position anchors. Interesting one there, huh? Okay, and then we have horizontal, shrink center. Maybe shrink center could work possibly. We have vertical view guys there. Position ratio, pivot, and then we have visual only. Yeah, what's visual only do? If true, the offset transform is only applied visually and does not affect input. In other words, this control will still receive input events as its true original location. Interesting. I think this was part of the new update with Godot, as I am in the most updated version, which is 4.7.1. So let's see, go here. All right, so I have come to barter, possibly. Custom minimum size, custom maximum size, position here, offset transform here. If we do you, and we do, let's see, yeah, you there. What if we do shrink center, shrink, expand, no, shrink center here.
Ruddy3 just redeemed
hi,
hydrate.
Rudy. Welcome back in the stream, welcome back in. Thank you for the hydration redeem. Can do. Tasty hydration. Thank you. So let's see here. I'm wondering if we do shrink center, and then we set the offset transform to be not that there, so we save it to be as it was before. I'm wondering, does that at all change anything? If we do shrink center, maybe, possibly. I'm hoping for things at this moment. So if we do that there, what do we get? We get no. It does not want to go in the center for whatever reason. And our guys here don't matter on the position and everything. Maybe if we change you to be... No, that's not right. We change it to be centered, possibly. What if we use you to be centered there, Gabby? I'm just looking at our options, exploring them. If Gabby is set to center, the spider is set to that other spot there. What do we get? We get something entirely different. And hi, Egregor. Oh, was it Egregory? Possibly. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And please correct me if I'm wrong in the name. Hello, and welcome in. Welcome to pain. All I know is pain when it comes to UI. It's awful, but I also enjoyed myself, so I can't complain too much, but I can complain a little bit. Position here. Reset the position. And how are the bugs going? There's no bugs at the moment, except for the spider on screen, but something else here is off, which is what I'm not too sure about. I'm a little confused, and you want pain, huh? Oh no, Ame, no. Hold on, Ame. Hold on. I don't, no, I didn't say I wanted pain. No. Welcome in the stream. Don't hold on. I just started getting flashbacks. Oh my, hi. PTSD. Yeah. Oh man. Oh boy, let's see. Let me do you here. Yeah, you're that guy there. Where's your position at? Show me what you got. I like squashing bugs, only digitals though. Well, I don't believe it is a bug at the moment. However, the current issue we're running into is that we need the dialog box to appear in the proper location. It's not appearing in the proper location. The proper location should be set to where you see this orange box at. So we need these dialog guys to be set to here. But for whatever reason, when I set it to be the global position, it does not want to be that spot there. It's a little bit offset, which is so odd. Speaking of fun, no, I can't trust any of you. But when I click on play, wrong guy here. When I click on play here, it does not want to go in the center of the box, despite me taking the box's location. I thought it was due to the pivot offset, so we accounted for that. You can see here at least, when if I click on the speech bubble, we have
check
okay,
14 just redeemed 3.
You can see the little cross here, so that's where the pivot is for that guy there. And I thought maybe it had to do with the pivot. So for our spider sprite, we have the pivot in the corner. For Gabby's sprite here, we have the pivot in the center. So both have either the center or the corner. These sprites are also 64 by 64, so I'm not too sure why, and stretching is fun. Oh my, let me double check here to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding anything and that these sprites are actually 64 by 64. I believe they are, but maybe they're not. Maybe I am mistaken, as that is possible. With that said, let's do some, you know what, let's do some back stretches. Slowly but surely, you want to go to the right here a little bit, and if anything cracks, breaks, or hurts, call Dr. Cole, don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything that happens to your own discretion. Hello, Rex, thank you for the follow. Thank you, all over again. Slowly to the right here. And then you want to go to the left here a little bit, slowly. And then you want to go back here a little bit. And then you want to also go up front here a little bit. There we are, stretching, all good to go. All right, so the official sizing of the sprite, is it exactly what I remember? It is 64 by 64. So the sprite size is 64 by 64. And then our speech guy here, so our portrait placeholder is also 64 by 64. We have here, I thought maybe doing shrink center would work out, but it does not. So I'm just going to do full expand here again. Our offset transform is what I'm also wondering about, and I didn't enable it. This is a new thing in Godot's latest version, and I'm half wondering maybe we should just modify that there. And as always, check remote, you'll also have animations open. Maybe there's a random keyframe with offset position for the default ones. I don't think so, at least. All of these guys here are exactly the same, or at least, for example, here, if I change the animation, they're all in the same spot. So they're all there at least. And you say, check remote. Remote is, hold on, when you click on this guy here, click on play. I did check remote. What I did was, I clicked the remote here, I then went down to our portrait placeholder, and the thing is, it tells the position is 0, 0, which makes me believe, yes, maybe it has to do with the global position. But I set the global position, or I set it to be global position to get rid of that position spot, as it says position here is 0, 0, but I know that's not true. That's the position, but not the global position. So we set it to be global position to account for the fact that its position is 0. And weird outline is so wrong. Yeah, they're supposed to be in the orange box. They're not in the orange box. That's the struggle at the moment. I can grab here, this guy's over here, she's over here. So regardless of whether I make the offset centered for the pivot point, doesn't seem to matter, which is why I am confused at the moment, as, yeah, they should appear here, but they're appearing everywhere else, and they're appearing in different spots, as I said before, because one pivot is in the corner, and one pivot is in the center, as I wasn't sure if it was because maybe the pivot wasn't in the right location, but it's not due to that. So I'm wondering, at least, why no work? Why no work? That's all I want to know. We made it to be the case to double check and make sure that we are doing the global position here, and we're also setting the global position in our move actors to position here, global position. So we are taking the global position for all of these guys here, so it's not position. So, let's see. If I click on you here, what's Google saying? No mesh 2D, yes, sprites set the offset. If your image is 64 by 64, set offset to 32 by 32. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here as well. Maybe we can set the offset to 32 by 32. So if I go back to our dialogue manager here, not dialogue manager, speech bubble. If we go back to the speech bubble here, I'm thinking it might have to be a thing due to the offset. So like we have here offset transformation. What if we set the offset position to be, hold on, offset position. If we set this to be our position here, we set it to be 64 by 64. So not 64 by 64, 32 here, and then 32 here. Position, offset position, pivot. Oh, hold on, wrong guy here. So you'd be 32 and then 32. I don't like modifying them here just because it always feels a little bit wrong. This guy is definitely this guy here. So I changed the pivot offset to be 32, 32. It didn't change anything here, and our pivot ratio, hold on, is offset transform, but expresses it as a unit relative to control size. So even if we change the pivot though, I tried it before and it didn't quite work, but if I click play now with the pivot offset, we get something that looks a little bit like this. Nothing at all has changed, despite the pivot offset being changed. And if I go back to our dialogue manager here, not our dialogue manager, our portrait placeholder, we change the pivot back to be that guy there. We change it to be 0 here, at least it should be 0 here. Pivot ratio, yeah. We go back to our dialogue manager here again, try just double checking here. You are a total of no move, right? Yes, no move. And double checking again, we go back to here. We change the pivot to be 32 by 32. Set the pivot ratio to 0 just in case. Go back to here again, and we get anything different. It says, let's see, we get, no, nothing has changed despite the pivot offset being different. We go back into remote here, we go to portrait placeholder. Our pivot guy, I can't see the pivot. If we go here, does it allow us to see the pivot? It does not. Interesting. Okay, close this guy here. And any reason it's set as sprite 2D, not as another control? Do you mean where sprite 2D exactly? If you don't mind, and is it Gregory, or maybe I'm mispronouncing it? Where exactly are you asking about sprite 2D? At least for these guys, they're sprite 2D because specifically of a plugin I'm using. They have their own nodes and everything. In the placeholder, maybe? Placeholder doesn't have sprite 2D. Or do you mean this guy here, the speech bubble, is set to be? We can definitely try changing the type here and make it into a control node instead. So if I do speech bubble, oh yeah, because it was an object in the world. It's no longer an object in the world. We have here extends node. Let me make sure this extends as control. So control here, just double checking here. Save that to me just in case, because that definitely, sometimes it's the smallest things that change a lot. So if I just double check here, make sure it's not that, it's not. Okay, but it has been changed and updated. So thank you for pointing that out too. Yeah, consistency is important. It was a sprite 2D because it was an object in the game. Since it's no longer an object in the game and now it's like a UI element, yeah, it makes sense for it to be UI. Beforehand, it was like a spider holding up a sign, so it was a sprite 2D, but since it's going to be dialogue text that plays at the bottom of the screen, it doesn't make sense to be sprite 2D anymore. So we go back into our speech bubble here. What I'm wondering about is, why our portrait guy here, I thought maybe we had to make it a center container. And hold on, let me get that notification here. If I click on you here, thank you to Michael Nguyen, possibly for the subscription on YouTube. And please correct me if I'm wrong with the name, but welcome to the stream, welcome in. Let's see here. I can then click back onto you here. And what I'm wondering is, I thought center container would make sense. And I just want to double check again. If we change the type to center container, I thought that might help it. Center container here. We set it to be center, possibly use top left. There's offset transforms and all these guys here. So let's just undo this first and make sure that this guy here, yep, layout here, anything here, custom minimum size has been set to 64 by 64. What's this propagate? If true, there's children's controls, or this controls children will use the value returned by get combined maximum size in their own size calculations. I don't think that matters much. We'll say this guy to be here. Let's just make sure you are a center container. Support placeholder should be center container. Save it to be there. Then click on you here, click on play here. Anything change? I don't believe it will. I think the center container only matters for the children of the center container. So it actually makes sense that it wouldn't work. I take it back. Yeah, center container only works for the center or the children of the node. It wouldn't make sense for, yeah, center container makes no sense at all. It's for children of this node. Since they're not the children, they don't count. So I can actually just go back and make this just a control. So control here. And egregory. And offsets are really wrong. I reshuffle the hierarchy until it works. I don't know. No worries at all. No worries at all. I do appreciate it. At least right now, hierarchy it makes sense because we have our H box, and our H box has our portrait here. We have a spacer that goes in between. We have a V box for our text. And then we have a spacer on the right to add a little bit of extra area. So the locations are right. They are indeed correct. And if we were to change if we were to make this go up or down, then it would make it go to left or right. So that can't change. It'd have to go. No worries at all. Check. No worries at all. And good luck with holding placeholders in the right place. Thank you indeed. How sweet. Let's see there. Yeah. So I'm wondering at least, stretch ratio, propagate, custom minimum size, custom maximum size, transform sizing container. If we do offset ratio, I know I can at least, I think, change the position. So if I change the position, for example, here, 32 by 32, does that at all move it? No, it doesn't. You know what? Actually, maybe if we do a rectangle here, so rectangle here, color rectangle here, and we make it a child of this guy here, and we set it to be filled here, yeah, maybe the, And hi, ZYX burst, is it? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in the stream, welcome in. Does setting the pivot offset of portrait placeholder to vector to 0.5 not offset the transform offset? Hold on. Does setting the pivot offset and sprite 2D center equals true? Then set the sprite 2D's position, hold on. Okay, let me see if I can understand this correctly. So first off, let me reset all of these guys here. I'll reset this guy here. Okay, so set the offset placeholder to vector pivot offset. Yeah, so offset here, pivot offset. So we have pivot ratio here. Let me remove that here. So set the pivot offset to be vector 0.5. So pivot ratio or pivot here. I think you mean the ratio, not the offset transform offset. Offsets transform. So not the transform here, pivot, right? I think. And you're saying set this to 0.5, I think, possibly. And then from here, once the pivot ratio has been 0.5, sprite 2D centered equal to true. This guy here, so our dialogue manager here, we have these guys as centered. So this one here, the spider's not centered, Gabby is centered. So she has centered equal to true. If those two are the things you're asking about, then I think that's filled in. And if I click on play, Gabby, since she's the centered one, should be in the center of the box. But I think I did try this, but I'm all open to options here. So if I click on play, I think Gabby's not going to be in the center. Oh, hold on. Control. You need to be, what are you? Control, no 2D. No 2D. To hold on here. Dialog manager, speech bubble here. You need to be set to control, so change type to control. Change type to control here. Hold on. Control here. Okay. No, yes, pivot offset, not ratio, my bad. No worries at all, no worries at all. Okay, let's try it then. I have you here, you here. We set you to be not pivot ratio, it's to be pivot offset. So set you to be 0, 0, and then set you to be 0.5 here, 0.5 here, hold on, 0.5. There you go. Save that to be that there. So pivot ratio set to 0, pivot set to 0.5. Let's then go back to this guy here. Let's see if Gabby is working correctly. We have, we get, oh, hold on. Did I do something wrong? Hold on. We are in Dialogue Manager. We click on play here. Dialogue Manager should, something went off. What did I do? I don't even know anymore. Hold on. Hold on. Yep, camera. pan to the center here. Okay, try again. And yes, I have to be so lovely. So I click on this guy here. Does Gabby go to the center of it? No, she does not go to the center, unfortunately. Maybe you meant, hold on, this guy here. If I reset the portrait ratio, the pivot ratio is what it is by default. Pivot is set to 0.52. Just double checking here one more time before I give my attempt to go. We have, let's see, half the size of the sprite's 2D size or portrait placeholder, not 0.5 because it's for the ratio. Hold on here. So what you're saying is pivot ratio, numbers. Half the size of the sprite size. The sprite size is 64 by 64. That's why the custom minimum size is here. So do you mean it to be the case we set the pivot to maybe 64 since the pivot ratio would be taken, or is it going to be 32? Oh no, hold on, we can try them all. I click on you here, I click on you here, click on place here, and then we get, let's see, double checking here. They don't move at all. Then double checking here as well, we have 32, which is the half version of it. So set that to be that guy here. Save, click on play here, and then I'll also give it a try with 0. So we have you there. This does not work either. And then just double checking here, setting this to be 0, just in case for the pivot offset ratio. And then we set this guy to be there and click on play again. We get nothing. And then one more time with it being 64 here for the pivot offset ratio. So 64 here. And this guy, oh, the Y. I don't think it would matter too much, maybe. Maybe I can try it again. We go back to here, and then go back to you here. No. What I'd like to do is I'd like to test everything with a rectangle, a color rectangle. So my idea is if we go and make a child of the portrait placeholder, we set a child to be in the color rectangle here. If we then set it to be expand, let's see, expand to be here. And I feel like the sprite's parent is wrong. The sprite's parent, do you mean this guy here? Do you mean the actor's wrong? Could certainly be. The thing is, these guys here at least aren't anything. Everything is controlled by the sprite here. So we're grabbing this sprite's location. Maybe it could be the case of if we, the thing is we're changing the location, but I'm all ears. Hold on, Gregory, there we are. I believe I got it right that time. Yeah, the offset here is 0. The offset here is not centered, but that's because we're testing different things. The only thing that really matters is this guy here. This actor thing is not doing anything. So we're only messing with the sprite's location. If I go back to here, we go back to here. We then set the layout to be here, offset transform, yeah, and then we have you there. I'm wondering at least, offset transform, if true, applies all offset transform properties. Otherwise, no offset transform is applied, the properties will have no effect. I'm wondering, maybe if we set the pivot ratio to be 32 here, so if I do like 32 here and then 32 here, it does not change the rectangle, which is interesting. And if we change the position here to 32 by 32, okay. And then I'm wondering, at least for our rectangle guy, it doesn't seem to change where it's located at, which is interesting. So I would think at least you would just add 32 to whatever information you get, but that didn't work. So let's try that once and then see. So what I'm thinking is at least we add the position and then add 32 to it. So if we were to add move after position and we were to do new position, I'm thinking at least if we add, not the parent then, the position that you get for the spider feels like it's from the parent of the placeholder, not the placeholder itself. The position you get for the spider feels like it's for the parent of the placeholder, not the placeholder itself. I think I get what you mean. At least we have our portrait placeholder here. So we have this guy here. Our position is 0. We're looking at the global position. Let me also undo our pivots here. So we'll remove this guy here. And basically, where do you get new position? I see. New position is received here. So new position is the global position of our portrait placeholder, which is this guy here. So we get the global position of this box here. Global position is gotten here. That's how we're getting it at the moment. We're dealing with global positions because I do know that the position itself does kind of to get a little bit wonky. It'll be 0, 0. So the hope was to get the global position of this guy. What I'm wondering is, and I don't like it, but it's the idea I have at least at the moment. If we grab here, we'll set this to be var and new underscore POSITION. Var new position is going to be vector 2. And I'm wondering at least vector 2. We set this vector 2 to equal, and it's going to be vector 2 here, and then we have it to be u here. We set the guy to here, dot x plus 32. We can change these magic numbers if they do work, but I just want to see dot x plus 32, and then we do dot y plus 32. I'm just seeing if this works for now. This is half of the sprite size. So if we set it to be the new position here, which is the global position, plus those guys, does that at all fix it? I wonder. And I don't like this. I would rather everything modify in the game itself, but if this works, which it does not, which is so weird, it looks like it almost works. It's like offset by like a little bit, which is what I'm also confused about. It's interesting, but also a little odd that the guys work in that way. It almost makes me think if you do 16 instead, we do a var here, const for offset, hold on, lowercase here, const offset, or hold on, it'd be, LOCATION, or position offset, so POSITION, position underscore OFFSET, offset, it's going to be a float, let's set it equal to 16.0, for example here. Remove these 32s, put you to be here, and then we set you to be here. Does that at all center either of them? Click on play here, go back to here. Click on this guy here then. Does that fix it in the slightest? We get, neither of them. The spiders, it looks like it's like by 8 or 16, so it seems like it's an offset of 8. So somewhere, I think 8's the funny number. I'm not sure where, but I'm thinking it's going to be 8, which is odd. But if I click on this guy now, then our spider, no, it's not 8. Oh, what is it then? Is it like 9 or 10? I don't like that. Something's wrong. If it's not automatically doing any of those things, then something is off somewhere and I'm not sure where. If I set it to 10, then we get it perfectly aligned. An offset ratio to 10, but I don't like it. I don't like that. It works, but I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Something's wrong and it's getting offset somewhere by 10. Is there anywhere where 10's the magic number? Here I don't see a 10. This is 64 by 64. This guy here is set to be properly, and we're grabbing it, the location here. This guy here, offset layer, nope, transform, container minimum size. I'm not sure what's happening. This guy here, our margin container, and maybe because it's relative to the parent when an instance. So once its position was set to 32, 32, it offsets, but if it pivots, if its pivot is half of the size before it sets the position, then it would center. Maybe because it's relative to the parent when instance. So once the position was set to 32, 32, it offsets, but then its pivot, maybe there's an order of operation. I think I get what you're saying. It's the idea that it's created and then it's moved, and then we get the moved location. Or either it's created, we get that location, then it's moved, but we keep the old location. Is that what you're trying to say, ZIX? I think possibly. We have pivot here, so none of these guys here. Our position is set to be that there. Our margin container, oh, you know what? That's a 4 there, and our margin container needs to be margin top, so we would need to do something like this here. So something there, and then our bottom would need to be here. That can maybe be it, possibly. I can see this being the case here, at least. That changes that, so our margin container positions now that, and then we set this to be reset. Yeah, and our margin container needs to fill in this patch guy. So, let's see. If we change this to be 10, I'm wondering, maybe it's the margin container. Then it would be 20, which is even weirder. Let's see. We set this to be here. Then we set it to be up from the bottom a little bit here, I'm guessing. So I changed the margin container so that the position isn't changed here. Huh? Well, I just changed the position, and the position got changed again. I don't want the position changed here, but it changes the position. That is weird. Okay, let's see. We have our 9 patch rectangle here. We have the margin container, which is supposed to fill the 9 patch rectangle here. Okay, position needs to be reset. Oh, this is weird. Layout mode anchors position. Yeah, set you to be anchors, top left, set you to be center, full rectangle, which should fill up everything. But why is the position changing? It should be 0, 0, shouldn't it? And then I just changed this guy here. Yeah, that's odd. And then we have this guy here. Is your position changed? It shouldn't be. None of these guys should be changed because the offset thing, the offset customization is not something I mess with because it's new. And, and we go for dialogue manager here. Does that change these guys at all? I don't know. I don't like it. I wrote up a whole canvas to just sit about margins. Huh. Well, spider has been changed. It's not aligned to the margin now, which is so weird. I think it has something to do with our margin container. If I had to guess, something's going on with our margin container. Maybe if we grab a center container, maybe, and we set this guy to be a child of the center container here. So we take the margin container, we then take the center container, so it's in the center, and then we reset the margin container, so the position shouldn't change. The position should stay to 0, possibly, maybe, hold on. This guy here is a child of our 9 patch rectangle here. Yeah, and we set this guy to be expand, so it should fully be inside of our center container here. Then with our margin container here, and there's another pixel, yeah, for sure, it's a margin container. Yeah, okay, and then we make this guy here, and then we expand to be here, and then we make it like there, so maybe 125 here, and that's actually not right. Maybe we make you like 64 here, and then, oh, hold on, 64 here, so 64 here, 64. That's not even close to 64. So left, right, or no, we would, no, hold on. Okay, margin container should be 10. 10 or like 2, so we set this to be 10, 10, 10, and 10. So it's inside, and then we make this guy should expand. It can't expand. This guy should be able to expand. It can't expand. Why can't you expand is the question. Use top left. Oh, something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. We have this guy center. Why won't our margin container expand though is my question. If we remove all of these guys, you would think the margin container would take up the entire space that it has, but it doesn't. And this guy here won't expand either, which is what I'm confused about. Propagate maximum. And I don't like the theme overrides. There are ratios with HB box containers. Those margins are magical numbers that break some stuff for sure. Yeah, the margin container doesn't even have a theme. That's the thing. There's no theme. Oh, you mean this theme overrides. Ah, I see. I'm wondering then, and maybe if we just grab these guys and take them out of here, and then we just take this guy, hold on, and then if we just grab everything that's in the margin container, so these guys here, we take it out of the margin container. I love using margin containers though, that's the thing. We set this guy to be expand, possibly, will that work? Can we set you to be expand? You won't be expanded because now you're inside of a 9 patch or center container here. I see, okay, and then container minimum size. What if we set your minimum size to like 100? Does that work? Okay, maybe? If we then do like 300 here and make that our own margin container, maybe? We delete the margin container here, and then we set this to be maybe the child of this guy here, and this guy just sets to, hold on, custom size here, and we set this to be expand as much as you will go, and then we grab the color rectangle here, and then we set this to be the sizing, maybe, possibly. If we go here to our layout here, custom and maximum size, break, I know, hold on! Okay, maximum size, a minimum size. If we make this like 300, does that expand our rectangle? It does. We also don't have the, where's a rectangle? I can't see it. Hide, show, yeah. And then we set this to be like a wide 100, possibly. Okay, and then we just lower these guys, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. And why does it not expand when you tell it to expand? It's locked. I don't know why it's locked. It's something to do with the parent. I'm gonna do the ad break, then we'll come back, we'll continue, as it's about to start in 30 seconds. But yeah, okay, we'll keep going. I am not sure. I could not even begin to tell you. But maybe the min-max size can still be adjusted? Yeah, I at least know minimum size can help so it won't shrink, but I don't like it. I definitely don't like the idea of adding that +10 somewhere randomly in the code. That I want to get rid of. It works, but I don't like that it works, and it's not going to work in every circumstance. I want it to automatically do the math. So if we automatically at least have the minimum size, then at worst, it's going to look a little bit odd at maximum size, but I'm okay with it looking odd, and we can definitely also check and do trial and error. But for now, I think this might be our best bet, and we can make our own margin container, but it's odd. It's super duper odd. That's what I don't like. Let me get a little bit of water here. Water has been acquired, tasty, and I can't believe, let's see, look at, actually, we did start 20 minutes late, didn't we? And set up vertical. What is this guy here? What are you? Dual format lets you stream in horizontal and vertical. Vertical streams stand out in mobile feed so you can reach more views. It takes less than 10 minutes. Interesting. I might have to look at that later. Haven't seen that before. And yes, I agree. It should be adjusted as they're all control nodes, but keep testing stuff and take some break too. And good luck. Thank you, CYX. Thank you. Yeah, I am still very much new to Godot's control stuff, and I've had some help before with understanding a little bit more, and it's helped a lot. For example, a rule of thumb is make sure always that whenever you make a new control node, make sure it's set to expand. That's one of the rule of thumbs that have helped a lot. Another rule of thumb has been to make sure that you label everything so that you know what's going on. For example, here, I just showed you, I think, in the speech bubble, we have the 9 patch container. These guys can be named a little bit better, but we have naming here at least. You can see VBox container, we have the HBox container. So these guys, making sure things are labeled can definitely help a lot too. So labeling things, that way you don't lose your place, as well as making sure you set things to expand, has also helped too. But it's just other things that I'm not too sure about. That it's always just a thing of trial and error. Trial and error is a big old thing. What I can say while we're waiting on the ad break is that once we have finished the dialogue box and once we make sure the dialogue's up and running, we'll be back to working on the tutorial. However, what I'm hoping to get done this week is to continue working on the book. The book's UI has been fixed, it has been tweaked, but the tooltips, the hint tips for what you can do in the book have not been changed. So hopefully we can finish working on the dialogue today. During the week, I can work on the book UI, and then next week, as we do the game dev, what is it called? We do the game dev streams weekly. So we have bare minimum, because sometimes during the week, I can't get the game done. I can't work on the game. That's another reason why progress has been super duper slow. But I at least minimally work on the game once a week for 4 hours. And as you can, 4 hours can be a lot of time. And I just read the doc, it says keeps all of its children's controls in its center at their minimum size. That makes sense. The center container. Yeah, that definitely does make sense to have it in the center at the minimum size, which is where the custom minimum size comes into play. And I know at least custom maximum size is also a new thing that was just recently added. The custom maximum size was just recently added, and the offset transform recently added, like I think within the month, within maybe a few weeks ago, is a new change, and I'm not sure how I feel about it at the moment. And welcome back from the ad break, welcome back in. Okay, so here's my fix at least. We set this guy to be like 250, and maybe we set it to be 200. How's that look? 200? You know what? I kind of think 200 could maybe work. We set this to be maybe 70. I think it can be maybe 60. Let's set this to be like 210, I think. I think I like 210 a little bit better. 210, maybe we can set it to be 220. Maybe I'm being greedy here. 220, how's 220 looking? That's not 220. That's not 220 at all. Hold on, 220 here. Okay, something like this I'm thinking, but actually I like 215. Maybe 215 is a little bit better. 215. And hi, Wakaches! Welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back in. That's an impressive tongue twister. I hope you've been well. I hope your insert time zone here has been lovely. So, if we set it to be, look how the box here is going outside of the parameters. It's interesting. If I reset you and change you, why is it going outside of our HBox, guys? What I'm wondering here. This portrait placeholder is set to be a custom minimum size of 16 by 16. Propagate maximum, nope, that doesn't do anything. These guys at least do expand and fill. Are you expand? You are expand. That is important here. Our transform as well, we can reset this guy here, reset this guy here. Yeah, okay. And then we have you here, you're supposed to be expand and fill. Yeah, full rectangle, I see, okay. So that does do that at least. And then if we go ahead and set this guy back to here, I think now we don't have to do our position offset. So if I just set this position offset equal to 0, maybe, and for speed and mental state, if we're not playing the game for mobile or changing window size, that should suffice. Yeah. I'm not mobile and window size. I do want the window to be changed, or I was about to say changeable. I do want there to be some customization. For example, I want to have full screen mode and then some preset offsets. But all in all, the hope is that when you expand this window, for example, I want it to, when you expand it or make it smaller, I would want it to follow suit. Whether or not it's going to be flexible enough for that, I don't know yet, so fingers crossed, we'll see. I'm wondering now, at least, for this guy here, for the speech bubble here, let's see. So, you here, your portrait placeholders here, this guy here. We have offset transform. That is not what I want, so we'll remove that guy here. That guy's set to fill. Let's see, and then anchor here, H box. What if we set you to be center? Something like that, then save this guy to be here. We have this as our full rectangle here. Our then guy here should be fill as well. Why are you not filled? You can't fill then. Interesting. And container sizing. Yeah, anything in this green box should be what the children are. So we have this as the children and this is the children. So this guy here, why does the rectangle go outside of the, why does the white square, yeah, it's a square. Why does the white square go outside of the green rectangle? Is what I'm not too sure about. Is it because of the custom maximum size, custom minimum size, custom maximum size? Yeah, maybe? If we set this guy to be at least custom maximum size, custom minimum size. Oh, I see. This should have to be 64 because it is that guy there. So that does make sense there. And this guy here is, yeah, that makes sense, So then we take the color rectangle, or we take the portrait placeholder. This is where the portrait placeholder should go. And the hope was that, because of that reason, now in our dialogue manager, we have these guys here. This one's centered, this one's off-centered. So the hope was that the spider would immediately go here, and then the spider would appear there. But that's not what happens. Oh, you know what? is the scale off? S-C-A-L-E. Scale is set to 1 here. Scale is set to 1 here. Scale is set to 1. Scale is set to 1. Okay, so it's not that. 1! Hi, Mnemonic. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope your insert time here. Insert time zone here has been lovely so far. Truly inspiring. I'm glad so. Oh my, you know, here we're poets, we're inspirers here. Oh my, yeah, lovely times with you too. Thank you. Let's see, why is that the case? It's not going where it needs to go. My next idea was to set it to be the position of something else, but I don't like it, and we can definitely move this guy around now, which is interesting to say the least. I think what we can do definitely is set this to be sprite 2D. That's at least what my thought was. If we set this to be our color rectangle, so instead we set this to be the portrait placeholder. So if we set this guy here, we set this guy here. Our custom rectangle size set to be all layout changed. Custom minimum size is set to 64x64. So 64x64 here. We remove our portrait placeholder here. We delete you there, delete you there. Yep, delete you, set you to be portrait placeholder here. Then right click you, set you to access this unique name. Go back to here. You're going to be a colored rectangle, so portrait placeholder to be colored rectangle here. Hold on, set you to be rectangle here. Rectangle, your color rectangle here. There you go. And if we set it to be this, then hopefully maybe the color rectangle here as its own guy, we have the custom minimum size being the fact that it has to be a total of 64x64. So we have 64x64. That's the size of, oh no, wrong rectangle. This guy here, 64x64 minimum. If we remove that, set it to be that guy there instead, and double checking here, yeah. So if we make it that instead, how does that fare? Fairly well, possibly. We get, nope, nada at all. Okay, well, I had hoped at least setting the size of the placeholder here, because this is 64x64, but it seems to not done the trick. Expand, possibly, maybe that's it. Offset transform. If we just open up this speech bubble here, what do we get? We get, oh, we can't see anything. Hold on here. Yep, you get there. You get there. Is your position maybe off? No, it's not. Okay. I just want to set this to be the center of this screen here so we can get a good idea of once everything's loaded, even if we don't add the portrait, you can see that it does fill in. It does work properly here. And I'm wondering then, why is that the case afterwards? And it could be definitely a preset of something happening afterwards. We will reset the position here. So that guy goes there. And global position for controls might be the parent or even highest global position. That could make sense. So that, I could see that making sense, yeah. We have here, this guy here, our global position. Really, you should be like here. I don't know why your position's off, but that's okay. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're back to where we were. That's there, that's there. Why is the pivot weird here? Why is it there? Why is it not like in the corner? I wonder. We go to you here. Is it the, would this be the pivot, right? This here? This is pivot offset here, yeah. Why is the pivot set to there? And then the 9 patch is set to here. Is the position here, reset that to be there, okay. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe that fixed it, possibly. We set that to be there. And then we go back to, let's see, you here, yeah. And now we set you to be play here. Maybe that fixed it? I don't know. I'm trying to see if resetting things, adding things. There's always starting new. No, that's not it. That didn't fix it, which is okay. It's just another thing we can cross off of the list. So we go back to here, go back to you here. So we know at least now this is in the right corner. This is in the right corner. This is in the right corner. This is in the right corner as well. This is in the right corner. All of these guys here are working in their proper corners. So the hope is that at least that's fixed. And then we have our dialogue guy here. And we have our speech bubble. Oh, that pivot guy there. Let's make sure that that's not an issue. So we go here to our layout here. Yep, okay, transform. Nothing's there. Our scale is set to 1 here. This guy here, centered, and this guy here, not centered. And the hope was that you would do your own things. Let's see here. Animation, yeah, you're on your own there. Offset there. You should just have, oh, hold on. Your spider sprite here should just be an, for some reason, I can change the sizing and everything of the spider sprite. I just want to be able to move it. There we go. So you're that, and this is this. So this one's centered. This one's not in the center. And the hope was to see, should it be center or not centered? This one's in the corner. This one here is in the center. So that's fine. The sizing doesn't matter there. the dialogue manager grabs the size or the position of the global position. The global position was hopefully changed by the position offset here. But the position offset, you were saying, hold on, Egg Gregory, global position for controls might be the parent or even the highest global position. So what you're saying is possibly when we grab the global position of our portrait placeholder, it's actually grabbing the global position of, for example, here, our speech bubble. And that's why it's offset. Maybe now we're able to use the remote. If we click on play, maybe now we can use the remote to see about the pivots. So if I click on this guy here, click on this guy here, it does seem to be the case that the spider is grabbing the pivot of the box. And maybe that's why? Possibly. What if we do here, our dialogue manager, yeah, move anchors, set the position here. I'm wondering at least if there's a way to change it because this is here and ready. I'm wondering, maybe if we do move position anchors, new position, I'm wondering, I think it could definitely be a thing of changing later. Maybe when it's instance later. This guy here, okay. Maybe what we can do here is do global position. Yeah, global position.x is the offset here. What if we change it to be position? I'm just curious to see. Position here, position. There we go. And then we click on play here, grab you there. We get, oh, hold on. Did I also make sure it's the rectangle? Hold your horses here. We have our bubble portrait placeholder. You are the rectangle, correct? Yes, portrait player still here. And stretch can do. And that's all set to get on with the day at this point. The thing is, it's going to bite me in the butt later. And I'm already struggling with controls as it is. And it's a thing of, I know it's just going to it's going to become a bigger problem if I avoid it, because this is like the main core of the system. If this part doesn't work, then I'm going to be fighting it tooth, neck, and nail later. That's why I'm paying a lot of attention instead of just putting a placeholder down, because if this part isn't set correctly, then I'm going to have to offset in the future, and then in the future, and then the future. And then when I finally get back to this problem here, then I can fix it, then everything else has to get fixed in the future. That's why I'm making sure while it's still small, while it's still a level 1 problem, I'm dealing with it now instead of in the future. Let me go ahead and see about the next stretches. We'll go to the right here, left. Let's go to the left here a little bit. And then let's go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go to the back here a little bit. And then let's go here to the front a little bit as well. What we can do is we can print stuff out to the screen. I think we've been dealing with imagination way too much. What I want to do here is print here, and I want to print out a few things. I first want to print out the portrait position, so POR placeholder position, PLACEHOLDR placeholder position, so POSITLON placeholder position. Let's then go ahead and do plus here. Then what I want to do is change this into a string here, and we're going to do a few things. So this is going to be our portrait placeholder position. So copy you here, paste you here. This is then going to be our, as I'm moving all of these guys here, we'll also change this to be our new position here as well. So new position here, new position, since this is a global, so new position here, new position. So there's a few things I want to collect the data of. We have our placeholder position here. I also want to collect our global placeholder position, so global, GLOBL. So global placeholder position, and this is going to collect our global position here. I then also want to collect our speech bubble position as well as our speech bubble global position. So I'm going to go here, and I'm also going to do here our speech bubble. So let's see, speech bubble position, speech bubble here. And I also want to collect our speech bubble position here. And the correct way to do is to make the placeholder the texture rectangle to change out the texture if there was with each sprite, but it's a major change. Yeah, right now these are two separate systems in whole. Technically speaking, we could change the speech bubble to be, or we could add the speech bubble into the dialogue manager. So we could move all of these guys into this here. But, oh, I guess that, yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? That might be our best bet. Dialogue manager to make the speech bubble. I don't know how I feel about that, but that is an option too. I want to explore this first, and then we can see. And yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, I would like them separated. That way they can be modified differently. The thing is, right, you gotta keep in mind, we're gonna have a total of like 10 different actors. So this script already, or this location is already going to have like 10 of these guys, which isn't too bad, granted, because there's so few of them. But I would like all of the actors and then the speech bubble. But if need be, yeah, we could always just have the speech bubble as its independent point. So we could do something like this here. That could work. That could definitely work. And then we just set the speech bubble or all of the portraits to be the... Yeah, you know what? At this point, maybe that's for the best. It's simple, it's sweet enough. It might not be what I want at the moment, but I think that works. Let's go with that option. Let's then, now that they're all in this area here, our speech bubble guy here, what we can then do is, let's go ahead and just rename these guys here. So speech bubble backgrounds, let's see, SPEECH, This is then going to be our container. So let's see, DIALOGUE, yeah, dialogue, center container. So let's see, center container, CC dialogue, yep. And then we have our center container. So center container color rectangle here. And then this is going to be our dialogue container. So let's see, HBox, dialogue, DIALOGUE, HBox dialogue. We then have our portrait placeholder here. This guy can now just be, not even that, we could just make these, I think, the children, but our actor list, oh boy, our poor actor list. I guess maybe if we put the actor list here, right? We put it there, and then we reset the position of these guys. That could technically work too. We reset the position to be here, and then we, okay, now that's there. We change the position to be here instead, so remove the position to here. I would want to make these guys children. So like if I change this type to be a node, so control node here, for example, and then we change this to be a control node here as well, so change type to be a control node. So if we change these to be control node instead, and then we go back to here, we change this to be control node, so control node, and then our actor list is going to be, double checking here, actor list, and I think that red text means it's working. Let's go ahead then and see about our actor list, and this is fine, our actor profiles now. And the good news is that because we're using, what's it called? The percent thingamajingy, we don't have to worry about it mattering anywhere else in our dialogue manager. It's okay. As long as the name stays consistent, we're fine. But I'm hoping at least now that they are control nodes, we can reset the location, and the location here, hold on, you need to be also, I think, a control node. So let's see, change type here. We'll also set you to be a control node as well. Our actor list will then go here, extend to be control node here. So control node here. So you'll be a control node as well, like this guy here. And now these guys will be children. Yep, so you go here. Our actor list is a child of our portrait placeholder here. We change the layout to be, that's fine here. And error warning, you messed up. Seems to be working. Yeah, you see nothing, all right? You see nothing. Let's then go ahead and make sure our layout offset all of these guys here. That's good to go. Transform should be 0, 0. And then on our actor list here, our transform should be, and I'm wondering as well, why is it the case that Gabby sprite's there and the spider sprite's here? Now these guys at least should have our offset, none of those guys to go there. Our Gabby sprite then here also doesn't need to be centered. Aha! Okay, I think it's functional. These guys here, position has not been changed. These guys here, position has not been changed. So then, and this is where I would want to change or update it, but the thing is like, oh, it's simple enough, and there's ways to optimize it. But at this point, is it going to be more of a hassle to optimize it and make it cleaner? So am I going to suffer now or suffer later? I would rather suffer with this later than magic numbers later by like an offset of like 10 or 2. That is awful. So we don't even need to do any of this here. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this fix. It's not the cleanest, but it doesn't need to be at this point. I don't even know. Nope, I'm good with this. I am happier with this than the other idea. So then we go back down here. Let's just put the camera here so we can see things a little bit clearer. So now all of our actors are automatically set to here. We don't have to change any of the positions. They'll do it automatically. So we have our actor Gabby, we have our actor Spider, we have our actor list here. Our actor list is also referenced, so we're fine and good to go there. We have our spacers, we have our VBox container. So this is going to be our dialogues VBox, DIALOGUE, dialogue, or dialogue text here. So this is our VBox for dialogue text. This is then our bubble label. That's not our bubble label. This is going to be our text label. So TEXT, or rather LABEL, label text. This is then going to be our, let's see, dialogue HBox here. This is then going to be our HBox, and it's going to be for HBox verse line here. And we have our index. We'll call this well, actually, you know, let's call it our index. These guys are just here to make sure I know what the names are. So let's set this to be index here, index HBox index line. This guy then here is going to be our index spacer, index. So yeah, index INDEX, index spacer, hold on, spacer SPACER, spacer index here. There we go. So now naming conventions are good to go. Those guys are good to go. I'm okay with this. I am accepting of this. Yep, 100%. As if we click on play now, so we just need to delete our speech bubble scene. That should be fine to do. This guy here, our bubble label, yeah, you're no longer called a bubble label. I guess you're right. You're 100% right. We're going to go ahead and do here, copy, and then we'll find replace here, replace all of you guys here, and then we'll go ahead and just do you here. That should be fine to change. Anywhere else that you're angry at? I don't think so. We close this guy here, click on play here. What do we get? We get, let's see. And that small H-box line, H-box index line is killing me. What do you mean? It's for spacing so that it appears on the left here. Yeah, this guy is our H-box line, and this guy has to take up most of the space so that it appears on the far left. That's why it exists there. Because then, if I want it to appear more on the far left, what I would do is go to this guy here, and then I would increase the spacing so that it would be pushed over a little bit. That's why it's there. And no, it's the thank you. Well, hold on, no, H-box, what's, hold on. It's the name, in the name B, what, oh, did I do the naming convention wrong? We have V-box here, H-box here. Oh, yeah. No, that would have bugged me too. Thank you for pointing it out. Oh boy, yeah, that would have bugged me 100%. Okay, we have that there. All right, so I think we're good to go now. And thank you. Oh my. So now that we have all of our actor lists working properly and everything is set to go, let's then go ahead and say delete this guy now. So we don't need our speech bubble here anymore. We don't have a spider speech bubble can also be deleted here. That way it doesn't mess up. So delete that there. These are the only times our speech bubble are shown. Let's go ahead and delete our speech bubble scene. We don't need to delete the scripted speech bubble, just the scene here. We only use it in our cafe book speech bubble scene here. Yep, don't need it anymore. Don't need the scene there. Save that guy here. Double checking our book since it said it was in our cafe book, but I don't see the speech bubble in our book, so I think we're good to go. We'll then go ahead and make a backup now. So let's see. Dialog box or dialogueportraits, portraits in right place. R-I-G-H-T, right place. Dialog portraits in right place here. Click on commit, then click on push here. Should be good. And hi Alex, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Hey Eris, hope all is well. I'll be lurking, no worries at all. Welcome in. I hope you've been well and dandy so far. Let's see here. Things were complicated for I think like the past 2.5 hours. But you know what? I'd rather spend a lot of time on making a system that'll work from the ground up than making it shaky foundation. I don't want shaky foundation. I want functional foundation. Not perfect foundation, but functional. And I like this a lot more. I'm okay with having a lot of stuff in here instead of exporting it and worrying about importing, exporting. No, we're good here. Here is fine. Here is safe. So we save this guy here. I'm waiting for it to commit and push. It's not trying to commit and push, which is super duper odd. Let me go ahead and get a little bit of water here. Water should be all good to go. I'm just wondering about this dialog portraits. Why isn't it saving? It should save and commit. They share no common ancestor. That's what I'm not too sure about. What are you angry about? 9-patch rectangle. Ooh, hold on. I know why you're angry at least. We need to make you into that guy here. So you're not called this guy here and you're called this guy here. Then you're also going to be called speech bubble GBG. So you're going to be fine replaced. You're going to be SPECH BUBBLE _GB speech bubble background. Replace all here. I don't even think you're used. Hold on. Saving scene. Okay, and then if we grab you here, like so, save that here. Yeah, okay. And Visual Studio. Are you going to let me do things? Okay, speech bubble save. Okay, and then commit and push, and we're good. Okay, everything has been synced. Everything's good to go. Lovely. Okay, so now, step 2 is going to be, now that we have the portraits in the correct position, now we need to show which portraits need to be enabled and disabled and what emotions need to be shown. As right now, you can see if I click on this guy here, oh, hold on, we also need to enable our speech dialogue button to allow us to do things. So if I go back to our speech bubble here, we can go ahead and close these guys here. Player can control, okay, that is working, how odd. Okay, so player can control here, and no paths can be resolved to the node's root editor. I don't know what that means, I don't. So I'm going to just do a reload current project since I'm not sure what those angry red letters are. They're a little scary. I'm not sure. I'd rather deal with a little cute spider. So we'll save that guy there. We'll reload just in case because sometimes the scary red words go away when you do reload. It's like turning it on and off again. So now I click on play here. What do we get? What is it saying? we get, let's see. We get no angry. It's not angry anymore, which is good. That's good, that's good. We grab to here. Let me hide that guy here. Let me click on you here so that you can see the screen with me too. So I click on you here. I click on you here. Lovely, lovely. And if I go forward, backwards, forward. Okay, so now it's working. Now we have all the buttons. So now we need to do is we need to have all of the expressions match up with the portraits. So let's start off by having an enabled and disabled. And now, hello. Was it Cartine VT? Possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong with the name. I do tend to butcher it, but welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. So let's see. Now that we have this working, we now need to make it so that the guys are changed depending on what actor is present. So what I'm thinking is we have move actor's position. We don't need that anymore. What we need is a function for change actor, set actor role, or set actor, something like that. So we grab the actor, we grab the, yeah, I think that's it. So we'll have a var here for current actor, var, current underscore actor, and then we'll go ahead and make this an actor.name. Name, it's going to be set automatically to actor.name.none, so actor.name.none, as it's none right now. And instead of move actor to position, instead what we're going to do is a little bit something different. We're going to instead, and I'm just going to get rid of this. This makes it a lot easier. So func underscore ready, or not ready. We're going to call this instead to set actor. We're then going to do is we're going to take the new actor, and we're also going to take, so new actor, ACTOR, new actor, and then we're also going to take the actor, let's see, actor, ACTOR, actor.name here, and then we're also going to take the new emotion, so new EMOTION, new emotion, and we're going to take in here an actor.emotion, and that'll be good, I think, and then we'll do a void here. There we are. And it's Carthane? I see, Carthane, was that a little bit better? But hello, saw you on YouTube, and I'm also wanting to start streaming, and among other things, doing game dev in Godot as well. Well then, how lovely, and so just hanging out and listening to it, well then, welcome in, I do hope you enjoyed, and thanks for coming from YouTube over to Twitch, the great migration. Welcome in all over again, and I do wish you luck. Godot's been a lot of fun for the little experience I've had, I've been enjoying it a whole lot, so I do hope you do as well. Let's see. So we have set actor and new emotion. So if current actor, otherwise else, we're going to set the current actor equal to new actor. So current actor equal to new actor, like that there. And also upon doing ready, we're also going to want to do is set all of our actors in our actor list to be hidden. So for actor in actor list, so name to actor, for actor in name to actor, what we're going to do is do actor profile, so actor, let's see, actor profile dot
Nima
hide.
Timmer
So
just redeemed do a voice / act for 5 minutes. Rules card. I'm sorry, Eris, it had to be done.
I know you're not sorry, Nima. Oh no. All right, let's see. Challenge here, and then text here, voice, and yeah, no, I'm not. Oh boy, and I briefly looked into Game Maker and was gonna use that. Then I found Godot and how they lay out nodes and scenes. It just makes so much more sense in my head. I agree. I really like the way nodes and layouts. UI, the control nodes, not so much, but everything else, it feels very intuitive. And hi, Torn, welcome to the stream, welcome in. A shark finna appears, dun 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 dun, and next to your window, and Sussy music starts to play. What do you mean, Sussy music? Hold on now. Oh boy, let me set this guy to be up here. I think we're good to go there. Oh, I'm not ready for this at all. Is that 5 minutes? Nope, it's not set to 5 minutes. Let me go and just drag this guy to be over here. Oh, you know what? Actually, I can also slide myself to be back where I was. So actually, let me... Wrong guy! I didn't mean to put you in the darkness, you okay? And Fable 5 would save the spaghetti slop. Even Kimmy, hi, Xanarchy, possibly. Welcome to stream, welcome in. Oh boy, I undid a few things, and then everything broke. Hopefully you weren't in the darkness for too long. Let me slide over this guy a little bit here, and let me go ahead and do this guy here. Okay, that works now. And then we have this guy here, lovely. Okay, and then if I set this to be here, we should have spare timer, magma timer. Nope. This should be challenge timer. It should be set to 5 minutes, not 20. Oh boy, now it's ready. Oh me, oh my. Please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well as Anarchy. I think it's Anarchy, or it could just be Anarchy, or maybe X-Anarchy, but Sanarchy! Sanarchy sounds pretty close, so I'll do that for now, unless I'm proven wrong, which in many cases I am. Okay, let me get my water here, and can I buy you Club membership? No thank you. It's against all the rules here, so no thank you at all. Tasty. With that said, stand up dressed in a cheap shark costume. I thought I'd try something new. Oh, how sweet of you, turn. Let's see. Right, are you ready? I'm not. 5 minutes of challenge timer. Hold on. Why is it over there? Hold on. Screen here, notification. Yeah. I'm just not sure why it's in the bottom corner. That I'm not too sure about. Oh boy, well, thank you, hold on, let me grab the name here. Thank you, Sleepy Bed, for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you, and welcome in. And I would say if this left, though, would be done by now, too. Oh, I get it. I can say to that, at least, that's very rude, and I ask that you stop. I do appreciate your comments on the code itself, but this will be your only warning in that regard there. I'm doing what I can, and that is the best, but if you even call it slop, that's your opinion, too. So I'm okay with that, too. And why are gift subs... Are they upside down? No. Are they really? Hold on here. If I go for our notification guy here, let me just right side up. I had a 50-50 chance for it to be right side up. Hopefully. Now it's good to go. Oh my. With that said, right, voice. We were doing that, weren't we? Right. Okay, so if I remember, rules car stuff thousands. If current actress. If current actors do exist, then we need us to make this current actress hidden. So let us current actress shall now be behind us the scene of the curtain. Current actress dot hideth. Am I just going to add it to everything? Yay. Or would it be a nay? I am uncertain. We do current actor dot hide and cannot call function on an enum name. That is alright. What we need to do then is go to name to actress, then do current actor dot hide. So if I were to do something like this is something to theirs, and wait, you also gotta laugh. How does he laugh? Is it a oh? Or was it ha ha ha? I cannot remember it. You sound like a Harry Potter character. Harry, you're a wizardess. How fare thee? From hereth, what we need to do. Kenneth, remembereth. Say 10 point for Hufflepuff. 10 point for Hufflepuff. From here, once we set the current actor to the new name, or new actress, what we then do is copy this guy here, hide, and then do showeth here. So showeth for current actress, and then what we must do is go through all of the actors here, and set them all to hideth. So we do with here actor there, so actor, and then we set it then to dot hideth. From there, I believe all of the actors shall now be setteth to the proper location, and when they shall be beckoned upon and calleth. So if we click save here, run the current scene. We get in hide on null errors, which is not to be good. Why do you decide to be this way? It is alright. It looks like someone brought you pain. Or looks like someone brought you pain. Forgiveth me for the mispronunciation. Ask Harriet if he has seen Ron. Harriet, Don dearest. Have you seen Ron? I'm guessing if our name to actor dot. Oh, I knoweth why it is not working in the wellest way. What we need to do is we need to go to our actors list here, and in our name to actor, we do not have it assigned at the moment. So we need to assign them to their proper roles. So if we go with here to our Gabby, we then set it to be Gabbyeth. From here, we then set our new keyeth to be Gabby, and then we set the value to be as well our actor Gabbyeth. Actor Gabbyeth has been set, and now actor Gabby hopefullyeth existed, but I am uncertain on if that is the case. Fancy laugh insert here. New key set to be Gabbyeth. Then set the actress to be as well Gabby, and from there what we need to do is then set the new key to be Spider, and we set the actor to be Spidereth as well, and then we add both. But the reason why it said hide and nulleth is that we also need to make sure we set it to be the case if there is something missing, if it is not in placeth, then we need to have a warning to say, warning, our actors are missing in action if. This is assigned to Ravenclaw. So, let us also account for the fact that maybe we have no actors on stage at the moment. Well, what we need to do for that is, if actor is emptieth, so if name to actor is emptieth, so if name to actor dot is emptieth, then we need to send out a warning and also returneth. And wasn't she always a Ravenclaw? I believe this once upon a time, many years ago, many moons ago, I took it a test, and I believe that was signed Ravenclaw, but I cannot recall. Recall it. For hereth, we will do utility doteth print debug message if. This message will say then that our actor list is empty. Oh, I'm free! I hope you enjoyed that. Mrs. Potters, you have it to attend your next lesson classeth. Recall. I can't. Recall! So what we're gonna do here is just say, hey, actor list is empty. So actor list, actor ACTR, actor list is EMPTY. Actor list is empty. Then we're gonna say notice self, so we'll set this to be self, and then we'll do utility.debug message, debug color, and we'll set this to be warning. So in the case that it is empty, we'll set it to be warning, and then we'll return, like that. And it's the screen okay after all those S's? No. No, it's how dare you presume it? I hope that was worth it, Nima. Let's see here. That said, if it's empty, now we have a return, so hopefully it doesn't happen. And then we have for actor and actor to name all of these guys here. If it's the case that it's still not working, that's okay, and that's all right. I had to laugh on my weaker month. My stomach hurts. Perfect. Let's see. So now, if we click on play, are we going to get null or empty? I don't think we are. So maybe we do. Oh, no, hold on. It's all right, it's okay. I know why we're getting this. You can't see it. We get the appearance of this. This is what we get. We actually just need to hide our portrait placeholder. No. We need to do here. Hold on. I know what we need to do. We need to do our visibility and set our modulation here to be self-modulate and set it to be clear. Like that. Gabby, where did you go? Gabby portrait is, oh, I know why. You have to call the function. And thanketh thee, Eris. That is, sir, this was a wondrous performative. Magnificent. We need to actually call the function. That's pretty important. So in our dialogue manager here, or actually in our speech bubble rather, in our speech bubble, what we need to do is upon updating the script, so we update the text here, whenever it's updated, we grab whatever current dialogue it is, and this is the spot where we'd have to change things. So on update text, what we need to do is, you know what, the good news is as well, is that in the speech bubble at least, we can reference the actor list now, so I guess it does work out in its favor. For example, here we can now just grab our actor list here. So grab the actor list, and do actor list, and grab the current actor. And Mrs. Potters, your lessons are all confusing.
Gregor VT just redeemed hydrate.
Hold on. Tasty. Thank you for that redeem. Thank you, indeedy. So on our actor list here, what we can then do is do actor list dot, or actor list, how can we do this? Okay, I believe what we'd have to do here is do actor list dot, and I don't remember actually, so it's going to be actor list dot set actor. So actor list dot set actor, so set actor, set underscore actor, and it's going to be the new actor name. In this case, we're going to grab our dialogues index speaker here. So it's going to be you here, and we're also going to need the emotion. We don't have the emotion at the moment, but that's okay. We have the speaker and also the emotion. So the emotion goes here. What kind of magical potion did you drink there, Mrs. Potter? You know, it reminds me of the funny speech reminds me of the teacher from kindergarten. Class! Today we are going to be assigned some homework. I forget her name exactly, but I remember her speech was very funny. Oh boy. We go back here into our actor list then, and this is where we would need to change the actor profile's emotion as well. But for now, we just want the actor to appear. So let's go ahead and click on play, and hopefully with the new settings, with the new changes, now the actor will appear properly. Yes, you can see Gabby now says hello. Then the spider should say I am Spooter, but it does not yet, so that's okay. We need to do if current actor dot hide, and then we do current actor dot show. So something's off here. What we need to do here is do current actor, we set the anchor. First we grab the current actor and we hide the current actor. After that, we then change the current actor. So actually, what we need to do is do something like this, I think. I think that's the right logic. So if we click on play here, what do we get? What do we get? We get something like, and let's go. We're halfway there. Woohoo. So now we have Gabby, then we have the Spooter. Oh, look at it. Look at it do the thing. It's doing it. We have the spider, we have Gabby, and now we just need to add the emotion. Oh boy, okay. What we then do is, after hiding the thing here, what we then have to add is the emotion. It's working! High octane energy! Hi, Melphabit! Welcome into stream, welcome in, and welcome back. I hope you've been well so far. Thanks for schmoovin'. After the little bit of a hiccup with UI, we're back on the road! Back on the progress train! Yes! Choo! Let's see. Name to actor, show. Then we have to grab our current actor. So our current actor then has to be current actor name here. Yeah, okay. So name to actor, we grab the current actor. Before we show it, we actually need to change the emotion. So dot, sprite here, sprite dot, and we need to do set icon here. I think it is called set icon. Nope, hold on. It's going to be something like has sprite. Yeah, it's going to be set icon, new icon type, all of these guys here. This here is what we change it to. So we go back to our sweet roll here. Nope, this guy here. Yep. Oh no, wrong guy. Actor list. Yes. So it is going to be this here. So we're going to grab the advanced type. So it's going to be set icon, and it's going to be advanced sprite. So advanced sprite dot type dot emotion, and then it's going to be type. Never mind. Wrong thing. It's actually going to be hold on. What is it going to be? Oh no, I forgot. Hold on. My throat. Give me 1 second here. Okay, it's all good. We need to do set icon. We grab the icon type, which is going to be, yep, and then, okay, no, we're right. Change name? Nope, not at all. Okay, I did do it correctly. I just forgot. What we actually have to do is do sprite, all of these guys here, set the icon sprite type to emotion here. Then we do comma, and then we grab the new emotion. So new emotion here, new emotion, emo, T-I-O-N, new emotion. That should do it entirely. Set icon type emotion, new emotion. Hopefully now we get proper things with proper emotions being changed. So, oh, we also need to set the current emotion to whatever this emotion is. So, hold on. New actor, current actor, yep, actor profile here. Actor needs to be set to be what? Actor, yeah, I want to grab actor. What is an actor? Actor, yes, current emotion here. Let's change the current emotion. I don't know if current emotion's even needed, but just in case it is needed, I want to set the current emotion too. So, we go here, and then we have to do sprite dot or current actor. So let's see, named current actor dot, hold your horses here, current actor dot current emotion, and we need to set it to the new emotion as well, just in case. I don't know if we're ever going to use this, if this is actually a thing that needs to be happening, but just on the safe side, we'll also have that there. So now we click on play here, and we get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Hi, Near. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And please correct me if I'm wrong in the name. Let's see here. Cannot call method play on null value. Interesting. Thank you for the follow. Thank you as well. Let's see here. I wonder why we're getting a null value. Pourquoi? Animation player. Oh, maybe the animation player hasn't been set yet. That could definitely be the case. It has not been created yet, so it's a little confused. It doesn't have the spirit yet. That's okay. That's all right. Well, oh yeah, I know why. Animation player connect, and then animation player connect. Okay. Take 400,075 and 2. I think we're in that range now. We click on play here, and then... Nope. Out of bounds, get index on base. New type, new value. Yeah, new type, new value. Why are you angry now? The new type is set to be type emotion. New value. Oh, I know why. I think I know why at least. We need to go back to you here. You are set to type. You are emotion. You are correct here. You are also set to emotion. That is correct as well. We have emotion here for actor emotion. It's saying something along the lines of, it's out of range for these emotions. This is 1, 2, that's not that many. So I'm wondering why it's acting like that. If we go back to our actor list here, and with all those connects in that tree, it was very confusing to me. Oh yeah, I have made this harder on myself than it needs to be. I know that for a very fact. I am not doing this as I am not doing this as optimally, that doesn't sound right, as optimal as I could. That's a little bit better, which is unfortunate, but that's a-okay too. What I can do as well, hold on, give me a sec here, if I also, I think I can do that as well. Lovely, okay, but that said, and that was not criticism. I have no idea what's going on. Oh my, let me go ahead, and what I can say is, so, we take the new icon, we set the sprites.set icon. This should give us new emotion should not be 12. That's what I'm curious about. Why is this 12? So we'll go here, we'll set this to play. Let's have it play up and see why we're getting what we are. It should be click and play or plug and play. For example here, our new emotion is 2, which makes sense. Our new actor is 1. So when we go into here and we set all of these guys here, our new type is set correctly. That's going to be this emotion here, and then we have a new value. So why is it angry? Why to be the case? We have new type, the value is value, type is new type, which is true, type is emotion, and then we get to here, animation player, find key, all of these guys here, new type, new value, yeah, and then we play the enum name. The enum name is what exactly? We go down to here. Enum name is set to be happy. Current value equals happy, but it's saying we don't have a happy enum name, which is a little bit odd because we do. If I click on this guy here, you can see happy right here. Happy is the enum name we have at the moment. So we go back into here, we go back to our debugger here. Let me click on this guy here too so I can see the Twitch chat properly as well. Let me go to you here, step into, and new type is 12. New type is 12. Yeah, that makes sense. New type is 12 because the animation sprite is emotion. So this guy here, yep, that makes sense. This is the 12th new typist, yeah. Hopefully you can see that now. These guys, what we're paying attention to is the value. The value is the emotion. So the type is, what type of sprite is it? It's an emotion sprite. Okay, what value is it? It should be 2. So the new type should be set to 2. When I hover over this guy, it tells me that it is happy, and I think I can show you here as well. Yeah. Enum name has been set to happy. So the animation player should have a happy emote name, or emotion name. We step into this guy here. We should get that guy here. But then it says out of bounds, get index. So why is it saying that? Kind of hard to pass through which one it is. Unit type to spawn count type 2, type to spawn count type 1. That's what I'm not too sure about. This system works, or it should work, but for some reason it's not working as expected. None of this should be breaking. This has all been tried and true, so I shouldn't have to change any of the code here, which is why I'm a little bit concerned. So if it's a problem going on here, that means it's a problem elsewhere, not in this code. This is at least, hopefully, and we have out of bounds, yeah. Set icon, hold on here. Out of bounds, set icon type base. So type to spawn, type here. Our type is here, and we have here, type equals new type. So we do have type, new type here, type to spawn count. Yep, type to spawn count type. And what is type to spawn count? That's a great question. Oh boy, utility type to spawn count, let's see. Found the issue. Yeah, we just kind of have to do. This is not good. This is not good. Okay, now we're good. Okay, now what are you angry about? Oh, that's a breakpoint. Oh, we get 14 errors, but now it's not crashing. Debugging! Thank you. Now, what is all of this? Cannot be disabled. Could not resolve track. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. That's okay. We'll just delete the animation player. Congrats, you have fixed the issue without knowing much. Yes, indeedy. Thank you. Okay, now we have a new issue. For some reason, it's not liking these guys, so I'm just gonna delete these just in case, just so we have a clean slate here. Then I'm going to add an animation player again, so add the animation player here. And then I'm also going to add an animation player here, so add an animation player here. This is then going to be called our Gabby animation player, so AP animation player. I'm going to call this actually something different just in case. So we call this ANIMATION player Gabby. We'll just do the big words instead of the closed off. So this is animation player Gabby. This is animation player Spider, SPIDER, Spider. We save this guy here. And a second pair of eyes is always helpful. Oh yeah, but is the second, are you anacreated? What pair would that be? I am not a spider. I am an eldritch being. Those are completely different things. So I can understand you thinking a spider is an eldritch being is, yeah. They can be scary. I do agree to that one. Or I guess, technically speaking, because I have glasses on, I do have 4 eyes. What would it be? You have 4 eyes, 2 eyes, 4 eyes, 2 eyes. Let's see here. From here, what I want to do is assign our animation player to this guy here. So you get assigned, and then we go ahead and set you to be, yeah, I don't know why you're full. This is a little bit scary, but I'm okay with it. We set this guy to be Spider because you're Spider. Then we go ahead and import into here. Yes, importing should work properly. Can I? No, it won't let me make it smaller. Why won't it let me make it smaller? Oh no! What have I done? Why are you so big? What did I do? No, it won't shrink. It doesn't like the idea of shrinking. And wait, you're not a spider? I was wrong for such a long time! There are eldritch spiders. Oh yeah, I can believe it. My question is, I don't know. What did I do? She's not a spider, she's a cartoon character. Oh my, I don't know how we got here. And then, well, it fixed itself. Restart. I don't know. I could not tell you why it decided to expand all of a sudden. I did it again. I guess maybe because of how big the text is, it wants to make sure I select the right thing, because it's like speech bubble / speech bubble BG / CC dialog / color rectangle. It's like a long list. You can kind of see here. Maybe it expands because of how long the animation player path is. That's my only guess as to why it got that big. If I had to, you know, think for a sec. And then if I click on here, I can make it smaller. Yeah, it expanded to make sure I read all the names. So now we go back to our spider animation here because it's so big. Yeah, that's exactly it. Now we drag and drop our animation player here. Then we go to our spooder here, and we should just be able to do drag and drop our animation player here. Animation player Spider, just double checking here. Spider goes here, and then Gabby goes here. Yep, okay. And then we go back to here. There we go, and click on play here. This should work. I'm not sure why it's deciding, nah, I don't wanna. So we have cannot update speech bubble, no dialogue script. That's okay. Oh, I am Spider. Nah. It works. Don't ask me how. Oh my. Oh, I'm happy it works, but man, it's painful. Half the time it works. Why does it work? It's not working. Why isn't it working? But it does work. You can see the expressions change. For example, here we have Gabby happy saying hello. And then we have Spider neutral saying I am Spooter. And then Gabby neutral saying meh. And then the Spider being happy saying I am Spooter. Let's go. Oh my. Well, you know what? That's a great time because the ad breaks are about to start in a second. Oh, also, I thought I unpinned the message. I did not unpin it. Let me go ahead and unpin this message. That's not a concern anymore. Let me go ahead and click on you here. And okay, that is unpinned there. Okay, so ad break will happen. I'll go ahead and save this. We'll also do a few more trial and errors just to be on the safe side. I'm also wondering why there's like a white outline. At this point, it's fine. What I want to do when we come back is add like a little text at the top to say what the character is. But yeah, ad break, do that now, and then when we come back. But it's working, so you know what? I'm not complaining one bit. Right, we're good. Click on that button here. Go ahead and make a backup here. So go ahead and do backup here. You there. Then we'll go ahead and have the messages here say dialogue box, emotion box, functional, FUNCTIONAL. Emotion box functional. Commit and push and we're good. And maybe it's interactable. Can you elaborate what you made? Hold on. Egg Gregory, right? Egg. I just have to remember egg. Like egg dog. Let me click on you here. Oh boy, it is wild how it's the thing of, I thought it wouldn't take a lot of things to do, but then it's always the thing of, every time I think it's a hard problem, easy to fix. But as soon as it's easy to fix, then there's an easier or there's a harder. It's always a case of, oh, this should be easy. It's just a few things here. And then you realize it's not easy. It's like the rhythm game idea. I can't say though that, speaking of things, while we're waiting for the ad breaks, I can say 100% that I will be taking a break from Necrotype Cafe when the demo releases. And so not when the full game's out, when the demo releases, just so I can come back to the project with fresh eyes. The demo will be completed once we have the ability to show off what the game is supposed to be about. Once we have all the systems in place, even if everything isn't fleshed out. So for example, we don't have the game save system yet. We don't have the levels yet, as there's going to be like a week of, what's it called? Every week, you have a new final boss to complete. If you defeat that final boss, then you get to unlock new flavors. Another thing I always wanted to add was like a shop system. Don't know if we'll be able to do that, as that's an entirely different expansion demo. Yeah, we're slowly getting there. So let's see, once the tutorial's done, maybe then we would move on to figuring out the, once the tutorial's done, what is there? Oh, I never got this far. Oh my! So let's see. Once the tutorial is completed, I guess we would then move on to either the store or the save file. Possibly. Save things there. I think that would be the next best step to do. And the thing is as well is that once the demo is out, or I guess, I take it back. I don't think I'll take a break at the demo. I think I'll take a break once the prototype, once the prototype is complete, as the demo implies that all of the assets have no more placeholders. I want to take a break before placeholders are added. So I'll take a break once all of what's in the game, the base of the game. Yeah, I like that a little bit better, because then I can come back to the game and start doodling. Or I guess, technically speaking, the break would be doing all of the art for the game, all the assets, all the music. None of that's been added. For example, there's probably going to be at least 50 songs. Haven't made any of those songs. Haven't dabbled in music in a good second or two. And take a break in what sense? Take a break as in maybe do like a game jam here or there. One thing and one project I do want to do, and I don't think it'll take too long, I say, and then it takes forever. And okay, we're good. One thing I want to do before the demo or after the demo, somewhere nearby the demo, is I want to go back to the inspiration for why I made Necrotype Cafe to begin with. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. I was talking about the plans of the Necrotype Cafe. Let me click on, hold on, where are we at? We should be in Obsidian. Yes, here. I would want to, after the prototype's done, so once we have all the systems in place and then we just have to flesh everything out for the demo, I think once the prototype is done, I think then break. I was saying how one thing that I've been wanting to do, and I haven't made another game, I haven't worked on any game jams or anything of the above because I've been focused on Necrotype Cafe. And next month will be a total of 2 years of working on this. And so the break would be to do some game jams. I think maybe 1 or 2 could be fun to do, as well as I want to transform this console cafe simulator. This was a final project I made in college, as I went to college for game development to get a computer science degree. I was in there for 2 years and then I ended up dropping out due to not only just health concerns, but also the fact that I wasn't learning what I wanted to learn. As you can see here, this game had to be made in the console. It was a final project. I did get an A+, I just want to point that out, but it was made in the console. So a project I've been wanting to do for the longest time, as it's been at least a good 5 years minimum of not doing or touching this thing. I would want to make a kind of one-to-one in Godot. So I would want to update this to not being console anymore, but just being its own game. It's like a mini game. And it's more of a mini game, I'd say. It's the inspiration for Necrotype Cafe. It was the idea of, man, I want to make a game, but I wanted to kind of be one of my favorite games. I wanted to be an upgrade. So I wanted to make this game, but with a twist. This is a game where you have to type out, and you can play it as well. It is up on itch, and if you click on download now, it just say no thanks, just take me to downloads. You can play it if you'd like to as well. If I do exclamation itch, I believe it should bring you to the itch page. But the idea was that this is a cafe game where you have to type buttons in order to get inputs for the food. You can see everything was also even made in ASCII. So the idea was that I already had a cafe game where you had to type things out. So typing game, cafe game. And I thought to myself, I don't want to do a typing cafe game. I wanted a little bit of a twist. So then I added rhythm. And the rest is history. So once the prototype's complete, I think I want to go back and refresh this guy, make it its own like mini project, do a few game jams, and then go back and add ghosts. Yeah, the ghost came later, I think, super duper late. We've been all around the block here. My goodness, but it's been a lot of fun. Now I'm just thinking about it, man. 2 years really is a long time. Let me click on programming here. As yeah, the thing was as well that when I started streaming, one of the things I wanted to start off streaming was game development. So I had to choose a game development project to work on, and that was Necrotype Cafe. And oh boy, has the game changed so much, and it's so nice to see. Right, with all of that said, we just finished the dialogue manager guy here. What I wanted to do was I wanted to add a little bit at the top to show the name of whoever is speaking. And I also don't know if I want to keep that outline. What we can do though is, at the very least, we can remove the green. So we can go here to our color and just do a little bit of this. There we go. But I want to keep it just in case. So I'm actually going to do the self-modulate and set it here. That way, if I want to change the color, but now we don't have the green box, no longer needed. Oh, you know what? It could be fun to have the box as the color. So maybe we set it to be now, at least temporarily, to be like a, if I just grab this guy here and I just do like grab this guy here and just do that. How does that look? And then we do this here. Ooh, I do quite like it. I could live with that by a lot. Okay, and then maybe if we do our speech bubble here, our speech bubble has its own text. Let's just quickly change it. If we do speech bubble here, speech bubble, we can very quickly change the colors of this. I do like the idea of having it like that purple. So if I do shown file export here, we click then into this guy here. I can then hopefully bring you into a sprite here, like so. And we can very quickly change the color of the bubbles. So for example here, this guy can be changed to this background here. Maybe then we add like a lighter color here, so maybe it goes up here, and then maybe it's this color here, and then maybe we add like a, let's see, we could do that color, and then maybe this color here. So like a nice looking background outline at least. And then if we grab this cream color here, as I know, one of you have the cream color. Is it Gabby who has the cream color? Who owns it? Let's see, actor sprites here, actor Gabby, do you have the cream color? No, you have a green color. Who's holding the cream? Let's hide this guy, show this guy here. Nope, that was for the 9 patch idea. Do we even need the white outline here? I don't know. I don't know if the white outline's even needed, but I do kind of like the idea of the wow outline. Oh boy, words, aren't they hard? Let's just very quickly add a little bit of something here and here and here. I do like how it's thicker. This guy should also be 2, so it should be more so like that. That there makes a lot more sense. And you know what? We can even see about adding, or can we add even like a little heart here? Oh yeah, a little heart I think would be, nope, not possible. Never mind, I take it back. Okay. With that said, I do like the idea of this guy here, this guy here, this guy here. And then I'm thinking at least, maybe we don't even go for, we go for this as the outline dialogue. I wonder, in games, how do they do speech bubbles usually, do you think? If we go into concepts here, we have, let's see. If we take our examples from Fields of Mystria as well as Deltarune, at the moment, it is a white box. So it usually seems to be the case of either a white box and then like an outline of black. Interesting. Okay, well then that gives us a little bit of a better look at everything. So what I'll do is I will grab that cream color that we're using currently for our text, as I am a big fan of that cream color. So I'll click on you here and wait, my pixel counting senses are tingling. It's a dialog bubble in the margin to the right, a pixel or 2 bigger than to the left. Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit? I think so. It is not meant to be centered, at least, if that's what you mean. For example, if I go to, let's see, go to here, and then we go to, in the scene in Godot. Hold on, let me go to programming here. Do you mean that this guy here isn't centered? Some of the sprites aren't centered. I can't say that for certain. For example, I think if I hide the spider here, yeah, it exists to be like this. There is the option of making it like this. Does that help? Does that feel a little bit nicer to look at instead? No, hold on my throat, give me 1 second here. Real good. And not the guy, the brown part? Oh, maybe. Hold on. what we can do is have this guy here go by, let's see, layout offset, no, layout here, 215. It is 215, so it could definitely be the case of like 216. There we go. Better? Oh boy, you catch things so interestingly. It's lovely. I do like even. I wish there was like a symmetry tool or something, or like a center thing. That's wild that you're just so accurate. My. Okay, well, we have that fixed. Thank you for that one. If it's something that's easy to fix, oh boy, by all means. So we'll go ahead and copy this color here, as I do love this cream color. So we'll grab this cream color here. And then what I'd like to do is make maybe this guy the cream color. And I'm thinking as well, maybe we'll make the outline a little bit smaller possibly, or we could also just make this guy a little bit bigger. So like a 2 line here, 2 line here. I think that could work out well. Something like that there. Actually, no, I take it back. I like the idea of the outline looking like this instead. So then if we bring it back into our programming guy here, we then can see if we re-import the guy here, which should not be too bad. I also need to do, let's see, ordering here, nope. Our guy here, yeah, self-modulate. So self-modulation to be empty. There we go, save that guy here. And then for our Aseprite guy here, we need to re-import it. How do we do that? Oh, I see, we just have to export it. Delete here, gotcha. Or actually, hold on, I don't even have to do that. I just have to export. File, export as, you there, export, and now, voila! I like that a lot more. What do you think? I think it's nifty, though I don't know about the corners. The corners feel a little bit off to me. So maybe if I just erase the corners by like a little bit here, that might not feel as bad. Like maybe if we do that guy there, no. I think that might have to work there, and then if we add that there. Okay, maybe, and I know you can't see it. That is intentional. I'm doing this haphazardly and hoping for the best. Save that guy here, do file, export as. How about this? How does this feel instead? You know what? I can deal with that. I can definitely deal with that. I think that looks nicer. If that's the case, then let's see about rounding out the edges a little bit with the anti-aliasing. We don't have to do this. Again, placeholders, but I do like making placeholders look a little bit pretty. So we'll see about maybe making you see that there, and add that kind of here and here. I'm thinking at least have something like this, and then we can add like a halfway point and put that here. And then if we put this guy here, we can then do something like here, and here to add a little bit of a rounded edge. And then we can also do that for here. So we can do something like that there. And then we can add this guy for also a rounded edge about here. Let's see, here, and here. I think that'll work out fine. So this gives it hopefully not as harsh as I feel. And you know what? Actually, we could do as well. I don't even know. Our actor Gabby sprite here has a background. But for example, you could do like a pattern or design. I'm not going to, because I think that'll be a little bit too hard to do. But you could do like a tiling sort of thing. We'll go back into here. I should be able to do file, export as, export this guy here, and then we can go ahead and go back into our programming here. And what we should hopefully be able to see is the space bubble updated like so. Now the edges are rounded out a little bit, so hopefully it's not as harsh in your eye, which is good, lovely. So next thing is, we are going to need to add a spot for the speaker. And I kind of sort of like the idea of having the speaker name at the top. I think that's a little bit nicer. So for example, what I'm thinking is at the very least is that we have this dialog box, right? Yeah. And you know, simple enough. We don't have to do too much. We just drag this guy up to here like that. And then we can go ahead and give this guy a little bit more space. So we just take the spacer and then we just set the name of the person in the H box here. So we have the number here, and I'm wondering, do we want to have the out of so-and-so? I don't think it matters too much. We could always just have it as nothing, and that would be good to go. I think that's okay. And I'm not sure, at least right now, if I want to have the player have the ability to go back. That might be changed, definitely, especially if there's like things that go off. So you know what, for now at least, let's not allow the player to go back. So that should be an easy enough fix, knock on wood here, that if they try to go back, so we have here, next back, we can just for now do return. Just return, back has returned. We don't ever go to this guy here, and yeah, I know that it's going to get angry because it's like, warning, unreachable code. Yeah, you know what, let's go ahead and just do if enable back. Enable back. There we go. That way, now you're good. If enable back. Hold on. If enable back. There we go. There we go. And then we'll do that there. If enable back. Copy you here and then do @export var. So @export var. Enable back. We'll set this to be false by default. So if enable back. There we go. So back no longer is an option. The player is no longer allowed to go back in the text. That was one critique I wanted to make, and I'll go ahead for now and hide this index spacing. And for our spacer left here, let's go ahead and actually just duplicate this guy. That should be easy enough to do. We'll call this guy here our label, L-A-B-E-L, label, and it's going to be speaker name here. Then we're going to have here speaker like this. And we'll make sure that you are expanded as much as you can do what you can. Fit content, what's this guy here? Ah, interesting. Okay, well, I know at least that we can go ahead and set you to be direct ratio to that there. And then we can go ahead and just remove, or at least hide our spacer for now. So this guy can go here, but I kind of like the idea of this going to the far left. So maybe we can do, that's beginning here. And thanks for indulging me. I was in a competition with technical drawings, drafting in my region when I was in school, and I like pixel art, so I just happened to be annoying in that way. No worries at all, I just said, if it's a small minor change that I can make that doesn't disrupt the universe and makes it very painful, you know, by all means. If it's like a little bit of off, for example here, I can't really change the offset of this guy, but other things I could, and I like things that feel nicer, and it being a little bit of a buggy thing of just offset by like one, oh boy. I can't only imagine, once your eyes have been open, once you get like that artist or that, what's it called, like a designer eye, everything in the world changes around you. You start noticing everything that's wrong. Let me make sure that you go here, I think. Possibly we can have it go here, and then we can go ahead and have this guy fill up, and maybe that guy can go here. We need this guy to expand as well, so if we go to you here, fit content, nope. We just need it to expand, so theme override, nope, theme override, nope. We need you to do display text here, markup here, I'm wondering, where is our expand? You should be in layout, theme overrides here, no, theme override, probably font size, constants, no. Where are you? You should be in layout, and then you should be container sizing. Ah, container sizing is what I'm looking for. Container sizing, layout sizing, let's see, S-I-Z-I-N-G, sizing, yeah, fill stress ratio. Let's make this 2 to 1. 2 to 1 should be good. You here are set to be 1, so you're 1, and that should be possibly okay. This guy here, though, needs to be set to not center. We need to set it to be left, and we need to set this guy to be left as well, so that's left center. Then what we can do as well is have our V-box here. We need to have the theme override constants as separation, lower the separation a little bit here. I think that's fine. And then if we add lots of text here, so if we just kind of copy this guy and paste this guy into here, that's not good. Never mind, I take it back. What we need to do is not do any of that. So go back to our V-box here, redo our separation to be that guy there. I don't think we're ever going to need this much text. At least I'm hoping as much. So we can go ahead and save this guy here. We can also have a bool for show index label, do show index label. So we'll do this guy here. We'll then do a speech bubble here, and we'll then do a @expert var show index label. So show index label, label, show index label. We'll by default set this to be false, and upon doing ready, we'll just grab this guy here, index spot label here. We'll set this to be, oh, actually, I should just do this here, and show index label. Actually, never mind. Index label, where we are to index spot label. If dot visible equals visible equals show index label. So we set the show index label here. That's fine and good. So if it's hidden, it's going to look like this, which should not change anything else. And lastly, we're going to need to change the speaker. So we can go back in here into our script, and then let's go ahead and have our these are all exports. So I'll do @onReady var here. And here's where we would grab our label speaker name. So we're going to go here, and then what we can say is label.text. We're also going to go here to our label speaker. So label speaker name dot text, and it's going to equal blank plus this. So we're going to do plus, and then now we need to get the actor's name. So we do name, actor name, find key, speaker, and we also need to do dot capitalize. So dot capitalize, dot capitalize here, plus, and we don't even need to do this guy anymore here. So we'll go ahead and do this guy here, and then we'll also do this guy here. So now, hopefully, we can have this, and we do this guy here. And now if we click on save, and yes, game dev. Hi, your Walker X, or your Walker Rex, maybe. Your Walker X. I think it's your Walker X. Welcome in the stream, welcome in. And thank you, yeah, indeed, game Devin. Right now we're working on UI, which is a little painful, but I'm enjoying it. We have here, Gabby says, hello. Spider says, I am Scooter. Gabby says, meh. Now the question is, I don't like how it's in the center. That feels a little bit off. So let's see about maybe making the label not do center. I kind of like it going from the left, top left, and then top left again. Something like this. And then I like the idea of, let's see, clicking on play here. what we get is, let's see, we have Gabby saying hello. Then the spider says, I am Spooter. And then Gabby says meh. And then Spider says, I am Spooter. So it only goes in one direction. We can't go back anymore. And I do like the way it looks so good. Okay. So now we could go ahead and save the backup here for customization a little bit more. So we'll say added custom look. And then we'll go ahead and commit and push. So that should be good to go. And now with all of that said and done, let's do one more test to make sure everything's working properly. And then we should be okay. The speaker has now been also added and enabled or disabled, so we can see everyone here. My only issue is that there's like a space between this box here and this box here, and it feels pretty odd. If we go to our separation and set the separation to 0, like this here, that might feel a little bit better, like that. Okay, and there we are. So now with all of that said and done, what I'd also like to point out, and this is the great part about the, oh, I take it back. We're gonna need talking animations, aren't we? There's so many more things. I take it all back. So, few things. Either we have an emotion for regular emotion and talking emotion, or, oh, that's not good. Okay, so let me show you the current dilemma I'm running into at the moment. If I go ahead and bring it back into draw here, is it the case that we want the characters to have their mouths open and closed as they're speaking? I kind of like the idea of that, but it would be a lot of work. That's a lot of work. What I want to have, and what I completely forgot about, were our core foundations and rules and hopes and dreams. I completely forgot about them. Let me see if I can find it so I can show you what I mean. If we go back actually into here, yeah. We're not done. We're not done at all. Oh no, okay, so we have here our core values, the things we want to have as a part of our, our dialogue box system. Granted, the things in purple are things that are optional, that would be nice to have, but aren't required, aren't part of my requirement. You can see here that there is, for example, log here, which I think it would be a good idea to have some sort of log. So if a person accidentally misses text, logs, I like logs, I like looking at logs. I would also like the idea of having sound effects play when the character is speaking. We have emotive sprite. You know, let's address the things that we do have. What are things that are working at the moment? We have an emotive sprite. Yes, that is true, which means that we have at the moment all of these guys. Good. The speaker now has a resource for an emotive sprite. That is true. Yes, indeedy. We also have the JSON signals, add animations and events. That too has been made to true. And I think it's good enough that if I do need to. Right now it's a thing of it's not being used, but it is functional. So that's functional too. Next up, JSON, easy data management. I believe that our file system is also possible. Let's go ahead and make this all green here too. I can call that a success. Next up, this is where we get a little bit painful. We have done none of these things. Not whatsoever. So, and again, these are things I think definitely could be a thing of color. Color could be a nice thing to add, so I'm just gonna do that there. Oh, that kind of did a little bit of a, yep, undo that. Okay, so color, right now, at this very moment in time, would be nice to do, especially if they're trying to speak. Oh, yeah, color's important. Color's super duper important. How can we add color then? How can we do color? Well, the good news is that we could do rich text labels, and that wouldn't be too bad to add color in. For a color, I'm thinking at least, and I can show you what I mean, is for the fix of color, what you would do is, if we go back into programming here, what you would have to do is have the words surrounded in the rich text label. So for example here, our rich text label, BB code is enabled. So what you would say is you'd have to kind of do like a dash color. Let me see if I can find it. Godot for add color to rich text, TXT-LABEL, rich text label, and that just might have to be what it is. I'm okay with this at this point. We have rich text label, and then you have the color and the text, and you can do this guy here, so we can just copy this guy here. So there's already a way we can do color. It's not as nice as I would want it to be, but it's functional, and at this point, I'm okay with functional. What you would do is you would grab the script here. So you would grab the dialogue script, and we'd have to do this in the actual, what's it called? New script list, script data here, case gives a truther, yeah, for cafe. Nope, that's not it. The case gives truther, gotta catch it, you'll listen. Oh, this is old script data. This is also old script data. I don't think any of this is needed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not needed. So I'm gonna delete you and hope for the best that I don't regret this decision. You're gone, goodbye. We also can get rid of our old dialogue manager. That guy too doesn't need to be a thing anymore. So I'll go ahead and delete you because I believe you are no longer a part of our system anymore. We have our dialogue manager here, old dialogue manager. Yeah, you're old dialogue manager. Just double checking here. Are you old dialogue manager? Nope, you're new dialogue manager. So old dialogue manager, I believe, can also be deleted here. So we'll go ahead and just delete old dialogue manager and hope for the best. And old dialogue script also can be deleted. So we'll delete you here. And then we can go ahead and hopefully also delete our old dialogue manager. Old here, old, oh, it's already old dialogue manager. Delete, yep, don't need you either. And then we can go ahead and close you guys here. And this should still function as it was before, right? Just double checking here. Functioning, ooh, yeah, script parser, old dialogue script parser. Okay, this guy shouldn't be too bad. This is understandable, it's understandable. Pre-file, new script list, yeah, okay, so. Script parser, SCRIPT. Script parser, we have parser here. And now I also noticed something. Is the direction of the character's head intentional? I remember my game, I made my NPC's NC sprite to the right and everyone else to the left, but it took some time. It is not intentional, no. I just did that because I like the look of it. It could definitely be that we could swap it over to being the right. That would not at all be a painful thing to do. Right now, yeah, they're all going to the left. But no, that's not intentional. That was just something I did because I like I find, or I guess, no, it was just something I did, yeah. Does an iron issue? Yep, and your wish is looking left, the text is looking right. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense and not even an issue. Yeah, it's a thing of just quality of life changes, which wouldn't be too bad to also do. For example, if I grab, you here, actor Spider, actor Gabby sprite here, and we just do this guy here, we do here, here, and here. Save that to be there, and then hello, Mashki Hash, maybe, possibly. Welcome in the stream, welcome in, and thank you for the follow, thank you. Let's see here, we have Gabby, and then we have Spider, and let me just do Spider here. Oh, no, that's fine. Spider looks to the left, I think, yeah. Okay, so Spider's good. And then if we go back into here, we go for Gabby's sprite, we should hopefully just be able to re-import her sprite in. So if I just go here and do re-import here, she should now face to the other side, like that. There we go. Not too bad of a change again. Oh boy. With that said, let's see. What we were doing was our managers, our parsers. So if I go here to parser here, we have our script parser we need to look at. And script parser here, yeah, dialogue manager. Is it script parser we look at? I don't know. Speech bubble. You here, do we look at script parser? We have here all of these guys. We make the index label visible depending on that. Actor list, do we have you here? Nope, it's not that there. And then we have our dialogue manager. We grab it from the dialogue parser. No longer do we have a script parser then. We're okay. Script parser can get deleted. So parser here, yeah, script parser. Now we have a dialogue parser, which is way different. So delete you, script parser. No, hold on. Let me make sure script parser isn't universal because sometimes I've had the problem in the past where our globals get weirdly changed depending on. Let me make sure I remove it from the list just to be on the safe side here and delete script parser here, delete as well. So we'll delete you there, delete you there. Okay, now go and save, try again. Are we good? No one's dying, no one's breaking or anything. Oh, hold on. We have this guy here and our spider. Yep, spider also no longer a thing, or you're a thing. We can still have you as your own guy here and utility dialogue manager connect. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do this guy here. There we go. Okay, close you here, save you here. Okay, with all of that said and done, we should be good to go now, possibly, fingers crossed. Yep. However, we get 3 debugging issues, which is a little bit odd, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know if I want to know why. We'll click on you here, clicking you here, clicking you here. Errors, attempted to load open script, file not found. Yeah, old dialogue manager GD, old dialogue manager. Autoload. Dialogue manager was also an autoload apparently. Hold on. Globals, dialogue manager, I don't see it. We have dialogue parser. Old dialogue manager. Hold on, I know why. That one. That's why I deleted the other one. There were 2 of them I needed to delete. Now both have been deleted, so hopefully we don't get that error now, which we don't. Lovely. Okay, and this guy still works as intended, which it does, so we're good. We are good to go. Okay, so let me go ahead and close this guy here. We'll then make sure we have a backup, so we have deleted the old data or old code. DELETED, deleted OLDCODE, deleted old code. Should be good to go there. Commit their changes, change them, do all of those guys, submit them, make sure they're good to go. And then with all of that said, delete old code. Yep. Okay, so now we're back onto here. Now we have these guys working properly. What I was talking about before was the idea of how will we add color to the words. There's a way to do it, definitely. There's a way to do it, SCRIPT. Let's see, we have new script JSON, I think here. Yeah, so this is how the script works at the moment. what you would do here is you would do something like this here. We can make this into a yellow. So you would take this hello word, and this is something I would have to do in the, what's it called? This is something I'd have to do in the Google Sheets. But you would grab the word here, and you would set the color to, like, for example, there's a lot of colors you could do. If I go back to here, we go back into here, we should have a way to show you. We should be able to go to Obsidian here. And then I think in my bookmarks, I should have it bookmarked. Yeah, all the colors here listed. I don't have the zoom thing apparently. Maybe I need to update the zoom, but you should be able to see it. There's like black, red. If we, for example, were to do Gabby as like, what's a good color? Pale green. Let's set it to be, or spring green. No, lime green. We set it to be lime green. We go back into our programming here. For here, you would do lime_green. And now her hello is going to be lime green. And then what we could also do is then click on play here, and we can see, does it actually go lime green? It should in theory, and the theory is correct. You can see it. Hold on, if I click on this guy here. So there is, technically speaking, a way to color it. I just don't like it, but there is a way to do it. There is a way to color everything. There's also a way to animate things and of that nature. So it's not too bad, not too bad at all. So you know what? We can cross it off the list. That color is possible. So let me go ahead. Let's go back to this guy here. The next thing is, and hi, Muck, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Hydration, sure can do. Thank you for that one. Tasty, thank you. With that said, there is a continue button. We don't have a skip button at the moment, but I think a skip button is possible, like in the sense of if you just spam it, I think that allows you to do it. Let's just do a quick check here. If I were to do, let's see, program here. Oh, you know what? I guess we'd have to double check to see if the player's holding down the button. Or maybe we just have like an autocomplete. That's not too bad. Skip, I'm going to say at the moment, is not a necessity. It's a like, but it's not a needed. It's not a need at all. But I am curious now, if we go back to programming here, if I were to run the dialogue guy, does it do what I think it will do? If I hold down left, does it spam everything? That's what I'm curious about seeing. If we click on you here, click on you here, click on you here, click on you here, there we go. And we were to click on here, holding down spam? No. Okay, so you can't spam it, which is good. That is very good. I like, oh, it's so nice to see it actually functioning. It's so sweet, it's so cute. Okay, right. With that said, let's close this guy here. Go back into concepts. And what is the drink, by the way? Today, I'm just having water. I was already running a little bit late due to my my new kitten. He caused a little bit of chaos this morning that I had to very quickly clean up before stream. So no coffee, no tea, only water today. But I'm glad. Let's see. We go back to here. We go back to here. With that said, log, skip, continue, all good to go. Now we're missing animation, speed, and color. For speed, we could definitely make that an option. There is like a scroll speed option. The good news is that Godot has a way to do this already. Color, fine to do. We can color, definitely already done. Speed and animation are both kind of sort of the same thing. So I'm going to go ahead and delete you here. You don't need, we don't need that. Let's focus on the speed. And another thing I'm thinking of, and it just could be a thing of, yeah, I got him like, oh, what is it? How long has it been? I think it's been at least a month. When I got him, he jumped out of a bush and he was like 2 weeks old. So I have not had him for long, and I've never had a cat before either. So it's been a very wild ride. And you get to get the name for him? Yes. His name is Ben, or it is Ruben. Either or. This is indeed. Let's see. I click on you, so I'm wondering. Hold on. If I click you here and we do you here, okay. So speed, yes, speed. If I click back into programming, I can show you. And I did this well. Lovely. Okay, I'm caught up on messages. So in our dialogue manager here, we have our label text. There's a few things that are here. There is scroll following visible characters. The scroll bar is visible. Nope. What we need to see about, and there's a way. There's like an animation setting already existing in Godot, which is very handy. We have tab size, context menu, nope. Markup, custom effects. Oh, fancy. You can add rich text effects here. That is super duper neat. I'm wondering at least for scroll speed, there's a way to do it. All of this here is our rich text label. So where is the speed, text speed? Let me see. There's a way to do it in Godot automatically. You don't have to make it on your own. And wait, is there? Yeah, I remember. I looked into this a long time ago, but I remember there being a way for like scroll speed to be already a thing, I believe. And typewriter, I had to code up a typewriter effect myself. Yeah, there's a built-in typewriter, I think. if I'm not mistaken, I hope I'm not, Godot 4, typewriter effect, possibly. I'm pretty sure there is. The tween visible characters, no. I think there's already a way to do it, possibly. Using an animation player, no. There's a way to do it. I know there's a way. And recall a setting for hashtag of characters to display a number of characters. Yeah, that does sound accurate, yeah. I always thought it was weird to have a tween in the setting. Maybe that's it. Markup here, we have thread here, markup speed. It could just be that we just have to set the size of add element here, size element, element, rich text effect. Maybe this is how you do it. Maybe, I don't know. And now you have that label text and the rich text, maybe? I know it's gonna be here. It's gotta be somewhere here because this is all the settings for rich text label. You can't see the bit up there, but that says rich text label. So it's not fit, it's not auto wrap, it's not tab size, it's not custom menu enabled or context. No, you there, Kushida? Justification? Haven't heard of that one there. We have skip last line, do not skip, tab stops, what's this? Aligns text to give tab stops, no. Second to last, do you mean this guy here, display text? Oh, yes, this here, visible ratio. So this is the thing you would modify, I think, in displayed text. Yeah, this here would be, I think, what you do. And you have visible ratio, and you would just tween the speed. I think that's the built-in, characters before shaping. Yeah, and glyphs left to right, what's that mean? I don't know what that means. What's that do? It doesn't do anything, but yeah. Is this what you're talking about, Guggery? Or was it something else, maybe? But you would take the visible ratio and you just tween it whenever it appears. That was the idea. And this visible ratio, I believe, was the way you could do it. And did they add it since I worked on the project, or was I blind? I know that it is a new thing, not new, but it's new enough that I remember seeing people cheer about it. As I've been using Godot, I think, since Godot 3, and it was such a big thing for Godot 4. So I think it came out in Godot 4, but I'm not sure when. But it's interesting that it's not, you didn't know about it, but you pointed it out, so I'm very, very grateful for that. And ooh, yeah, isn't it neat? So here we would just do a tween, I'm pretty sure. So here in our speech bubble here, we would take the tween speed, so the text speed, so at export var, and actually, enable back. All these guys here, I think you're fine. What does our speech bubble look like right now? It's got a little bit to it. If I click on you here, hold on, does it let me? I'm clicking on our speech bubble GD, and this is our speech bubble. Why can't I see all of the extra things here? This is export var, so our player, yeah, where are those guys at? I'm not seeing all of my settings. If I go here, we have these settings here, right? Oh, I have to click it. That makes sense. Right now it looks like this. I'm wondering, do I like the way that looks or do I want to change it? I think it's okay. I think it's decent. What we could do is like an at export category. So at export category and set the category to like settings. So settings here. And then if we do at export var, we can then do our at export, I think range. We can then set the range to be 0.02, I think. Well, I think you can set it to be like 2. I don't know yet. Let's just do 2. 0.0 to 2.0. There you are. And I think it's not a valid target, so we'll have no effect. And then we set this to be a var, and we set it to be var. This is speed, so text underscore speed here. I think that works something like that. And we set the text speed equal to 1 by default. So we set it to be like that there. And then, oh no, that's not right. Text speed needs to be equal to 1, but it's a range. So why is it, how odd. Okay, that's not right. Why 1.0 maybe? 1.0. Aha, there we are. Now we can change it here too. So that's neat as well. So we'll change the text speed here. And then what we need to do is upon doing update text, we need to have the text show here, which shouldn't be too bad because we already have a place. You're probably only favorite I like watching so far. Well, thank you, Mr. Mash and Gasher. I think that's Mash and Gas, maybe just Mr. Mash. That's very sweet of you. I know in my off time, there's not many I watch, but again, I don't really watch many streams either. From here to there, I watch streams, but not as often as I'd like to, but that's very sweet of you to say. Let's see here. So with that said, now what we need to do is we need to take our dialogue text, so our guy here, we need to take our index bar, our label speaker, our label text. Yeah, so our our label text here, so label text, And then what we need to say is dot visible ratio. So dot visible ratio, dot visible ratio, visible ratio. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and just do something like this here as well. I kind of want to make it its own function for animate text. Animate, A-N-I-M-A-T-E, animate underscore text. Animate text. I want to make it its own function. So we'll do void here. Then we'll start off by making our label text ratio equal 0. And that's not how you do it, 0. And then what we would need to do is we would need to do a tween. I have had experiences with tweens before, I don't remember. So I'm gonna go ahead and reference any time else I've used a tween. If I just go ahead and do here tween, let's see, how tween, I forget, but the good news is that I can always go back to old code. So if we could just go scroll down here, I should be able to see, yes, so you do, create tween. From there, then you take the tween property that you want, the tween, the property to set it to, then you take here the, let's see, you take the property you want to set it to, I think. And I'm not sure about these guys here, but I'm just gonna grab these guys here for a quick second. And then let's go back into our speech bubble here. So we set the visible text ratio to be that. Then we set this guy here. So then we need to make a text tween. So text tween, so T-E-X-T, text tween. We then set the parallel to true. You set the parallel here, and what parallel, I think, if I can remember correctly, what it does is, if a lot of tweens are running at once in MASH, I see, well, thank you, MASH, thank you. What set parallel does is that if there's a lot of tweens running, it won't wait for another tween to go off. So I think by default, it's just a good idea to have set parallels to true, because either it's order of operation or everyone go at the starting line. So we do this here, we do this here. Then we need to take the tween property, which is going to be, I think, label text. I then think it's going to be, as I grab this guy here, we take the object, the property, and the final variable. Oh, yes, okay. So what we do here then is we do here, we set this to be 1 because this is the visible ratio. We would then take the speed. So this is going to be the speed here, so text speed. And then what we need to do here is set the visible ratio. So this is this here. So I think this will work like that. I think. And parallels for the own tween only. Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit? I have no idea what tweens do. A lot. I have messed with it a little bit here. So for example, you mean, let's see if I can find it exactly. Because I know I've used it here before and it had to be, because you can use a tween to tween multiple things and you can either do them in a parallel or in a series. Perhaps you can alternate, not sure on that though. I know that there's a lot of things. I remember tweens being a little bit of a pain. We have here set parallel true for tween, where I put in the tween. I'm not too sure. I can definitely look into it a little bit later, so do. And thank you for clarifying, because yeah, it's one of those things where I barely use it. I'm still not sure what to do, but I'm glad that you did point that out. So let's see here. We do this guy here, we do this guy here. And then on updated text, we do animate text, and we do this guy here. And if you're only tweening one thing, it won't matter. I see. What if there's, so it's 1 tween per animation, and if you want multiple animations for 1 tween, then you do set parallel. Is that what you're saying, I think? Let me click on this guy here. Let's see if it does do the tween properly at the very least. If I click on you here, we click on you here, we do this guy here, and then we do you here. There we go. We have hello here. And then if we go to the next guy here, it has I am Spooter. Yeah, that works. Oh, how lovely. And then here we can set the speed. So I can do like, I guess we can set 5 to be like the max speed. So I'll just go here to the max speed of set like 5, and we'll set the speed 5. And then we can go ahead and have this as like maybe 2.5 by default. 2.5 is like the speed, so 2.5 here. And then we can have this guy play here. And another thing I know at the very least is that, is there a way, oh, that slows it down. Never mind. Oh, I see. 1 to 0 maybe? Yeah, 2.5 slowed it down. So is it a thing of maximum setting this to be like 1 and then setting this guy here to being 0? Maybe, and then if we set this to 0.5, like this, that'll work. Set it to be faster, I think, possibly. And yeah, so if you wanted to tween position and ratio, or tween position and rotation, parallel will let them do it at the same time, or else it would move the position, then spin it in place. Ah, I see. Well, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I guess parallel, goodbye to you. I don't like unnecessary code lines. So here, let's see, I set it to be 0.5, which I think fixes it. If we click on play here, you can see hopefully it goes faster. It's not going as fast as I would want it to. So we go back here to our speech bubble. We set the text speed to be maybe 0. What does that do? Yeah, okay. So 0.5, and then if we set it to be like this number here, then it's going to be a little bit faster. Meh. Yeah, okay. That's good. That's nice. Yeah, this is Spooter. And then all these. Now I wonder why it seems to be the case that for certain short ones and fast ones, and the speed in the tween is how long it will take for it to start and end. In seconds. So if that's second speed, I can understand why it would take longer than, for example, you have the 1 second is a one entire speed thing. So I then wonder then, is there a way to get the ratio, like multiply this guy by the, I guess there is. Yeah, there is. Hold on, I got an idea. What we can do is we can do a mathematical equation where we take the text length and multiply it by whatever the text speed is. Somehow, I don't know what equation, but that way it would do it evenly. It would evenly spread across the speed so that it's always the same speed regardless of the length of the text. That's what I want to do. I'm not sure how to do that though. I'm guessing it would take the text speed, maybe multiply it by the label text, maybe label text dot size. Text dot length, length, like that. Wait, that's already exactly that? Is it? It feels like at least that it's not, in the sense of how, if I close this guy just to show you, if I click on this here, it's going super fast for some of them and super slow for other ones. For example, if it related, yeah, that was slow. That hello was slow. But then this one, slow too. And then this one, slow, super fast. I want it to be slow too. If this is slow, and this is still pretty slow, but then we have this. I would like it to be even for the amount of length. That's what I would want to do. I'm not sure. Your text speed variable sets duration. No. Yeah, it sets the duration, but I don't want all of them to be the same length if they are longer. I want them to be, for example, 1 speed, not 1 second. So I want it to be like 1x speed, 2x speed, 3x speed, not all of you are 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds. That's what I'm going for instead. I'm thinking at least you would take the text speed and maybe multiply it by the length, like that. I don't know. I'm thinking at least it's either going to be like a multiply or a divide or something of the sorts. But if we take that length as the variable there, maybe it might make it super duper fast. I don't know. And why are you angry? Length, dot length. Shouldn't dot length, maybe it's going to be text dot length here. Text dot, let's see, text dot length. Yeah, length here. There we go. Try that. Close this guy here, and then multiply by length would be a good base. Yeah, I'm thinking multiply by length is probably for the best. Maybe. I don't know how speed it's going to be though. Gabby. Oh no. So now we have to up the speed. That's what I'm realizing at least. So let's go back up to here and let's go ahead and set it to be by default to 1. And I think this is now going to be 1x speed, 2x speed. So this would be 1. And it can be like 0 to like 1.0. So if we set this to be 1.0 and H, oh boy. And we set this to be like 5x speed by max. And then we set this guy to be here. Let's try this again. So it should be 1 speed. And thanks for the little template, dude. Thank you. Hold on. Is it bwap bwap? Bwap bwap. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and thank you. I'm glad you like it. H. Oh no. And does the length include all the extra characters to set the characters? Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit? I'm not too sure in H. A. Maybe it's divide to set the color? Ooh. Yeah, it does. Oh. Is there a way to account for that? I don't know if there is. That is a fair point. Yeah. Oh, that's no good. That's no good at all. We might just have to, take our cake, eat it too, or something of the sorts. There's a way, and rejects that away, maybe? Yeah, we'd have to do like a get character length, subtract from left, right. There's ways to do this. There's definitely ways to do this. And for calculations, yeah, we might just have to do a calculation function, which is not too bad. At least it is understandable and it's known. So for example, here I'm thinking at least we can go into utility here. Utility, get text length, get base text length. So I'm gonna do here, down here, function for get base text length, length. We're going to get an input of text to measure. It's going to return an int. And then what we're going to do is return whatever it is. So we're going to do first, and this is where it becomes a little bit tricky. We need to do a few things. Ad break is about to start soon, I know. So we'll let the ad break go on, as I did start about 20-ish minutes, I'd say, before, 20-ish minutes before or after stream usually starts. So we're a little bit late, but the good news is that that just means I stream a little bit longer. So we'll do the ad break now, and then we'll figure out the length of the text, as there's another question I'm not sure about if I want to answer or not. For example, do I want the character characters to have like a little talking animation while they're speaking. I do like the idea of that, but it kind of feels painful to add. But we'll see. It's definitely more of a thing of slice of life, quality of life, but is it required? Not really at all. So I'll go ahead and do a run here, and now that I'm thinking about it, you know what? Nah. I think what I would like a little bit more is the idea of just having an audio play. I think audio would be better to play than having a little talking animation. I think that works out a little bit better. We can definitely have animations play for single sprites, but to keep things simple and sweet, because, for example, right now, a character can have a total of 5 emotions. If we then say, hey, you have an emotion from when your mouth is closed, an emotion from when your mouth is open, now it's 10 animation sprites per character. And if I have a total of planned 10 characters, then that's a lot. And that's, oh yes, indeedy. Don't worry though, I'm not sure Carthane, I think possibly, but I don't think you can hear me at the moment. But no, nothing will happen while ads are going on, so no worries at all. Tasty water, tasty indeed. I'm glad things are moving along though. Once we get the base text length, we just then have to figure out the equation that we would have to make in order for all of them to have like 1x speed, 2x speed. And apparently rich text label has a get parse text length, gets the length without, oh, ew, thank you indeed. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but you say apparently. That would be amazing. If so, I will double check that. I'm not sure if you can hear me since you have ads up, but that would just completely get rid of all the pain of code. Oh, that would be amazing if so. I hope so. Oh man, that would be wonderful. Especially since if I have a lot of BB code in the code, that would not be good at all. It's like, I was thinking at least there would be like a get start, get end. But if there's multiple, then there's gonna be a lot of get start, get end, get start, get end, get start, get end. And that's a lot of calculations. So it does make sense that that would be built into Godot. I'm hoping that is the case, as that just sounds lovely. And you know what? I need to start doing that. I need to remember that if I have a problem that I'm looking to solve, first, step 1, Google to see if that answer exists. If it does not exist, then you make your answer, make a solution. As if I just Googled, is there a way to get the count of BB code? I wouldn't have even thought to make a function and DIY it. So that's a good reminder for me, as boy, I can only imagine the pain people have gone through. And do you think that was there from the start, or then people talk about, hey, I don't have a way to get accurately the text length, then can you make a thing? And it has been added from the start? Did it get added later? Did it get added in Godot 4.0 version? 4.0 version, or was it 3.0 or something of the sort? It's just so many little things I'm learning, and oh man, to see the dialogue box go from what it was at the start of the stream to what it is right now, it's such a delight to see. It's very lovely. And I'm wondering as well, why is Gabby happy but the spider looks sad? Spider, you're supposed to look happy. We have 20 seconds left. Let me see. If we go back to Gabby's sprite here, I'm just curious to see. We have side-eye, we have side-eye, we have sad, we have happy. Oh no, that's the happy expression. No, that's right. Yeah, that's the happy expression. That's supposed to be happy. So good. A lot of things done. Yeah, indeed. Oh boy. And I'm really hoping this week I'll be able to get started with working on it during the week. And welcome back from the ad break. If you did happen to get ads, don't worry. You have missed not a thing. I've just been here blabbering away, as it's a lot of fun to do. It's a lot of fun to hope and dream and then realize, man, the things that I'm hoping will happen are happening, and it's so neat to see. So with that said, Carthane, I think possibly, please correct me again. Thank you for pointing it out. I was talking about how I'm so glad that things like this exist, and I need to start making it a habit to check and Google before making my own system of something. It probably be a good idea to do so, because 9 times out of 10 it feels to be the case that people know, people know, or people have already thought of that idea. So we do text dot, and then we have to do length or get parse text, get underscore parsed, get parsed, oh no. Label text dot get parse text. Hold on. Get parse text. Get parsed text. Parse text dot length. Length like that. There we are. Yeah, I only found it from Googling. Yeah. Google. You should never be afraid to Google something. Google has a lot of answers. So now we get the parse text length. Let's see how well it works now. So we do this. She's still going pretty slowly, but now everything should be going. Oh, that goes fast. Why does that go fast? Me. Oh, me. Is that it? Me. That's it. That's me. I think it's not going to be multiply. I think it's going to be divide. If I'm not mistaken, I think divide is the one we're looking for. Me. Oh boy. I think this is what we're looking for instead. So this, and then hello, okay? And then we have I am Spooter. And we have meh. We have, no, that's not the equation we need. Meh, you can see, hello goes fast, and then I'm Spooter goes faster, and then meh goes slow. Hopefully you can see what I mean. And then this guy here is just entirely, I am Spooter from Necrotype Cafe. Oh boy. I wonder then, let's go ahead and have a print out. Print out what we get for each text speed. I am curious to see. This should be the same exact number, or should it be the same exact number? No, it should be a different number. They should all finish at the same exact time. 1x speed, 2x speed, that was the hope. When I can feel the speed being slower or faster depending, I don't want that. This is 0.2, this is 0.8, which is why it's super duper fast. This guy is in 3, which is why it's slower, and then this guy is 0.0001, which is why it's so fast. So it makes me wonder, at least this text speed here, do we have to make it, or, oh no, I think we might have to bring out the thing, oh no. Let me see if there's already, right, remembering, let me see, Godot, text speed, D-E-P-E-N-D-E-N-T. Godot, text speed dependent on size, on length. Maybe someone's already done it. Let's see. To make your text speed scale based on its length, you need to dynamically adjust your typing delay so short and long messages take the total amount of time into print and scale. The total duration approach. Best for maintaining fixed read. So what we have to do is let's see, yep, and then play text, visible characters. We get the delay by total duration. Timer dot start. That doesn't make much sense. Hold on, let's see. If we do text speed, how to control text speed midway through. Oh, that would be nice too. And I would want to know how to control text speed. Maybe control speed, yeah, okay. Between approach, best for smoothing. Let's see, and which property are you tweening? We are tweening currently at the moment our visible ratio. So this is just, let's see, if I click on this guy here, this is how fast it would appear. And I want the speed to not matter on the length. So if I set it to slow, I want it to be slow for everything. Not just slow for the long speech. I want it to be slow for all of them. That's why I know, at least here, this is a math equation that we need to fill in the blank for. I'm not sure what yet though. It's saying here possibly the duration equals the text length times speed, but we did that. I think text length times speed. So if we do this guy here, let's double check. Maybe I did it wrong. We have this guy here, text length times speed. And if we click on play now, possibly, so if you're doing a 0-1 for ratio, instead of doing 0 to length, but for the visible characters instead of ratio, could you elaborate a little bit? I'm not fractions, decimals, ratios. That is not my house of knowledge. So you're doing 0 to 1 for ratio. Instead, do 0 to length, but for the visible characters. So you're saying possibly then what you would do is not 0 to 1. It's going to be more so like this here, and then you do 0, and like this then. Is this what you're saying? Don't work in whole numbers, work in decimals? I think that's what you're suggesting. If I then click on play here, and then we click on play here, and no, leave the speed alone. Oh, I see. Okay, then I'm not too sure. 0-1 ratio instead, but the length for the visible characters. This is this speed here, and that's super slow. That's definitely not it. Okay, so leave the text alone. Can't do so. Okay, hang on. I'm listening. I am definitely listening. I thought maybe it was 0.5, and you would multiply it by this guy here. So you would take, for example, if the length is 10. Oh, you know what I completely forgot to do as well? Print out this guy all over again. So we have here, and then we have you here, we have you here. So this is going to be a var for text, modify MODIFIED, modified text underscore speed. It's going to be a float. We set it equal to this guy here, and then we just take the print and we print this guy out. And I need to dust off my physics. No, boy, don't bring out the physics. Oh, this is the type of math that I don't like. But I know it's important. You know, they say you're going to need to learn that calculator. Math is going to be important. I know, but is it really? I like the type of math where it's just solve for x. We have 2.5 here. We have 6 seconds that this is going to take. We have 1 second that this is going to take. We have 2 seconds that this is going to take. How? It didn't even get to finish. Me. And then this guy here is 35. So, and you could just use visible characters instead of ratio? Oh, I see. Hold on. We said visible character equal to -1 then? Or hold on, visible character and then visible characters. Why is it set to -1 then? Okay. So then we set it to be the max, and tween property label, visible characters label, get parse length, and then 0.5 and increment it. Label text, visible characters, label parse length. I see, I see. Okay, So label text, which is going to be visible characters. Yeah, visible characters. The negative one is all, but change to 0 is the parse length. That does make a lot of sense. So let's see. Visible characters would go here. We set that to be 0. We then take the tween. We then take the label parse length. So you're saying you'd put it here like this, and then you set it to be the text speed here like that. Instead, oh, hold on. I see it. Visible characters would go here instead. And then we would set it to be remove this guy here, I think. And then we save this guy here, and then we do this guy here, maybe. We get, let's see. We get slower. Okay. No, that's not it. That's way too fast. This is medium. We have medium. And then slow, and then speed, which is not speed. I think you're onto something though. If we were to do, for example, let's see. What if we take now that text speed and no, that wouldn't work. This is why I'm thinking maybe we might have to bring out the, okay, hold on, hold your horses here. If we go ahead and just go back to here, I don't want to go into here. I don't want to do it, but I think it might be our best bet. Okay, so say it to be the case. Oh no. Say it to be the case that we have one that is near, so it's different amounts of time. Yeah, I want it to feel as if it's the speed you would like is like 0.25 times length. We could definitely do that before I bring out the whiteboard. I am open to suggestions. I am so open to suggestions here. So we take the text speed with the length, the parse length here, like this here. You're saying instead, right? I think, and text speed here would be like 0.5. So if we enter that in, and again, this is the thing, it's just I'd like it for it to feel nice. It doesn't have to feel nice. So this is slower. This is understandable. It's slow. If I click on you here, hold on, that there. So that's slow. Then this is also slow. That's okay. That's all right. I like that. Then this is full. So that wouldn't be it. And this guy here, slow again. Yeah, I think we might have to go ahead and bring out the this guy here. I want it at the same rate. So the idea is that I don't want it to be a total amount of, let's say, let me just write this down. This might make it easier. I usually work best when I can see the visuals of it. So let me go ahead and go over here a little bit. This makes it easier, a little bit more zoomed in. Okay, so the goal is, we don't want, so I'll make this purple. We don't want it to be the case of being total 1 second. I don't want total 1 second. Total by second. Total by by second. SECCOND. I don't want total by second, as in this entire text length is 1. This entire text length is 2. What I'm looking for is more so, I want it to be like a multiplier, speed multiplier. That's what I'm looking for. SPEED, speed multiplier, speed MUL, and maybe we are doing that and I'm just not realizing. Speed MULTI PLI. I think that's how you spell it. ER, speed multiplier. Is it a Y? Is there a Y? Oh, that doesn't sound right. Hold on. Multiplier. MULTIPLY. Yeah, multiplier. It's a Y. No, it's an I. Okay, never mind. I did get it right. And hi, Timmy. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back. Welcome to math. I hope you're excited. Markiplier. And just length / divided by text speed. No, I haven't proposed any formula before. Maybe try mine. As I said before, I'm all open. Let me go ahead and do this guy here. So you would do length divided by text speed. So length divided by text speed. So we should grab the length here, and we can also grab here. This would be our modified text speed. Let's also just go ahead and do label length here. So let's see, text length, TEXT_LENGTH, text length here. That way it's not too painful. So we grab the speed. Text length is this guy here. It's going to be an int because there's no floats. So you grab that there, we grab that there. This is going to be modified text speed. But what you're saying to do instead is do divide. So we take the length and divide it by the text speed. So we do this guy here, and then we do divide by text speed. And hi, was it Matt, I believe, or Matei? Possibly. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. I hope your insert time zone here has been lovely so far. Let's see, like that. And then I also want to print out what this is. So print modified text speed, say that guy to be here. I know that the speeds are going to be different, but I want the feel. So if everything is 1x and Matt works, I say, well, then welcome into stream, Matt. Welcome into Math. Oh my. We'll go here. So the hello is going slowly. And it's so funny that your name is an actual real and pretty common name in my country. Oh, how sweet. That's lovely to hear. I know at least I chose the, the names chose because space and everything. You don't want every message to be the same time? No, I don't want it to be the same time. I want it to be the same, what's it called? How do I describe it? Speed. If this thing usually takes 10 seconds, then when I multiply it by 2, I want it to take 20 seconds. And speed, length, and rate. Yeah, rate. I'm looking for the rate, not the total elapsed time. So I don't want all of these to be 1 second, because if there's something that's like 2 letters, it's going to take longer to fill up that 1 second with 2 letters than an entire paragraph. So I would want it to be rate. Yeah, rate is what I'm looking for. So this guy here, and then we have, I might have to up the speed a little bit. Length and time. Is that the word I'm looking for? Length, yeah, rate, length and time, yeah. Do you see how mess just like super quick? That's not what I want. Then this guy here is slower. This how there I am, and then meh. And then, yeah, it's interesting to say the least. So I'm wondering, this is why I'm thinking the math might be our best bet here. If I go back into our and it's a difficult bug, or it's a different bug now. Yeah, now it's not clearing itself anytime. And it's the same for every, is it? Oh, hold on. I did at least the visible characters as 0, and then we grab the parse length text here, and then we grab the modified text speed. Okay, one thing at a time. Let me go back to concepts here, and you need to refresh it with update text. You need to refresh it with update text. Hold on, can you elaborate what you mean? I'm not too sure. If I go back into programming here at the very least, we do this in update text. So at the very end, we animate the text. We animate the text by first making the visible characters of our current label 0, and then we change the modified. So we do all of these guys here. So shouldn't it be reset each time? Let me go back to here, and then let me go back to here. So I don't want total by seconds, I want speed multiplier. And then here, for example, if we have something that is a total of 32, so this, if we have a total of 5, we have then a total of like maybe 20 for another one, 20, and then there's another guy that's like 100 length, so 100 in length, so 100 in length, 100 in length, LENGTH, and this just might have to be something I Google around with, GTH. So if these are all, there's 5 long, there's 20 long, and there's 10 long, I don't want all of them to complete in 1 second. That's the thing. That's what I don't want to happen. That's what it's currently seeming to be the case of. If we leave it as is, then the 5 will finish in 1 second, the 20 will finish in 1 second, and the 10 will, yeah, the 20 will finish in 1 second. So I guess the better idea is that, yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure. This might just have to be something I think about for a bit. The multiplier is a value factor. Yep. Let's go back to here. Let me double check. This guy is saying you take the duration total is going to be the length times the speed. I think that's right. Seconds it should take to type out a single character. The base speed. Oh, okay. I think this makes sense. Okay, hold on. If I go back to here, this is going to be base speed. So the idea behind it is that this is the amount of time it takes for one single character. So text speed, text character. Let's change this to text character speed. Text underscore character, CHARICTR, text character speed. We change this to be text character speed, and then let's change it to be 0.05, for example. So we set this to be 0.05, like that there. And I know for certain I never want it to be 1 second per. So we could actually set this to be like 0.5 instead. That might be a little bit better. And with that said, now we go down here. So it's a 0.5 seconds per character. Then we go down here, and on this guy, what we then say is, we take our, we take the text length and we multiply it by the text character speed. So this total duration will be dependent on how long it is, and we multiply it by the text character speed. And then this guy here, our modified text character, is that guy here, and we take it depending on the amount of length. So what we are doing text length here, I think that's right. This guy here is for the final value. Yep, visible characters, just the total characters. I think that's, oh, you know what I just realized? Hold on. It's actually going to be, is this right? Should we be getting the parse text total if the entire character amount is, because it's going to go faster or slower depending on the, yeah, okay. Instead, I think what we have to do is do text.length here, text here. I think that there goes there. And then we click on play here. And then, let's see. Now with that said, if I go back to you here and I open up to you here and then I open up to you here, like that, that's hello. Then this here is I am Spooter. This here is meh. This is I am Spooter. You know what? We might have to just call it a day. That hello. Ah, I see. Interesting one on that one there. I wonder why now. I think I'm okay with this. This feels at least meh. Yeah. So why does it reset then, do you think? If I close this guy here, do you think, I'm just curious to see. Text tween property. If we were to add that thingamajiggy, I don't remember how to do it. Text tween dot. And then what was it again? I don't remember. Control Shift F, tween, and then find here. I'm wondering if we go back down here. If the set parallel, is that why it's angry? Because there's a lot going on at once. So if we were to just do the parallel idea, I'm not too sure. If we do this guy here, and then we would do, hold on, go back to here. These guys are set, and we create the tween here. And if we do this here, where are you creating the tween? Tween's created in this function here. It's created in this function, and it's called, is it a case that I'm creating a tween every single time and I only need one tween? So the tween would have to create it outside. When you change to the new message, you want to kill the old one if it's still running. Oh, how do I do that then? I'm wondering, is it a case then you would do a tween and you create a tween here? So would it be a thing of you would have to move the tween outside maybe? So we'd have to do a thing like var at export var. No, we don't need it on ready. We don't need to export var. And declaring the variable outside of the function. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking I probably have to do. So we would do here var for text tween here, and then it would be a tween. And then here upon doing ready, we would do var text tween equals, we do this guy here. We do text tween equals you here. And then what you would do is then have this guy here. And then you would do this here like that, right? I think streaming's a lot of talking. And a hi Rock Street, there's a Rock Shred. I cannot recall, but welcome to the stream, welcome back. And Eris, how do you handle talking? Like, what if you lost your voice and need to stream? What's the go-to? In that case, I don't stream. There's been times before where I'm just not in the mood to talk, as I could go a good solid like day with barely speaking. There's been many times where I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, I'm not often speaking. So it's a lot of just silence and thinking and things of that nature. So if I'm never up to doing like all of the blah blah blah, then I don't do it. But sometimes I'm not in the mood. I then start streaming, and during the stream, I then feel blah 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 blah. And tweens are very light. You can just kill them and toss them away and make new ones each time. Oh, interesting. And I forget how to check if a tween is currently running or not, though. Ah, I told ya, tweens and me don't know one another, but maybe we can perform an alliance together. I'm not opposed to that. Let's see here. So this guy here is 0.25. This one's what? Why is it angry? Why is it angry? And hi, Pixel Tanuki Games. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hi, Eris. I'd send bits, but the minimum is 200. I believe I was told to do that. I haven't checked those settings in a long time. I think that's set just because I've heard people will spam, what's it called? Like spam like decimals, possibly. But I do appreciate the dot regardless. So that's very sweet of you. And let's see here. How to as well. How to check the tween currently running. Yeah. Why is it angry? Also, I hope your day has been lovely so far, Pixel Tanuki. I hope indeedy. Tween is invalid. Either finished or created outside scene tree. Huh? You need to be, I guess you would delete the tween? So this tween can't exist here? Maybe? And if you have text-to-speech or something, that makes sense? Yeah, that does, yeah. I've tried text-to-speech before. I couldn't figure out how to make it work. And when the tween is finished, you can't reuse it? Ooh. So then I go back to my earlier suggestion of having the idea where you do a thing of doing and then maybe you do something like this and you do var here and then you do the thingamajiggy, which was the thing, this thing here. Parallel. Is parallel going to fix this? If I do you here and then you do you here, like that, and then we close that guy here and click on play here? It might not, but the parallel idea, you missed me in someone's collab stream, and you missed me in some rand dev's collab stream. We talked about you. Oh, how sweet. Oh, that's very kind of you. Oh my, I'm glad that you did, and I hope you a lovely stream as well. And Parallel's gonna be a fix. Sorry, I could hope. Can I? Can I have my dreams? I know it's not going to, but I could hope. Let's see. What would then be the case to do? Would it be to kill it, make a new one each time, or what exactly? Is it going to be a case of tossing it into this guy here? So maybe it's going to be a thing of doing something like this here. Tween to use, like this, and then you take a tween into here. And then we would do a create tween here, maybe, right? And I'm gonna continue locking in. No worries at all, no worries at all. And thank you for looking as well. Thank you, Game Devin as well. I didn't get anything done on stream. How surprising. Funny enough, I think I get more done on stream than off stream. Thank you for the lurk though, and thank you all again for the conversation too. That sounds very sweet. Let's see here. Animate text, and then maybe we then take in the text tween here, and then we take in the tween to use here, like that. Will that work then, right? Possibly, maybe. We create it and put it in. So we're creating new ones each time, and as they're going along, that's my next guess. If I can't have my cake and eat it too, then fine, I guess. We have you here, we have, nope, that didn't fix it. Well, you know, I had hopes and dreams. It did not end up working the way I had hoped, which is okay. We have here at least our visible characters that we're modifying here and here. I'm wondering why. Maybe it's just a thing to do with tweens that I'll have to look into too, which would be unfortunate but understandable. I'm wondering why. And you know what? We can actually do as well. And variable defined outside the function. Then in the function check, if tween not dot completed, then tween stop. And just create a new tween and hopes and dreams. Hi, Nemo. Welcome back in. I know you were lurking. Hopes and dreams indeed. Okay, so instead we remove this guy here, and then we do this guy here, and then we do this guy here, and then we set this guy to be that guy there and that guy there, and then we set this to be this guy here, and then we set it to be if text tween dot completed dot completed, so text underscore tween dot completed. Nope, that's not a thing. Let's see, is there like a thingamajiggy we can see? Create tween creates a tween. There is, oh boy, tween dot kill abort previous. If tween kill, we kill. What we do is we go here. If text tween kill. So maybe, I kind of get it, kind of, sorta. Tween dot is active. So no killing then. Okay, if tween is running, maybe, and then we do here tween text dot no kill apparently. So we do dot stop. There we go. Stop like that there, and then we set tween to you here, do you here. Okay. And then click on play here, and then we get, I was here all along, just lurking because I'm playing Factorio. Oh, how fun! I didn't know there was a multiplayer for Factorio. We have 0.25 here, 0.6, 0.15, all of you guys here. What I'm wondering is, why are you angry? What did I do to you specifically? Could you elaborate? And stop before you create a new one. Oh, I see. Okay, so we go here, but the thing is, how can we check if it's created if we don't know it exists? If I do here and then we do you here, is that just a thing specifically for tweens? Yeah, if tween is running, then text tween stop, but it defines the variable outside of function. Okay, so what we do then is do text tween here, and then we do decide outside of function here. So the variable is just a reference to the latest tween. Okay. So we'll do the tween here instead then, and do equal create tween, back up to here, tween to animate, tween to use underscore here, tween to use, and we make a tween here. And then what we do is take the tween to use, and if the tween to use is running, then we stop the tween to use and we create the tween to use here. Hold on, like that there, and then that there, and this here, and then like that there. Yeah, sort of, kind of, and then that goes here and that goes there. Okay. Something like that then. And then we click on new play here, and we get this, which is not showing up, but that's okay. We can always change the time. Is it the case that in tween to use equals create tween? Hold on. Tween to use equals create tween. Oh, like this, and then create. Oh, fancy. So instead you do something like that. Oh, that's super duper fancy. And then we click on play here. Huh, I have done that before. I don't think I've ever put a function in it to like create it in the thing. So then here we have 0.25. I'm wondering at least why these guys aren't tweening. Did we not start the tween? Actually, no, things are mixed up. No worries at all. So we have tween to use equals to create tween. If it's not running, then we stop it. A tween to use is running, stop. Hold on here, we have you here, is running. If it wasn't paused, we have aborts all tween operations and invalidates the tween. Yeah, okay, and then we have you here. And var tween outside of all functions. Var tween. Okay, can't do. And hello, folk. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow. Thank you to math and tweens. And so the reference will persist between function calls. Okay, can't do. So we do here a var for our tween. So we grab this guy instead. And we do, hold on. Oh, actually, I don't get it. You would do tween outside of all functions. So maybe we get you here. Is it going to be a thing of like, var update tween, something like this here? And then what if we, not function, okay. What if we do something like this, and then we do this, and we have an update tween, and then we do this guy here, and then we do something like here, and set it to void here. And then what we do is we do you here, like this here, and then we set you to be here. And then we do, okay. And maybe then we do here is where we would create the tween at. And then maybe we do this guy here. And then we do tween to use here. So we do like a var for var equals tween to use tween. And then this would be our what was it called? Our text tween, text tween, like this maybe? Text tween? Oh, that's not at all. Oh no, tween, text tween. Oh no, this is how you know it. Oh, actually no, that's not my fault. I'm using a Japanese keyboard. That's why. Okay, I thought it was me. No, it was the Japanese keyboard. Text tween equals text tween here, and then we have a tween here, and then maybe we can do create tween here, or does it not let us do that? I don't think it will, which is okay. So we have text tween here, and then we do if the text tween is running. So text tween, if text underscore tween is running, yeah, expected an out of statement. Whoa, yeah, right. Yep. Okay. So text tween is running, stop it, and then go ahead and create the tween here. So then what I'm thinking is at least we update the tween here, right? Maybe. So we update the tween here, and we say if text tween, so update tween, and then we check the text tween here. Maybe, right? Possibly? And is there an easy way I could get to your code example? I don't believe so. We are nearing the like super duper end of stream, but I could definitely send over like, well, I don't even know if I'd be able to get an excerpt of some of this. And that looks good though. Oh, thank you. I think this might work. The issue with sending like an excerpt is that there's all of this stuff here. So I'd have to kind of cut and figure out how to dissect all of it from itself. But I'm thinking maybe that's right. And then if we do play here, we get angry, is running. So what I'm wondering here is if we do text tween equals create tween here under update tween, and if we go ahead and under ready and do you here, then now you have is running is not null. So now give that a go here and see if that does the thing. So we get, let's see, hello here, and then we get this here, I am Spooter, we get meh, we get I am Spooter, Necrotype Cafe, and I'm a familiar of Gabby Necrotype Cafe. That's definitely longer. Hello, I am Spooter. I think it's working. However, I'm just wondering, why is the hello so fast? Is it because it's so short? Possibly? I think that might be the case. Maybe I just have to shorten it. But why is it the case that meh is pretty slow, but hello is instant? That's what I'm not too sure about. If we go back to our dialog manager, it could be because, right, hello has the color. So if we go back down here, our code is not that. So let's get parse text.length instead. See if that at all fixes the hello. We click on play here. Oh, did I mess up something? Hold on. Yeah, we have the get text, that there. Okay, and length, yeah, get text parse length, get parse text dot, length, dot, oh, what was it again? Size? No, get parse text. And then I think it's going to be dot length here, dot length. dot length. Hold on. Get parse text dot. And then, yo, I was half lurking. Does it work now? Yes, it is the answer I can give you. Welcome back in. Hold on here. I forget. What was it? Get parse text, and then returns the text without the BB code. And then I thought it would be length, right? Dot length. So you do get parse text, so label text dot get parse text. You do this guy here, and then you dot length here. Yeah, length, L-E-N-G-T-H, dot length, like that. I think that'll fix it. We then do this guy here, do this guy here. And how often do you stream? I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. We're running a little bit forward. We're running a little bit behind schedule because I started streaming a little bit later. But if I do hold on here and I do exclamation SCHEDULE, that should also let you know as well. As yeah, I do weekly streams, and I also let you know if I end up canceling or need to go delay or something of a sort. Since I did start the stream about 20 minutes later, we are kind of at the end of stream, truth be told. But it's okay. I'm trying to wrap this up, so we're all good to go. But thank you for asking as well. Let's see. With that said, I'm wondering at least, hello here, I am Spooter. We have Meh. We have I am Spooter Necrotype Cafe, and I am a familiar of God, Necrotype Cafe. We have hello. Okay, so the hello does seem to be working. I think this is good. We would just need to make this a little bit faster, I think, possibly. Or let's see. Nice, thank you, and thank you again. Hold on, Karth, thank you for the explanation to you as well, Gregory. But that said, I want to make this guy a little bit faster, so like maybe we make it not 0.5, but like 0.1 instead. Yeah, it's a bit slow. Yeah, for the long ones at least, it's super duper slow. Maybe we have to check the text length and increase it, but that could definitely be fixed. So we have here, oh, right, not 0.05. It's going to be 0.005. I'm glad to help, it's been fun. Thank you, Olivia again. 0.005, how about that? I can definitely modify this, but it seems like it's working enough that I'm okay to call it indeed. So we click on this guy here. Hello is definitely fast. I'm Spooter, meh. I'm Spooter Necrotype Cafe. Hello, I'm Spooter, meh. Oh boy, yeah, we got a lot of progress done. There we are. So, speaking of progress, next week, as we do these dev streams weekly, minimum once a week, I stream 3 times out of the week, so sometimes we do 2 dev streams, sometimes 2, at the very minimum 1. As I also study pixel art, we also are playing currently right now, I don't know if you can tell, but we're also playing right now Deltarune, hence the idea behind the dialogue in doo-doo. Oh my. With that said, I am going to try to focus on, during the week, the goal is, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete it as I haven't had time during the week to do so, but here's the goal at least. During the week, goal is, if I go back into here, you can see the UI of the book. I'm going to see if I can add all the other buttons, as right now, not all the buttons that you can access in the book are possible. If I am unable to do that, that's okay, because the dialogue system is its own separate thing. It's not even in the game yet, but if I can't do that, then we'll keep working on the dialogue system. If I can't do that, we'll keep working on the dialogue system. No, Ymir the Witch, I did indeed, I did. I swapped her over to being the other side, as suggested. With that said though, let me go ahead and slide this guy to over here. Let me go ahead and slide this guy to down here as well. Let me make the music go to, or not the music, but the thing here. Yes, indeed. That said, thank you all for joining me. I do hope you all have a lovely week. What I can say is that if you'd like to catch up on development or just anything Necrotype Cafe in general, and want to keep up to like notifications or dev work or dev vlogs, I do suggest checking out the Discord. If I do exclamation DISCORD, there we are. Discord's in right there. And if you'd like to play the prototype of Necrotype, it also is out on itch at the moment. The hope is that once we finish the tutorial, then you'll be able to play the updated version of it, which should be a lot of fun too. So let me also do exclamation NECRROTYPE. There we go. With that said though, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always a lot of fun to see if we can find and raid a fellow Godot game developer, as the hope is that we raid someone who's doing the same thing as we are. So be it we're doing pixel art, we raid a fellow pixel artist. If it's Godot, we raid a fellow Godoer, as there's not a lot. I realize I've chosen very niche topics and subjects and engines and programs, which is great in one way but terrible in the next. With that said, what was I saying? I don't remember, I'll be honest. I believe I was going to say, it's always a lot of fun because we try to rate people we haven't rated before, and it's always either a good thing or bad thing, something in between thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the end screen, I'm going to end the stream on YouTube, and then I'm going to come back here on Twitch. So if you'd like to participate in the raid, which I highly suggest, it's a lot of fun finding new people, just stick around, stick there, stick all nice and cozy. With that said, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all next week. All right, bye-bye.